In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
プレゼン行くぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
Gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jomcod M. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at Jomcod.
mission live or die. Watch a bullet flying by, go run for your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus four. When we beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my strength, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide. You're under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are, you can take my crown. About to be owned, use your bones from my throne. Landed back attack, got your track, boy you act. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war, all versus four. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
それで行くぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom Kod N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their sick skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
Mission live or die, watch a bullet flying by, go and play your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Gaming for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus fall. When we're beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone.
Check tech. Check test. Check, guys. Do you hear me? I cannot hear. Okay. Oh, I think we're live. Hi, everyone. Apologies, we are having some technical difficulties from my end, but we are all good. Welcome, of course, to the Call of Duty Mobile 2024 Summer Invitational Group Stage, Day 4. It is, of course, the final day of the group stage. I am going solo for now, but of course, it is still the last day for all the teams to get back into action. And so far, this is our current standing for both Group A and Group B, with Extract leading for Group A. Meanwhile, of course, the Emperor with his team leads up Group B. Vitality and STE just inches away. Same thing with Wolves and SPG. However, it has been difficult for DVS and Kagendra to get into that final spot. But of course, they still have an opportunity to topple down Elevate and Godlike if they can pull it off for today. It has been insane, just like probably what's happening as the start of this afternoon's event. But nevertheless, it was also unbelievable that we had probably one of the most shocking moments in Call of Duty Cdsi history yesterday. But nevertheless, this is still the last day for anything to change for basically any of these teams. As we of course look at our schedule for this afternoon, we're going to start off with SPG versus Elevate for our game number 1. And of course, for SPG, unfortunately, they lost all matches against Q9, won SND, and Control against DVS. Meanwhile, on the side of Elevate, they basically made a very bad decision in choosing Tunisia and APOC for their hardpoint and SND matches against Q9. They did win Control, and unfortunately, they also got really beat down hard on that matchup. But, it is what it is. They have the opportunity to change things around, probably for today. But of course, this is their last opportunity to at least secure themselves, especially for SPG, as it's not really, it's a hit and miss here and there. But nevertheless, hopefully things really go well for them and that they completely secure their slot for the group stage. All right, so we are just waiting for things to come in. And as mentioned, first matchup here for this afternoon will be SPG, of course. Pushing Sumiwan, Nan, Carl, and Bird will be the one leading for SPG. They actually did a great performance yesterday, especially Carl. Comeback Carl, as Cali actually called this guy during day 2, when they had an amazing and insane S&D matchup, and hopefully they can bring the game one more time. However, the Red Rebellion was quelled yesterday by Q9. Hopefully Yopi, PJ, Kendi, Susano, and KL gets their work cut out for them, and hopefully they do something better for today, and make sure that at least probably push themselves to at least top 3 for the group stage. There's still a chance that DVS can pull something off from their bag, but it's best for you guys to make sure that you have this right in the bag, as we are of course very critical with this one. And in just a few minutes, we're gonna start off with our map bans and picks for SPG against Elevate. For one thing is for sure, it is, it's a good thing for Elevate that we are not gonna be doing Apocalypse for sure. We are also out in Hackney Yard, as well as Hacienda is also out for the picking, courtesy of SPG right there for Elevate. They are definitely taking off standoff, which means we are headed for my memory is kind of failing me right now as I'm all full solo. But nevertheless, Tunisia is out, Express is out for S&D, and of course even Takeoff will be gone. So we are and even Kurohana is out. That would mean we most probably end up in someplace else. Raid, and of course most likely Arsenal will be banned for Control. Seaside will be banned. So definitely Arsenal is where we are headed for control today. It's kind of hard to go in full solo for this one, but nevertheless, we do our best. You're stuck with me throughout the day for this. I'm not sure if you can actually hear me, guys. Okay. Hear me? Okay, I'm trying my best to just a couple of things off right now here. So I just want to make sure that everyone can actually hear me with today's broadcast. But okay, cool. It's kind of hard because I'm not seeing myself as well for the visuals, but we're trying our best to just do things here. Unfortunately, my co-casters had a bit of a critical emergency that they need to abandon ship, so to speak. But it is what it is. We're okay. We're good. You're gonna be stuck with me throughout the day, I guess. Not unless some hopeful soul will join us for this broadcast as we do our day 4. But that's alright. We are headed. There you go. Summit. My apologies. Kind of forgot about Summit. I mean, this is an insane map that Elevate has some history already for this one. SPG, although they've been hit and miss when it comes to hardpoint, it's not really their main game for sure. They've had some good moments here and there, but SPG needs to really step up here and make sure that they control Elevate here as we start off with our first hill already here at Summit for hardpoint. SPG again against Elevate. The Red Rebellion is still good, but so far Elevate taking full control here, but a bit of contention with SPG, but not yet enough. Nan trying to control second floor here, which will be definitely critical, but Yopi finds one right there with the KRM, and it's still almost all Elevate throughout this first 30 seconds already for the hill, and it's still gonna be good for them. I mean, barely any contention on the side of SPG. They're trying to take this one, finally manages to do so, but of course it's still gonna be the first 30 seconds of the match right now. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, they could still have an opportunity to take this on second hill or third, but here's the thing with Elevate, they will always have that clutch power, and if push comes to shove, when those KRMs and those SGs land where they need to land, it is just absolutely intense. Nan definitely has some good ideas here, trying to control already hill number 2 here, but of course Elevate will definitely want to take over at least the second floor right there and try to make sure to lock this one in once it goes live. And there they go. Carl, come back, Carl. Hopefully he steps up right now, but unfortunately gets taken out once again with Yopi. Yopi landing insane numbers right now. Alright, there we go. We're sitting numbers with Yopi at 7 frags already. PJ and the rest of the crew. Just a bit of surprise here from PJ. Unfortunately, he takes one but gets traded out immediately. Susano did not really have a good performance yesterday. Hopefully this time he's able to wake up, in this he did with the claw, firing away from right all cylinders there. And now comeback Carl trying to clear the path here with a double, but unfortunately taken out at the back right there. Nan again with a backstab. It is just basically Nan and comeback Carl trying to go for the push here. 63-20 is our score, but it's alright for SPG. They still have an opportunity to take this if Elevate bails out on hill number 3, or at least their SPG is able to take hill 3 as their money hill. If not, this is going to be an interesting setup for them. Now, of course, a few of the scrap points coming into SPG there, but again, Kilo and the rest of the team from Elevate, the Red Rebellion, is there. Candy welcoming everyone already with that war machine. He's just finding where to bomb that right there, popping it right in the entrance of Dummy A, and PJ burning everyone straight right there for the purifier. No weird skin for this one. It's just all flames right there for Elevate. This is alright. We're just absolutely insane right now, trying absolutely up those best to do what we have with here and going solo for this afternoon here, as of course Gushing finally taking charge, but of course PJ welcoming them back here. Comeback Carl trying to take this over right now with SPG still trailing by as much as 80 points, but of course as they're now down to the last scrap points here, Elevate already has their eyes set on the next hill. So far SPG still an definitely we need to get some things checked here from my end, but hopefully it's just a matter of configurations. But I hope you're still doing your utmost best and enjoying the match right now, as definitely Elevate is just doing everything they can right now to make the lead as big as possible, with SPG still trailing from behind there. 130-37 is our score, 100-point advantage for the Red Rebellion. And now finally Gushing trying to lock this one in, trying to make sure that they have this hill for themselves, and hopefully this one is all good. But PJ has plans otherwise, but nope, the takeover is still not good. 130-55 is our score so far. This hill has become their good one, but PJ has already taken out some of the members of SPG with that KRM, just landing everything perfectly. The reset is here, and now of course SPG trying to use the control room there as their money hill, and hopefully this one is their good to go. But no, Yopi just landing there, all shots perfectly now. Comeback card trying to go for the double and manages to do so, trying to take this one over and hopefully push them to 100-point mark. But PJ trying to do something else, but needs comeback card right there. Nan with a Sparrow clearing out house right now and manages to do so. 39 more seconds to go. They definitely have the all opportunities to push this to at least a 90-point for SPG, as Elevate kind of struggling right now to take over Hill 1 one more time, while this time they probably have eyes set on Hill 2 already, as we're down to the final 20. Nan welcoming still the members of Elevate here, but the contention is still be there for Elevate. Scrap points definitely coming for the Red Rebellion. SPG still has no eyes yet on the side of the second hill, but that's okay. They still have the opportunity to push this one, but of course the boys from the Garena definitely wants this one locked in. Susano doing absolutely better for this afternoon, as he already got 25. He is definitely awake and alive here, and PJ welcomes them with a purifier. Pushing, trying to come back, but unfortunately taken out as well. Kendi dropping the war machine there, but no good. PJ trying to lock this one and burn it all as well, but nope, taken out. But still, 163-95 is our score. Comeback Carl is trying to go in for the hardcore takeover there. Manages to lock this one in, but definitely needs further assistance as PJ gets one, gets two right there, but nope, the trade is there. 166-102 is still our score with the final 20. Most likely going this time to SPG, as we're seeing some rotation already for Elevate towards P3. But now, for SPG, it's still a long-range gunfight here. It's still a long fight. They're out again. The hill is wide open for the taking. Comeback Carl again here for the takeover. All alone here, welcoming Elevate as they try to enter here straight up. But of course, the three-man team will not happen there. The triple is good, but it's still not yet enough. 183-153 is our current score. P4 is going to be live in just a second, as of course Elevate is stacking up already on that hill. Kendi finding the shots, landing the double right there, and PJ with again that KRM landing shots perfectly, and the rest of the boys from Garena just lining up everyone in and trying their best to just make sure that this one is all theirs. They want to push this to at least 230 already, and that's probably the goal for Elevate here for SPG. They need to take this over immediately. A bit of Carl there with the war machine. He tries to do it on his own, but still not enough. 208-157, about a 40-point advantage here for Elevate. This is gonna be a difficult takeover for SPG. They're still trying to do their best, but Kilo trying to control that spot already. It is still at this point uncontested. The Predator missile trying to find a target, unfortunately lands barely on anyone right now, as Elevate is only 20 points away from the finish here. SPG is still stuck at 159. They might probably get the scrap points, but it's just about 2 seconds there. Not really a good situation, but Yopi still punishing these guys here, as of course the reset is here. Nan and Gushing trying to go in and lock this one for themselves. Comeback Carl welcoming all of Elevate here, trying to make sure that they have this in the bag. 50 seconds is all they need to make sure that this match is as close as it can be. Kendi has other plans. Same thing with Hilo, riding the Sunwave with that BP50, landing the shots right there. Almost at it. Ooh, just welcoming. Again, PJ with that KRM. Yopi again with the Sparrow, finding the targets, trying to make sure anyone else who try to come in is dealt with immediately. Popping out of nowhere there, definitely PJ, and it is over. 250-176, all in favor of the Red Rebellion. That is an absolutely insane matchup here for this round number 1. Our hardpoint matchup against, of course, SPG. Elevate definitely doing their best right now for that game. It is all, basically, that entire match is all Elevate from beginning to the end. There were some moments that SPG managed to secure a hill, but of course it was just one against all the hills that came out live here, and it was all Elevate throughout. There was some solid contention, especially from Comeback Carl, but it was still not yet enough to secure the victory for SPG. Unfortunately, they dropped one here. Elevate gets one up already on them. This time we head out to Search and Destroy, which is going to be a bit difficult for them. I mean, although Elevate had definitely some bad experience against Q9 yesterday, this is still a game that they can handle for sure. Now for SPG, also they won against DVS, but if you're gonna check the stats again, DVS was actually one of the lowest teams from their group. So it is, it's DVS. We're not really discounting the Japanese team, but winning against them at this point and how they're performing so far is not as stellar as we want it to be. But nevertheless, we're gonna check out some highlights here from our first match. Definitely a good start here for Elevate, something that they were not able to do yesterday against Q9. It was such an insane matchup with Apocalypse. A better map control here definitely for the Red Rebellion at Summit. But now, of course, they should definitely have their eyes set on S&D to make sure this is a 2-0 at least for their end. And what I definitely love about the Elevate performance today is PJ and Susano. Susano in particular, who was not really working throughout that match against Q9 yesterday. We were kind of joking out with Kari that probably Susano was sleeping, but now he's definitely wide awake, dropping as much as 30 frags, almost about nearing 40 for this man right here. But of course, it is Comeback Carl on the side of SPG. He never gave up. Same thing with Nan. These two were definitely performing at their utmost best, but unfortunately, the control and prowess from Elevate was just too much right there. They were just doing their best to make sure that everything was working for them. Right, so we're just trying to get things to work from our side here. Check. I hope everyone can hear me again. Hopefully this time is all good. Yeah, we were having some technical difficulties from my end. I just need to switch out my microphone. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I was using insane setups here from my end. My apologies, everyone. I hope you are all good and patient with me as I am, for now, riding solo because I don't have my partners with me for today. But that's okay. I hope you will be patient with me as we try to work things out here at our day 4 for the group stage here at Cdsi. But for now, it's a 250-176, all in the advantage of Elevate with that 186-164 kill count there, 72 versus 75 the side of SPG. But of course, we're just waiting for the player stats, and for sure, it was all PJ definitely leading the charge there with 44 frags, 1.33 KD, and 1.28 rating on the other side of SPG. It was definitely Comeback Carl with that 1.16 KD rating. and a rating for 123. Unfortunately, the full efforts of SPG was just not enough to handle everything from there. And meanwhile, on the side of Elevate, everyone was definitely contributing. Although Candy is still not stepping up solid, so to speak, compared to the rest of the squad, but that's okay. But Susano there finally, working something up within himself, and now really registering good numbers for this game. And hopefully, we get to see more of that for game number 2. Of course, our SND. And of course, checking in my cheat sheets here. SND will be headed out to something else. But meanwhile, of course, it's Elevate PJ with our MVP, 44 kills right there, 1.28. And number 4 on his MVP count right there. Congratulations to the band. PJ is just absolutely a good investment for this team and Elevate right now. You're not seeing anything weird. It is me with a voice. I have not changed just yet. I am just trying to go get by with the situations that we have right now as we're trying to work our way here against all the technical issues we initially encountered. But I think everything is good. I know you can still not see me for now, but that's okay. We are of course headed to firing range for SND, a map that we all know Elevate also understands well, but we cannot discount SPG at this point. They did win that SND against DVS. Unfortunately, when it comes to Q9, which Elevate actually fought with, SPG lost that one as well. All right. Yep. Okay. And now the question is for SPG is, can they come back for this one? Can they handle things perfectly? Are they able to make things work for them? Because if not, it's gonna be a bit difficult to find a good comeback for this team as they're trying their best to lock this one out already. For now, everything is just working for Elevate as they're now in the standstill. No takeovers, no takedowns for both sides. And Bird finds one already, and that is Yopi. That's gonna put them in a significant advantage immediately. Attacker side is on the SPG. They have the opportunity to at least go in for a plant yet. Alpha might be a difficult situation, and Bravo is still not up for the taking here. As Bird spots one right there, that second on man right there. But of course, Bird probably wants to go uphill and try to take it over. 5v3 situation, still in favor of SPG. Working well so far. Gushing now has opportunity for the plant at Alpha, while the rest of Elevate rushing in here. They're not really moving too close right off at Alpha, while PJ just sitting there. Candy just trying to probably spot Gushing, but Gushing spots him first. The takedown is good. It is now down to PJ and Kilo to take this one for a takeover. But no! Carl right there finds it. Gushing finds the last one. First kill and first point comes in to SPG. So that was a weird movement on the side of Elevate. Positioning wise, it was kind of good. But of course, for SPG, definitely they understand the situation of how they need to win this one for sure. This is still one of the strong points for Elevate here. This firing range, especially with Candy and the team here. Susano still carrying that sniper here. So hopefully they get this one back out. But SPG definitely has a smarter play here. Basically pushing almost all through the jungle side. As I set on both Alpha and Bravo, they're not rushing in. They're trying their best to just get those comms perfectly signed. Bird trying to look for the perfect person to take their first frag. Peaceful as it might be, those frags will definitely help them get some info. And now Susano spots one right there, but it will be traded out by Nan. The second one for Nan is good. Number 3, he is looking for it, but PJ will welcome one right there. And PJ tried to go in for the second shot, but the R9 landing perfectly. And now Nan punishes him right there. 2v3 situation. Yopi spots one from the other side, and that is Nan taken out, evening the odds. Bushi and comeback Carl now needs to face Candy and Yopi. Must win situation definitely for the Red Rebellion. Carl and Gushing. Smart move right now that they're trying to come together. But Kendi spots it. Trigger discipline, perhaps. Just need to make sure that this their move will be good. But Gushing welcomes it out there. And now it's all down to Kendi, but there will be no backup for him. It is now down to a 2-0 situation. Elevate trailing by 2. Right now, nothing is kind of working for the Red Rebellion, and SPG just landing everything correctly on their end. Case in point here, it's Suiwan still not doing anything yet, but that's okay. This is just round number 2. But Carl definitely landing his shots perfectly. So far, it's been Nan and Gushing for SPG here. But on the side of Elevate, the key here definitely is get control and eye set on both Alpha and Bravo and take at least probably Gushing and Carl out. And then they'll be able to manage everything already. But Bird spots Kendi from behind. It was the reversal. That was what I tried to mention there. The Bird finds it, and Gushing already with 4 frags. You now have definitely a challenge here to make sure that we probably can put this to a 3-0 run. Nades flying in from the warehouse there. 3-man stack on the side of A-Long and gets 1. PJ goes down, Yopi goes down as well. And now down to Susano and Kilo. 4-man squad pushing Alpha. Definitely going for the plant right now. Susano. Ooh, almost spots Carl there. Now they're just trying to make sure the Susano going through right there. And gets 1. Ooh, Suwan punishes another there, that's Kilo, and now it's not Susano. It's not gonna be a good situation for him as SPG now has the 0. Is this gonna be another situation where Elevate loses SND, much like how they ended up with Q9? This is almost similar to how things started. I mean, this is kind of noticed well, but ooh, Yopi lands the anti-frag. But Gushing also takes 1 there with the frag. But now everyone trailing at each other. 2v2 situation. Susano and Kendi against Gushing and Suwan. They're trying to make sure SPG wants his bag, but Susano might spot it from behind. The backstab is good with a 1-shot. And now it will be a push. Suiwan will find Susano, and Kendi with only 1 frag will definitely needs to ace this and win it for Elevate. He just needs to be patient here. Hopefully he has a secondary weapon that he can pick. At least an SMG or an SG here. But 1's position is significantly good. 55 seconds on the clock. Definitely have access to the bomb, but the plant will definitely not be on the table for sure. Kendi going patience here. 3-1 switches to the Fennec. Might find Kendi, just not yet. Kendi spots it, and the takedown is good. Finally puts 1 on the board, but SPG still with a 2-point advantage. That was almost
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
almost an interesting setup right there, and hopefully this time Elevate finds their rhythm already as they're just down by 2. Push on Alpha is good already for SPG. It's a quick plant for their team. Elevate positioning themselves on a 3-2 situation with 1 mid. 3-1 rather, going almost everyone coming in on mid side. Susano definitely has opportunity to take out Bird if he goes for the wall bang. Bird is just waiting right there, patient and quiet. Kendi, ooh, spots it through the box. And now Bird spots one from behind. Gushing punishes those that are on the trailer. Trying to go in for double and a finish once again. This time on the side of SPG 4-1. It is still not a good situation for the Red Rebellion. And now Elevate still struggling to find their rhythm here to make sure to push this to at least a 4-2 scenario. Bird up top here at Wooden. Trying to spot there, probably going for a wall bang as well. Alpha is definitely stacked here with 4 members of SPG coming in hot. Bravo is kind of guarded from the side of Elevate, but they're gonna abandon their post already. Pushing again for the plant. 45 seconds on the clock. PJ on the trailer. He just needs to be patient and find this takedown. Not been really well here. Susano finally takes one there, but Bird punishes it from behind. Pushing again, takes another double. Carl with a long shot. Carl misses that one. The third not connecting. Yopi going in for the MG, and it connects. It is a 1v1 situation with Bird. Yopi definitely needs to go for a defuse, but needs to worry about Bird as well, as he has the Tundra, and he spots it. Unfortunately, Elevate again, down and out. 5-1, all in favor of SPG. What a day it has been for Elevate. I mean, nothing is just working, fortunately. They were trying a little bit of a different approach here, but of course, they're still on the defender side. SPG still on the attack. A little bit of a split setup here. Almost like a 1-2 situation with 1 on Bravo, 2 on mid, 2 on Alpha. Unfortunately, Kilo going down already. SPG's all alive and kicking. Sura trying to go in with the wall ban. No one really there. Just exposing himself that he is definitely at Wooden. Bird this man has just been nailing everything with ready 7 frags, all courtesy of that Tundra. And now we're just waiting patiently for things to come. Elevate can definitely just take things slow here, probably force SPG to make a mistake, but unfortunately it was Elevate who made that mistake. Nan spots it, and it's now down to Kendi. Kendi gets 1, but it's a 1v4 situation. Flash is good. Kendi trying to take one another. Ooh, but Bird again spots his spray. It takes him out. 6-1. And Elevate still struggling against SPG. SPG has so far played the perfect game here. And this is the SPG that I'm sure CDN would definitely love to witness and take over as we go into the Cdsi playoffs for sure.
JD, I think you need a little bit of saving, bro. How are you doing, buddy?
The man, the myth, the legend himself, AJ Mustachio, on the microphone this afternoon. Brother, thank you very much for coming in clutch.
Yeah, well, dude, you were heavy carrying the whole squad, all right? Now, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are back in here for the action, baby, and SPG seems to be having a little bit too much of fun. Elevate, JD, get me up to speed, buddy. What in the world's going on?
I think what's happening with Elevate right now is they're still basically carrying the curse that they made against Q9 yesterday. They made a huge mistake against Q9 on SMD, and they're still making the same mistake here, this time against SPG.
Basically, they are getting absolutely whooped, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's exactly what it means. And if this is going to be the preview for the World Championships, let's go, baby, because China looks like they are going to be absolutely dominant. But Susato, of course, wants to say no. Mustachio, we're still alive. It's a target to 9. We're not done and dusted just yet. We've got that Filipino blood running through our veins. So let's see exactly what they can pull off here. The numbers advantage to Elevate. But the attack is SPG with an almost drop onto Bird, but Susano finds another, and it looks like they found a brand new life in this time.
Life indeed is back. Still a 4-point advantage against SPG. The flip is good. Now it's going to be Elevate's turn to be an attacker's side. Hopefully this one is where they shine completely, but so far SPG defense and offense here in their patience has been absolutely good. Hopefully this time for Elevate, they're able to do this right as they're going in for a high push. Bravo, and hoping to find one right there with PJ with the takedown already. Let's see, AJ, if this one works this time for the Red Rebellion.
It worked too many times. But of course, China has got their own ways, and a god name, courtesy of Kane. Low and a Bird found. Sui one goes down as well. Susano popping off. And a Vade. Where was this all this while? 3-6. Goodness me, I know a comeback is tough up against SPG, but Elevate really hustling now.
I think they're finally awake. I think they were just waiting for you.
Nah.
For all it's worth.
I hope.
For all it's worth, this is the elevate we definitely need. Unfortunately, they kind of started very slow, and now they're trying to make their best here and push Alpha this time. Flipping the script here. Go in for the push, and Candy spots one right there, and now evening it down to the 4-4 situation. Let's see if it's gonna be the comeback, but Kushi spots one right there. Kilo with the trade, and everyone's dropping in, and it's now down to Bird.
Yep, one and only Bird. Let's see if Yopi can shoot it out of the sky. Managing to recover as well. Bird with the Odin Smite will be able to smite down Candy, now dropping this into a 1v1. Is this a comeback, or does SPG say suggest a little bit too late? Let's see, as a long rotation away towards the corner house B bomb side, picked by Bird. And the unfortunate Yopi, on the other hand, is gonna move towards B at the same time. Spots him out. Makes the instant decision to circle around, and the slide gets it. 4-6, JD. I really hope they're waking up for this, but dude, that's sick, man. Making the Mustachio come out of retirement just for a comeback is just a little bit too much.
I'm not sure if they definitely just need that for themselves, but you know, I'm definitely honored that you were back on the game. And Candy, this is the Candy you know back in the Masters. This is the man that we've always known he is. 7 frags to his name, 1 man down in SPG. Of course, the goal here definitely for SPG is push this to P7, punish them with their initial push. But no, Elevate just finding their shots right now in a 3v4 situation with Kilo going in ready for the plant.
Yep. Just right on the advantage, and what a shot by Carl. Goodness me. And the frames couldn't keep up with that one. Speed unreal. Bird out in the open. Very risky move coming on through PJ. In great position to stop him if he drops by.
That's the thing there, but for Candy, they already have eyes set definitely on that Alpha. Susano's just waiting probably for Bird to overextend. Oh, Candy misses on the first one, but that's the second one! Oh! This is the Candy you know and love for sure, AJ. He is alive, awake, and lining up all the shots to a T. 5-6 is our score. Elevate just 1 win away for the tie.
Absolutely, man. What a game so far. And Candy just popping off, but Carl will take the problem out of the equation very early on with the sticky. Sui one drops another, but Susano and Kalo, they equalize the battlefield, but we're swooping on in. Let's see if or not Susano can get this quick peek around. Odin Smite up against Susano. Mexican standoff, and Susano takes his head off. Beautiful plays coming through from both sides. And now numbers equal. Duxing makes it a little bit. Kalo into a 1v1, JD.
Now it's all down to Kalo. Kalo! Almost there, but Gushing spots it. The turnaround is good. Trying to lining up one more time. The prize fighter out. Just making sure to line this one perfectly. Kilo with the Tundra. Will this work for him? Or Gushing will take this one out slowly but surely. Kilo creeping in, and welcome him out right there. The tie is good. 6-6 is our score. Elevate winning all straight there, and now probably is the momentum they need to come back strong.
Oh goodness me. I don't know. I don't know what I was missing, but Elevate is making sure that I catch right back up with the action here. And Cdsi, SPG
They have bomb acquired.
circles around, wondering exactly what they can do with the Filipinos. And they're all equal. Attacking side still on the side of Elevate though. And they get to bring the bomb over towards B. One got nade, perhaps. And it does! Take a double!
That's gonna hurt! That double nade is just insane right there. That's a 5v3 situation. PJ, Yopi, and Candy still alive here. The goal probably is to clear Alpha, but it's still not gonna be as easy as we think it is. PJ just trying to probably spot one right there and probably go in for a wall bang. But for now, as the attacker side, Carl spots it through and through. Carl once again. By the way, AJ, Carl now has a new nickname. He's called Comeback Carl! And spots another break. 7-6. 1 point advantage on the side of SPG.
Yeah.
They are now saying, nope, this is still our game. Hold your horses. There will be no comeback just yet.
The enemy has the bomb.
Oh, dude, I absolutely love this, right? Okay, elevate. So it looks like the game's not going to be that easy. Double grenade coming on through mid. Well, tag up nobody. Triple grenade response from Elevate. Just taking down the trophies. Good reposition into the white warehouse from SPG. A double stack. And with just one player already exposed, it seems like the attackers Elevate will want to take down a couple of numbers first before making the move in towards A.
For sure, that's going to be the setup here. Bravo is probably their best option right now as we have a 3-man stack in Alpha. But of course, for Elevate, they're also looking at Alpha right now. If they get the hint right there that Bravo would be a better situation for them, that would be a good move. They just need to gang up basically on Nan and Bird there. But Bird is just too good. With a sniper, but Suwan, get the double. Trying to go for the triple on Kenton. Yes, so it is. And now... Oh, trying to find you. That's your teammate right there. You're good. A 4-1 situation. Susano now on a very bad situation.
Everybody panics, JD. Don't pretend you don't, man. You shot your own teammates a couple of times. I know, but Susano not getting that one. Bird will quickly reposition. Let's see if he gets the bird's eye view. He does, and Susano says bye-bye. Round 8 match point for SPG.
SPG managing to stop that initial momentum that Elevate had earlier with that start of the match, you know, that full 5-win run. But now they're just 1 point away. Elevate definitely needs to pull something insane here. But pushing the plans otherwise, running it down with a double already. And now it's a 5v3 situation. SPG, no pressure from their end. They can take this little bit slow, find their shots, and just take them out right on the button and let Elevate make that mistake.
Yeah, JD, I mean, dude, if I was Elevate, I would be shaking right now, dude. You are on match point threat. 2 of your players down, outnumbered. And you've got the bomb on your side. Let's see exactly what they get to manage off of here, because the Chinese players are just way too sneaky with their angles. They've got good vantage point, and with that vantage point, Bird takes yet another out of the numbers. Elevate now down to 2 players. Kalo spots that one out of the white warehouse, but the question is, can he find the connections off those shots? None. Circles around, says goodbye to Susano. This is all over. SPG's got this in the bag.
And Kilo trying to pull hope right now, but the backstab and gushing once again, finishing it off for SPG. 9-6. SPG just making sure that it lands perfectly for them. The bird found its prey. Comeback Carl does not need a comeback. He is just clutch Carl, claw Carl, just every single good adjective that you have for Carl for today is gonna be with him for the day. And you can see the man himself, AJ. It is such an honor to be with you here. And you just came in with the most insane matchup with SND against Elevate. Come on.
Dude, they had to drag me out of retirement to tease me with a comeback just to drop that match. I am absolutely mad at Elevate. But, you know, you really got to respect SPG. They had such clear dominance at the start of the game. They had a great lead, 6-1. Obviously, getting that equalized was the proof that Elevate still has got the fight in them. But you've just given way too many points away to the Chinese squad already, right? And there's just no way SPG is not going to finish the job. And yeah, you guys are excited to see the Mustachio back, but I am absolutely nervous. You can tell, JD, from my voice itself. I have not done this the whole year, and I come back just to shoutcast with you, my friend.
I mean, I don't know how they got you come out of retirement, but it is definitely a delight, of course, for Cdsi, Garena, India, and even CDN fans here. Definitely loving your presence here for this afternoon. But the presence of SPG is where everything is at. Basically starting off the match with that high advantage with that 6-1 lead almost, and then Elevate woke up, found their mojo, took down, of course, SPG quickly for an initial 5-1 run, and then it was, of course, still SPG's power. Comeback Carl and the bird himself finding all prey and just ending it for Elevate's chance to win this one. And it's now, of course, a 2-0 situation, all in favor of SPG.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. They just had too much on the line, and it's that home ground advantage as well. Elevate trying to rip it away from the Chinese squad in itself. And at the end of the day, this is to just prove exactly who is the Titan before we get on to our World Championship. This is to just test exactly what the opponents have before we get to the World Championships as well. I'm not gonna bring up the age-old statement of hide and strats, but you know, and when you just know, JD.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it works because it's known to everyone because it works.
Yeah.
So I cannot definitely
You've got the
disregard
element of
that one.
surprise. I mean,
For
everybody's
sure.
underestimating you. You know, the matches have already concluded already. Yeah, we've seen what happened at Cdsi. This team's weak at this map. This team's good at this map. You know, all you need is just 1 second for them to drop their guard. Because, you know, in a good game of Call of Duty Mobile, I can tell you for sure, as a player, playing it for so many years so far, I mean, there are days where you've got some really solid games. You know, you're the MVP, game after game after game. And then there are some losing streaks as well. I know who you are, and you've definitely had it as well, right? So it's all about which is the team that goes out there on that stage and does their very best at that very moment, right? It's a split-second decision kind of thing in a mobile game.
For sure, that split-second decision definitely pulls the chances of winning or losing. And we have seen it throughout, especially yesterday when we had insane moments here and there throughout the group stage. But for now, of course, we see the stats here for our team results between SPG and Elevate. Unfortunately, again, Elevate dropping the ball one more time against SPG, of course, with that 60-45 stats from their end. And I definitely would probably assume that it's going to be either Bird or Carl as our MVPs for this afternoon with their insane performance here at firing range.
Yeah, clear difference.
Oh!
It's actually Goksing with a 1.45 rating. Beautiful stats coming out of the guy, right? 2 MVP overall, as well as, you know, just making sure his team remains at the very top. But I truly understand exactly why you've got the MVPs of that matchup confused, because every single player from the side of SPG, they were putting in their heart and soul, bro, especially after you saw that phenomenal comeback from Elevate and the threat of defeat. Goksing knew that he had to shut the opponents down, and he did exactly that. Some crazy plays from it too.
For sure. I mean, this man, Gushing, was basically shutting down almost like doubles or triples. And even, I kind of almost forgot, that double nade came from this Gushing, actually. So, no, that's going to put you on a solid highlight for you. And as well, you know, a good number for you. But now, as we head to Control, can SPG do it one more time and lock in a 3-0 against Elevate? Or finally, Elevate wins one for their team?
Yeah, absolutely right. Because we saw in a good game of S&D where decision-making kind of came into place. Clearly, Elevate can go in, terms of head-to-head with the SPG squad when it comes to those rotations, kind of holding back which angles to play from. But when it comes to the engagements, just pure, raw, skills out there on the battlefield with those fingers, it is absolutely SPG's games. The KDs speak for themselves. I mean, a 0.73 overall KD average from Elevate. Those are stats. Those are numbers I never thought I would ever see. I mean, and you're talking about the champions of Garena Masters SMP. So this is a solid, crazy performance coming on through from the Chinese squad once again.
For sure. I mean, they actually nailed this to the ground. This is where everyone gets that idea that SND is always going to be for CDN. They were always own this game. It's just so happened in certain situations,
Sometimes they might sell it.
Yeah. But, you have to be very, very smart about it, especially when it comes to your map picks. And unfortunately, that map pick for firing range did not work for Elevate. It ended up in SPG's favor. And now, of course, as we head to Control Arsenal, it's kind of a 50-50 situation. Most of the time, a lot of the CDN players are not really performing well here at Control. There are moments that they shine. But as for Elevate, this is actually, aside normally from Hardpoint, this is their game. So now, hopefully, they lock this one in. But you never really know what SPG can bring to the table here, AJ.
I mean, they can bring some absolute solid games as long as you've got that Snapdragon processor running on your phone, especially you're going to get those smooth frames. 0-0. Let's kick the game off and see exactly who takes this first round away as SPG looks to overtake Elevate in the series overall.
And now here we go. Alpha is the takeover setup here for Elevate to try to go in for the tick already. So basically what we've seen so far for at least Elevate and SPG, they have that idea of going in for both objective and kill count. And right now SPG almost locking in Bravo already with that first take coming in. 26-22 is our kill count. Disadvantage on the side of SPG when it comes to the deaths. But of course, that objective is still in the hands of SPG as PJ spots one right there to put it at a 25-20 count.
This is a close game still. Elevate, although they do have the numbers advantage here, it is a defensive side, so the advantage is naturally in their hands. SPG trying to turn things around. The positions just played beautifully this time around, and two players from the side of SPG trying their best to cap that A, but the number's going to be overwhelming. Look at player number 5, Kendi, with that backstab. Should be the deal breaker, and he does manage to take one out from the back as well. So Elevate just gaining momentum once again, just clearing off those markers.
For sure, and now, of course, as we're down to 18-13 situation, both Alpha, well, actually, first take on Alpha is good. Bravo has been taken over again. Life count is now in the hands of Elevate advantage here, and Yopi gets one there, and Kendi, the rest of the team, just making sure that they have all the advantage so far, as now SPG is down to their last 10 lives, make it 9 courtesy of Yopi finding that second one, Kendi spotting another as well. It's just gonna be a back and forth with Elevate finding their shots well. Nan has other ideas here, but of course we're now down to our final 6 for SPG.
Let's see if or not the numbers can turn around here. It seems like a uphill task, 3 more lives, and Yopi single-handedly hitting the triple. Finally, when Yopi does get taken down, time runs out. Elevate takes the first round, and perhaps they want to run away with the series as well. SPG may have been at a disadvantage, but now with them on the defensive side, let's see how they play this out.
Now, normally when it comes to the defensive side, this is where things kind of shine on the side of SPG here. But, you know, it is always going to be challenging if you have a team like Elevate here coming in hot, but Bird has plans otherwise, firing that first shot right there. And now a takeover is kind of happening on the side of Alpha with a bit of control from the side of Elevate here. So now, of course, some investments will be coming in. The Predator missile just trying to find a target and manages to do so. 28-25, Yopi will be welcoming everyone initially with that Sparrow, but will not hit just yet. So no, this is where things really get smarter on the side of Elevate. If they're not really looking absolutely good, they have the objectives to come back to. But now everything is evening up with the numbers. Alpha is still there for the taking. Knives are still, now this time, on the advantage with SPG.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Dude, everybody was complaining about your mic. I thought I'll just ruin my own mic as well, right? Sorry for the echo, guys. Just try to make things a little bit more fun in the house. I'm just kidding. I have no idea where that echo came from. And JD is going to get a better mic, all right? So, I mean, come on. Pretty JD's mic. You know that mic, JD was born with that mic. He's been with that mic. He had his first baby with that mic. Dude, JD, you've spent many years with that mic, haven't you? Oh, dude, JD's mic totally died on us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll have to wait for that recovery in a little bit. This is a joke running. 15 lives left on the side of Elevate, and Bird just making it 14, 19 seconds to go. And it seems like no access whatsoever, just defensive side rules on this map. And Elevate just looking for access through Yopi. You just need to win it out through those gunfights. And with 8 more seconds to go, they do bring the clock to a pause. Question is, do they have enough? 3v3. Elevate gets the first, the second, the third, and out of nowhere comes Bird for the save. Backstab! And Kalo saves the day, continues the run. 3 more seconds on the line, and he's going to be pinched from both sides. The timing from the Chinese players, and Kalo buys just enough time for the rest of the battalion to get here, and Kendi hits a double out of nowhere. Elevate making sure the comeback can be real. Numbers all equaled. 1 minute on the clock. What in the world? Defensive advantage. My foot says Elevate, and they go straight for the heads of SPG. 5 more lives. 6 on the side of Elevate. Can they get it done? The comeback is insane. And on a 4v4, let's see if or not your mic can save the day now, JD.
The comeback is probably real.
Not JD, that's the answer. 46 more seconds. And the players on the side of Elevate just need to depend on Kalo. The guy on the right-hand side flank. The prevention by Sui 1. PJ on the Annihilator just can't spot anyone to annihilate just yet. The corner, the angles play too good. Sui 1 spotted out, but a double on the Sparrow. And 26 seconds on the clock. Kalo says no to the bird. And a 2v2. My goodness. The game's broken. JD's mic's broken. But Guxing says we're not broken. Kalo says calm down, Mustachio. 14 seconds. We got time. We got time indeed. Let's see if or not the equalizer comes out. Just specially for Kalo. 7 seconds. Guxing says I don't need that.
It's not over yet.
And my goodness, what a hole from SPG. But they were shaking, I tell you. There's no way you didn't get nervous when the numbers come crashing down like that. My goodness. I wonder. You guys, yes, you guys can all thank Verdict. I have no idea what sort of an emergency that brother is having, but he had to drag me out of retirement just to replace him. And I am not ready for this. I have not casted Call of Duty Mobile the whole year.
Are we back?
His mic is broken. Good thing will find one for himself, Kalo. Oh, can he circle? Yes, you can. And Yopi does manage to give him the backup as well. Numbers pretty much equal, but SPG on the double this time with the B cap. Earlier, continuously pushing in towards A. Did them no good whatsoever. If they just try to pull it back a little bit here, see if or not they can get the job done. 20 lives on the side of SPG though. On the defense, Elevate just a different kind of beast with the angles. And the team play, beautiful. Freddy can't find anyone, but Candy's out there.
Check.
And yes, Candy does eat that one, unfortunately.
Close. Fight hard.
Guxing will be a tad bit sad. It's just not a friendly map for all of you pretty lovers. And Carl finding one out in the open. Susano flying on in just to get slayed down. 3 lives between them. And Elevate doing a fine job thus far. But Kendi just needs to hold the back lines. But he doesn't even need to do that. PJ halfway through gets slain. Kendi out of the equation. SPG, second segment on that B control. And it looks like they're about to back this. Concuss flies on in. Grenade! Finds absolutely no one as PJ drops Carl, saving B at the very final second. But who's got A, baby? PJ on that quick rotation run alongside Yopi as well. And it looks like it's a fine job thus far for the side of Elevate. Trying to protect both houses, not dropping a single momentum share up against SPG. Just the 2 segments sneaked away, and SPG desperately trying to find a little bit of an angle to play around with. Guxing does find one, but Susato is there for the cover. And there is just no stopping this, is there? Yes, you're back. God save your mic.
My mic, unfortunately, just like yesterday, but everything is all good. But it's still not so good on the side of SPG. In a way, they have Bravo control, but of course, life count is all on the side of Elevate, and that one goes on the side of the Red Rebellion. Side switch one more time. 2 more wins to go from the side of Elevate, and they would push this at least 3-1 rather. But of course, we're just gonna try to take a quick break for now. Everything has just been insane. Probably EMP those situations too much that I got affected as well.
Technical problems, bro. You can't avoid technical problems, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We just have to tank it for the time being. Today is a very interesting day. Things just seem to be throwing me in a mess. And quite honestly, I've been having a super busy day, JD. This just was not on the schedule. All right, I was cleaning up my house. I've been jet spraying my house for the last 3 days. All right, I was not supposed to be on the casting desk, but here we are. So we just gotta get the job done whilst we wait for Verdict to probably wake up or resolve his emergency and get back so that he can end up saving the Mustachio. Just like how I had to grab the mic from you. I mean, see, this is good, okay? This entry was good because imagine if I wasn't here, JD, and your mic had died. We would have just had a moment of silence for Elevate. But thankfully, they were able to pull the round back before getting taken down. It's the defensive buff, and Elevate just plays it a tad bit differently. But SPG tried to switch it around, attacking B side first, almost got the job done. But the recovery play was just pretty fantastic.
Really shines perfectly if they have it right, especially with that recovery. They're able to do it perfectly, and then the takeover is good. Once Gushing and the team gets hot, that's when everything goes right for them, and then they're able to take the lead. This time we're round number 4 already. SPG just down by 1. Elevate, of course, has a bit of better advancement and basic investments rather on the side of their operator skills, but of course everything can still go in turn to the side of SPG if they do it right. But Susano definitely have different plans here. Even Bird as well. PJ, ooh, almost managing to drop that one, but he finds it through and through. 26-22 is our life count. Bravo still up for the taking on the side of Elevate.
Let us know if the mic is still on the echo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, obviously, we do not want to be echoing in. I kind of do want to echo in your heads for a long, long time. It's not in this bad way. Kendi just really popping off, getting the God nade and the double snipe as well. Just back to back, but Carl responds. What a spot. Clearly knowing, understanding this map so well. Susano is getting that beautiful triple on the claw. Traded out by Sui1. The numbers just not looking very good on the side of SPG though.
SPG are there down basically by a lot. Alpha is all good with Elevate. Bravo just needs one more tick. Elevate can basically win this via objective, but Bravo is not open for the taking as PJ spots one right there and probably will find another if he rotates it a little bit on a different side. But nevertheless, you know, 11-18 is our score. Non-white probably find one and a double, pushing that numbers a little bit closer to a 6-11 count. But Bravo still with the advantage for Elevate.
Yeah, see, if or not, the numbers can be pulled back here. SPG not looking like they're gonna get a good hold on to the B side. With just 9 more lives, they really have to make sure PJ does not continue his onslaught. And Bird and Gunsing Wall step it up, and Nan out of nowhere is absolutely cranking up the heat here. And a long way rotation, but just forcing Elevate to spawn from the opposite side of the map.
Ready. At the same time, other side is also ready, and PJ welcomes that initial takedown, but Suhan with the Sparrow, but unfortunately goes down as well, takes himself out from that one. 5-8 is our life count, and now a bad situation once again for SPG as they need to slow things down. Susano through the wall bank finds one. Nan will definitely find two with the Sparrow, but of course Yopi answers it with the Fennec and that Sparrow as well, and it's now down to one last person for SPG, and they're just trying to look for it, and they do find it. 3-1 on the side of the Red Rebellion. One more, and this will be a 2-1, and still in favor of SPG.
My goodness. SPG really putting out a fight, but Elevate making sure they make that numbers advantage work in their favor. This time just dropping 4-man on the protection for A, and it looks like they've got their numbers here. Absolutely right. Single-handedly, K-Lo will be on the defensive side for B, and he rotates round mid, finding Gugsing as he tries to wrap around the players of SPG, and this is a beautiful start for Elevate on defense.
Tango down.
It really lines it up, but real well. They will be able to lock this one already, but of course SPG wants to make sure that they have at least one more round to push this to the very end. But right now Bravo is kind of open for anybody here as Susano spots pushing from behind. A Bird with the takeover. 22 both on both ends. I was supposed to say 24-22, but it all ended up in the 21-22. This time life advantage on the side of SPG. Alpha first take will be there as well, so at least they're playing both objective and that kill count working in their favor.
But remind me, was it 21 or 22?
21-21.
I'm just trying to remember. Well, fight Susano and a double as well. Candy shut down 19-16, and it looks like for the first time SPG gets to read the defensive game of Elevate, ripping away A, but now they've just stacked up this difficulty level for themselves. Going for B on the gameplay of Elevate thus far seems to have been pretty difficult. We all saw that momentous defense, and now a double nade finding nobody. SPG, it looks like they've cracked the code here up against Elevate.
Bravo being wide open. Of course, those Predator missiles would definitely play a role as well. And basically right now, Elevate is just walking in to their shots. And now SPG 18-3 is a score. They're just trying to find the last 3-1. PJ is here. What can he do? He spots one there, but it's still a 16 life advantage. Bravo still in control with SPG. Now they push it to 3-2. Just a 1-point advantage on Elevate. And perhaps SPG, if they already had the read, can push this 3-3.
I'm pretty sure they are capable of doing that, and now they've got the defensive advantage that pretty much seemed to have worked to their favor. But yes, Elevate did manage to crack through the defense earlier on at A as well. This time stacking up 4-man, but it's a 5-man push coming on through from Elevate. SPG says no problem, bro. So he won with the Sparrow, nailing down one, and now here comes the overpush from the side of SPG, trying to stop Elevate dead in their tracks.
That's definitely the goal right now. And so far, everything is just lining up on the side of SPG here. 30-25 is our kill count. They have not lost a life yet, and we have already down almost like a minute here in this game. This is the way to go for SPG if they want to tie the series and perhaps end it with a long shot with that Annihilator. Suwan also finding one, and even through the wall bag managed to find another right there. 21-28. Everything is just falling apart to the side of Elevate, and now Kilo probably using this advantage for the spawn trap, hoping to do something here. But Nan also has the same idea.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The dog is making its work. PJ will find one on the slide. Beautiful play coming through from PJ. And Nan, unfortunately, will not be able to run away from the equalizer. And the spawn in on Kalo, finally taking him out of the equation as well. Freddy will find a double for Nan. And thus far, the numbers just overwhelmingly supportive for the side of SPG to make a solid comeback. The race to 4 seems to be the bane for Elevate. Would they perhaps drop the ball here? Pretty tough to assume so, as they take the defense right after this.
For sure, right now, it might end up on the side of SPG, or they already know the read, they know the tempo when it comes to Elevate. They'll be able to take this one over, and this would be an insane upset, as I initially did not really predict that Elevate would have a struggle against SPG here at Arsenal Control. But look at the odds right now. They have not been able to find the counter once again. They've been stuck with that 3, and SPG just landing everything perfectly from their end. But Candy says otherwise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he would want to say otherwise. Beautiful plays coming on through from Elevate. Just keep the numbers a little bit heavy on their side. Bird will finally be nerfed as Kalo shows up. The defense and the offensive push coming on through from the side of A. Elevate overextending, but perhaps a mistake. SPG trying to prove that. Susano, the last one on the battalion. And here comes PJ as well to continue. But Carl just absolutely denies Kalo from the back. Will find a double for himself for the continuous defense onto A, and SPG shows no signs of switching their plan over towards B.
It's like probably not the case right now. They're trying to just their best to get their momentum back and find their rhythm once again. But of course, on the side of Elevate, they kind of have initial control of Alpha. They're going to be dropping that. SPG will take full control, but they now have the disadvantage when it comes to the life here. Elevate will stop the bleed here. That's gonna be the goal with Yopi finding one. Even PJ finding one as well. 21-11 is our setup. And again, the Annihilator trying to do something, but no, it drops a bit. But it's now down to 9 lives on the side of SPG. Elevate wants to finish strong here. But of course, SPG will definitely have something on their sleeve, perhaps. But Kilo wants it then. Ooh, but no, he dropped the ball on that one, unfortunately. 17-8 is still the score. Alpha, one tick away from SPG territory. Candy gets in there and try to go in for the second for Yopi. And now, last 5 on the side of SPG. It's gonna be over. Finally, Elevate fixes this one. 2-1 is our final score. Still, SPG nailing this to the very end with that 2-1 advantage.
I mean, this is just a little bit confusing with the graphics, but it's okay. At the end of the day, we will always manage to hop on back in here to the main broadcast intention of fixing JD's mic. Now, this is something that we cannot resolve right now, okay? Okay, we cannot. This is the first time we have our man JD here. He's gonna take his salary from Cdsi. He's gonna buy himself a brand new mic. The next time you guys catch this analyst magician up here on the desk, he's gonna blow your minds through the magical voice that he has coming through those mics, right? But here's the thing. Elevate managing to mount the defense once again, and it was a great big statement coming through from SPG just in that previous round, right? The number was overwhelming. Elevate wanted to show that they can play such a offensive defense as well. They did exactly that. So it was really sweet to see them being able to pull back, right? It wasn't like that SND where they had just given way too many points over to the Chinese team, where they were desperately trying to make that comeback. And as long as they kind of keep their heads level here, a little cool, it doesn't seem like Elevate's going to be dropping the ball.
Just really need to find their perfect rhythm and setup when it comes to fighting off any CDN team, particularly here in SND, which, you know, a lot of their challenges were exposed too much on the side here of Control. They had it coming, you know, they had it right. It's just so happened that definitely SPG is a very formidable team, got the read on them on those 3 rounds, and then almost locked it in to a 4-3 upset win from their side. But of course, Elevate is a team that knows they can definitely push throughout adversity and just manage to lock this one to the ground and finally get a win against SBG here. But of course, you know, hopefully when they are locked in for China, they will be able to, you know, polish those challenges and turn them into a full upset to make sure that they cement their legacy when they qualify for the knockoffs.
Absolutely, man. 2-1. Elevate is managing to show that at the end of the day, you can take away that SND from us. We might not be super scary on firing range perhaps, but we did see some scary moments, I guess, with that comeback out of absolutely nowhere. I believe it was 6-1 and then 6-6 before SPG kind of turned the scenario, turned the story just around a little bit, right? But of course, with the control on the defensive side, Elevate just proving that they will definitely be able to wreck any teams that they come across. So it's really good to see the power management coming through with some of these gunfights here. And if this is going to be, once again, the preview for the World Championship, it's looking like it's going to be pretty tight.
It's going to be pretty tight for sure. And even for the other teams that have shown themselves here, while China's always going to be the lords of SND, Hardpoint and Control is somewhere that they would definitely have opportunities for growth. That is where these teams definitely need to shine. If they drop the ball on these 2 matches, you know that CDN teams will definitely take this over and make this their own playground. So now we are done with, of course, SPG and Elevate after this match. And once I probably unnerf my things here, it's going to be Stalwart Esports against Godlike. Which is going to be an insane match because Godlike went in God mode yesterday. Can they do it again? That's going to be the things that we're going to be checking out in just a bit once we have all the clear for the break. Of course, we're just going to work with things here and hopefully un-EMP myself
and Maria, thank
for
you
the
guys
time
for
being, AJ. But of course, our thanks to the man for coming in clutch
Appreciate it,
and joining us here. I'm not sure if you're going to be staying with us.
I had fun. I really have to thank Verdict for this opportunity. This was unplanned.
Intro
but you know,
chat, make sure you guys
I
enter
just
the
saw the
boxes
chaos and I was
too.
like, wait a minute.
I've
You
been just
know,
watching
it's like
This is
if
super
really
fucking
nobody else is
entertaining.
going to be able to help JD out because you know you really
I
hard
did fall
carried the
asleep
squad earlier,
last
bro.
in
You
the
know,
night.
I just thought I had to
Before the-
unfortunately go
was
get
final
myself
game,
showered
final
really
three
really
matches, I
quick,
fell asleep.
throw on something really I did not iron my t-shirt. You know, I
television.
don't leave my house. I don't come to broadcast with an unironed t-shirt. This is rare, but thankfully it's a black t-shirt, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that's exactly what you
No, they haven't
we
played yet,
want to
Maria.
wear if you go up against the Chinese teams in an SND, but not in terms of your t-shirt, in terms of your pants, right?
guys.
Because if you do P, you know, it is a little bit
Thank
more
you, Maria.
difficult to
Bye now.
see. The
Appreciate it.
Chinese teams are just way too scary. Elevate having to find that out on their own. But Godlike, like you said, they kind of made a very big statement yesterday. We want to see what else they're capable of and whether or not we have seen it all from the squad, right? So all thanks to Cdsi for this opportunity. We just get to witness exactly what sort of trouble this squad gets to bring.
I mean, actually, Kale and I had a very interesting discussion yesterday, and
I'll decide that it's interesting.
we kind of summarized the entire group stage as a wait, what? Why? Because we've always had those moments that we kind of predicted that one team will definitely dominate the situation, but everything just gets
Rookie
turned.
mistake.
Everything just got turned around 360. I mean, even for certain decisions that were made, comeback moments, clutch finishes, there were so many amazing setups here throughout Cdsi, and I'm sure everyone in the chat watching the final day of the group stage is definitely enjoying everything that has transpired throughout those 4 days, I'm sure. But now, of course, we're just waiting for the stats to come in for the side of Elevate versus SPG here for the final rundown, and of course our numbers. But for sure, if you're gonna stay throughout the broadcast, AJ, I am sure.
Hey!
that-
You're asking for too much.
I don't know. I'm just hoping. You know, it's not like I cannot have wishful thinking. I mean, I don't even know when it's gonna be the next time that I'll have the opportunity to shoutcast with the man, the myth, and the legend himself
When you
of
change your
Garena.
mind.
When
it
I
will
change
happen.
your-
You change your mind.
I know.
tell you, next season, you get a new mic, I'll cast with you, brother.
I
See,
mean,
I'm doing you guys a solid, all right? You've been asking for it, and I am just relaying your message. But let's take a look at the breakdown of the numbers here. 3 to 4, obviously, Elevate just crushing the hearts of SPG. That's not the result a lot of teams or a lot of supporters want to see out there on the battlefield. And as they are out here watching this broadcast, they don't want to see that Elevate has managed to dominate this because, you know, there's a lot of fan base behind SPG. A lot of people expecting the Chinese teams to really find a way to dominate out there.
who are not initially aware of SPG's performance by watching just the group stage alone. I'm sure there are now fans of Bird, Gushing, Nan, Karl, and Sui Wan for their performance initially, even for the previous days. But of course, unfortunately for this one at Arsenal, it was just not really working well for them. As we see, of course, the final stats with PJ once again leading the charge for Elevate. On the other side of the coin, it is again Sui Wan with the 33, 1.0 KD. Unfortunately for Gushing, it was not working for him with a 0.55 this time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you know, the numbers disadvantage that we saw on the side of Elevate, or I can't say disadvantage, my apologies, the wrong use of the word. The numbers, the dreadful numbers, I have to say, the dreadful KD that Elevate had in the previous matchup in the SND, it's just been turned around a little bit more. And Elevate's just showing us, no, just calm down. It's not going to be an overwhelming situation where we do struggle in the grand scheme of things when it comes to the gunfights, because we were talking about that, right? You know, rotation-wise, they were keeping that 50-50, but numbers through the eliminations coming through from SPG just was a tad bit overwhelming. Elevate just showing that they can keep up on the gunfight play as well. And 1.21 rating, Mr. PJ sneaks away his 5th MVP title.
And to the man. But of course, overall rating for this match, it's gonna be Sui Wan with a 1.16. Unfortunately, he kind of dropped the ball there for Arsenal control, but that's okay. He still gets top spot. And as you can see here, almost first 2 is from SPG, while the rest of the top 3, 4, and 5 is all Elevate. So it's almost kind of a reverse. But it's kind of sad to see Kendi not really performing quite well as we normally expect him to.
I mean, dude, performance is not just about the numbers and the number of eliminations that come through, right? In terms of performance, I think Kendi held some of these angles really, really well. You know, when he was on a streak of getting those eliminations, when it was just all up to him holding down the side or clearing out the players from the control side, he did a really, really good job. It's just that it wasn't his game. Once again, I mean, I know I'm going to be hated for my opinion, but, you know, that's my job. I give my opinion as a shoutcaster, right? Yes, they're playing for money. There's a lot of money on the line. But I don't think that we can base or we can predict the next game, you know, very easily with some of these top flight teams just by watching some of their previous matches or their previous series, right? Because each and every single game, you know, there's so many different elements. There are many elements that are not even within the game that could affect the teams. It's all about their mental strength as well. And for now, it seems like Elevate has just managed to inject a little bit of extra confidence to themselves. And I think and I hope that this is going to continue for them. At the end of the day, it is the play to see exactly who can take the biggest slice of the pie. But on that note, JD, I think I might have to say goodbye to you and everybody else because the break is coming up soon.
Our thanks to the man, AJ Mustasio, for stepping on stage with me and helping me out during mid-SND throughout Control Arsenal there. He is always going to be welcome to join us on the broadcast anytime soon. But nevertheless, we will try to pause for a break. I'm going to unnerve my situation here and hopefully either Verdict or probably someone else will be stepping on stage for AJ as we continue on with day 4 of Cdsi 2024. We'll be back after a short break.
You can take my crown, about to be owned. Use your bones from my throne. Land the back attack, got your track, boy you whack. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war, always is for. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now. Watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, gunning, ready. 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
これでいくぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom Cod M. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at Jom COD.
side, go and play your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus fall. When we're beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning.
the chaos the chaos continues, but we have more things in store for you. Welcome, of course, to day 4 of the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2024, the group stage. This time, we have another guest. We have, of course, one of the spiciest caster live. We have our good friend here, Wasabi.
Hello,
Hi.
it's great to be on the desk with you here in Garena. You know, we've been casting together in the smaller scenes around the Call of Duty mobile community, but finally we are together here on the big stages.
The big stage indeed, and now it got a little bit bigger and crazier, of course, as we're now down to our last 4 matches for today in the group stage. We just finished up SPG versus Elevate with a special cameo from the man himself, AJ Mustachio. But of course, we're now headed down to Stalwart Esports against Godlike. Now, just to let you catch up on things, Sabi, for Stalwart Esports, they had a very close match at Hardpoint versus Wolves, but lost that one to X-Rock, and kind of had a good effort on S&D as well. A win against X-Rock, a loss against Wolves, but both instances, they won control. On the side of Godlike, they literally lived up to their name, and I'm sure the fans as well understand what happened yesterday. They pulled off perhaps one of the most insane comebacks at standoff hardpoint, locking in a 246, 250 win, and then pushing it to the 3-0 win against Kagendra. But they did not actually start the group stage on a good footing, unfortunately. But now, hopefully, as they face Stalwart Esports, we see that same level of intensity that we saw yesterday, bring it to the table, and really make Stalwart Esports a run for their money.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I mean, you know, Stalwart Sports, they've been a really, really good team ever since they came in, but Godlike as well. We've seen them time and time again. They seem to struggle once in a while, but every so often we get to see this really good performance from them, and it really just shocks everyone. But right now, map bans coming out onto your screen right now, and you can see which team are banning which maps and what map we're going to end up playing for this series.
Which means basically for Hardpoint, we already out with the Shen, the Hackney Yard, Standoff, and Apocalypse. So we'll end up with Summit again, this time on the side of S&D. Takeoff is out, Kurohane is out, Firing Range is out, and Tunisia as well is out. So we will end up in... I missed my map again. Wait, I'm always blocking out when in this moment. But of course, for Control, Arsenal and Raid are out. So we're definitely headed seaside for that one. And for S&D, I always kind of forget this one weird map. Anyway, but nevertheless, you know, things has been absolutely hardcore and shocking. Left, right, and center on the side of all the matches that we have in the group stage. Now, you did mention the consistency for Godlike here, and then they kind of started out on a good footing, and now yesterday was amazing. What do you think would be the key strategy for Godlike to really make it consistent and hopefully pull off another 3-0 this time against Stalwart Esports?
Well, we'll have to see because, you know, Stalwart, as I said time and time again, they are a very good team. Now, beating a team like Stalwart will require a lot of practice, a lot of strategic thinking, and a lot of quick reaction time, especially in the game itself. So we need to see those 3 aspects from Godlike. They need to be able to react fast and think on their feet if they want to find a way to somehow defeat Stalwart Esports.
For sure, and I guess we definitely need that level of intensity that they showed yesterday, that level of tenacity that they performed yesterday as well. You know, when when that insane moment happened yesterday with hard point at standoff, honestly speaking, Kale and I were kind of thinking that their opponent, Kagendra, already has that one in the bag, but through and through, P3 was their money hill. They locked it to the very end, and of course, that last few seconds when we got to the 249 210 mark, it was all godlike afterwards. They shut down all of offenses on the side of Kagendra and pulled that insane comeback. And hopefully, with the inconsistency on the side of Starward Esports, as I mentioned, they were win-loss here and there against Wolves and X-Rock. Although, the CDN team are we can normally say that they're not as good when it comes to hard point, but they've really showed how well they've improved. But this time, hopefully, as they face Godlike, as they face Starward Esports, they really perform to an insane level, and hopefully Trunks goes full on Super Saiyan once again. But that's just one game. We definitely needs to see how well they perform one more time at SND, and especially for Control, where Starward Esports have always shown their performance level to the highest.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Stalwart Esports is one to watch out for in Control, but it's not only Control because they're strong in every single game mode. Now, Godlike, however, they kind of have as you said also a while ago, inconsistency in their gameplays. Now, we saw a really good comeback from them up against Kagendra yesterday, as you mentioned, only a 2-point difference. But then again, their comeback was really late. They were risking a lot on the table. If they brought those strategies out earlier, then obviously we would have seen such a much better performance from the players of Godlike. But going to Search and Destroy, that's another thing that we have to talk about, because they won by over 4 points against Kagendra, and they seem to be a little bit better there in comparison to their performance against X-Rock, where they were only able to win 2 rounds. So we have to see them step up and improve their Search and Destroy game just as they did up against Kagendra.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to Godlike, they've always been known as one of the best defensive players in S&D. So when they're on the defensive side, they're really leaning towards their advantages and their strengths. It's very obvious how well they control the map. Even at Express yesterday, it was working perfectly for them. When it comes to the attacker side, that's where kind of most of the challenges was very obvious on their side, and that is where Kagendra really took advantage. That is where also Starward Esports may have an opportunity to push their performance and really make sure that they can outshine Godlike there. And perhaps if they're gonna start at the attacker side for Starward Esports, make sure to get as much as wins as possible and really bury Godlike. That's gonna be the goal for sure. But before we head to S&D, we're gonna start off, of course, here at Hardpoint. Best of luck, of course, to Starward Esports representing Garena, and of course Godlike representing India here at Summit. The best of luck to both teams. But now, of course, the main goal right now for at least Godlike is get that performance, the same level of performance from P1 all the way to the very end. Consistency will be a core key here. They could not stay lucky. They could not play catch up, because definitely Starward Esports has the opportunity to bury them.
Yeah, but look at this right now. Stalwart Esports, just as the game opens up, they go straight for the point and for the control on the second floor. Now, this is going to be vital for them to be able to win this match. If they're able to hold it down, get a good footing in the start of the game, they're going to be able to continue this all the way to the end. You know, Stalwart, they're one to take advantage of the momentum, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. But Godlike's not going to make it easy. They're going to try and come for the comeback here. They're catching up, only 2 points away.
2 points indeed, and now Godlike has full control this time of the hill with still about 15 more seconds to go. Second hill will be up and running in a while, but of course, Trunks again going in Super Saiyan mode with a double here with the R9, but AG has something to say as well for that one. Second hill gonna be live here, and of course, Starward Esports already has set there already, trying to make sure that they have full control once this goes live. AG spotting right there with the number 4 right there, but Prevail locking it one, welcoming him back here, and this time Starward Stalwart Esports still full control. This time with a 25, to make that a 27-point advantage here. And now it's almost a back and forth, but so far Stalwart Esports really making sure that they have this one, at least for now.
And now, Stalwart, as they take the lead back, now trying to play it a little bit more strategic. They go hide into the corners, trying to keep the players of Godlike outside. They kill them from secret angles, hiding around and playing with a Godlike. But Godlike will gets the break into the hill, and Abyss with a backup, going to be a big play there as they take the hill from Stalwart Esports. And now they try to earn up points, but the stop is placed to that by Stalwart Esports as they take the hill back.
And now we're almost just a few scrap points away. Just a few scrap names on the side of Stalwart Esports. Now the next hill will go live here. Definitely a situation for Godlike here. They definitely need to use Domi A as their money heal, this time with Abyss lining up the War Machine and Prevail again with the R9. This is what we need from them, but Skurd has plans otherwise with the Sparrow lining up the shots but could not deliver just yet. But Shut Up already has the equalizer, definitely locking this one in. Again, Stalwart Esports full control of this hill. Godlike, again, struggling to make sure that they have this one in the bag. They're just trying to push this one through, but unfortunately, Shut Up just making sure that they're out there in the open, taking all the hits on their faces, but Scotchy spawning way out of there from inside control. But now the goal here for Godlike is to make sure that they really need full setup here, but so far it's all been Stalwart Esports.
You're absolutely right. Godlike needs a better setup right now because Stalwart Esports is pulling away. But Learn, he's gonna break into the hill with the Sparrow at hand. He's gonna clear off the area. 5 kills to his name, and they take the hill for just a couple of seconds. But Shut Up puts an end to that, taking the scrap time on the hill before their team starts for the rotation. But they have to watch out because as soon as they hit number 4, they're going to be met by the players of Godlike who have already taken control of not only the hill but the spawns as well.
For sure, probably they were not able to take P3 as their winning one. P4 might be the thing for Godlike here, but again, that 40-point advantage is going to be a tall order for them as Shut Up and the rest of the team coming in hot already. But again, contention is good. Learn fires away. It's Skull Guy going in for the taking as well. Skull Guy just trying to make sure that it is not taken over by Stalwart Esports here. Even with Prevail, it is all looking good so far for Godlike. They have the opportunity to push at least an 8109 number here, but AJ, of course, and the rest of the team have the opportunity to push this one and go for the takeover, and that's might be the one that they're trying to do right now, but not yet. It's still Godlike.
Yep, still a Godlike controlling it and miraculously, slowly able to catch up to the players of Stalwart Esports. But the question is, will it be enough and will they be able to carry this momentum over to P number 1 as we have the reset of hills? Now, 5 seconds left till it opens up. This was a money hill of Stalwart Esports a while ago. Let's see if it's gonna turn towards the tides of Godlike or will it stay in the hands of Stalwart Esports. Just as the hill opens up, it's gonna be Stalwart Esports in there first.
And now, of course, AG and the rest of the team just making sure that this is all theirs right there for the double. But again, Godlike coming in hot, but the contention is still going to be there with FDX, the X-Man himself, shutting it down with a double right there. Clove doing his thing as well. This is the Stalwart Esports that we definitely know. Unfortunately, again, Godlike showing off how problematic their initial takeover is. It is not looking well, but of course contention is there. But again, the War Machine from AG lining it up perfectly there. Again, it's all Stalwart Esports 131-93. Godlike definitely needs a solid comeback.
Yep, they need a comeback, but it looks like Stalwart Esports is not going to give them the chance to do so because they want to close up the game as soon as possible. Scrap time gonna go to the hands of Godlike, but that just gives Stalwart Esports the opportunity to set up for P number 2, and that's exactly what they do. They clear off the area, get control of second floor, which is vital to be able to get the points in this next hill. And as it opens up, it looks like Stalwart Esports' plan is gonna work well, and they're going to be able to gain control. But Shut Up here with the equalizer gonna clear out the area once again, opening it up for their team. Stalwart Esports very close to that 150-point mark.
They are definitely closing in. 146, 104 is our score. Still doable for the side of Godlike, but unfortunately, it has just so happened that they're not able to lock this one in. But Trunks has plans otherwise. Unfortunately, eats that Predator missile, but of course, he has already done the necessary damage right there. 24 more seconds to go for Godlike to take full control. But again, the takeover is here. But Prevail, trying to prevail against Star Wars Esports, but Clove makes him pay. But again, he's back in the running right now. 115, 150 is our score. Next hill gonna be up in just a few seconds. The key here definitely for Godlike is to control this one. This became kind of their downfall earlier. They were trying to go in for the push initially for Godlike. Star Wars Esports locked this one in and they were not able to take this one over. They have to do the reverse right now.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Godlike has brought themselves back into this competition, closing up the gap with Stalwart Esports. Now, all they have to do is continue doing what they're doing and continue earning those points. And so far, they've done it. They have control of the hill, and Stalwart Esports are too far to go in for the contest. Now, Stalwart, they finally make the rotations and they try to get control of the spawn, but it's not working in their favor here. Cdsi with the Annihilator is going to be able to pick off a couple people, and Trunks going around making sure that they have control of the center of the map. Stalwart, Godlike is going to finally take the lead over Stalwart Esports.
And now Godlike needs to go full Saiyan mode, Godlike mode indeed. 161, 151 is our score. Still not the time to celebrate, but of course, Abyss fighting away with that war machine. And now they're making this truly their money hill. But again, they need to have eyes set already on the next hill because Star Wars Esports already positioning themselves. They want to go for the comeback. Star Wars Esports wants this on the bag, but definitely Godlike needs to go already for the initial contest and learn. Pushing through already. Predator missile finding one right there, landing perfectly, but AG welcoming the rest with the war machine. But of course, initial control is with Godlike.
And now, this is where we find out which of these teams are going to hit to that 200 point mark first. Because you know that 200 points is really hard to get to, and once you're there, you are close to ending up the game. It makes it so much easier. So far, Godlike has the lead here, but Stalwart Esports with the control of P number 4, they might just be the one pulling away. So far, so good for them. AG going to pull out a Predator missile here. Unfortunately, not able to get that kill, but the point stays in their hands. Cdsi going to go for the rotation, trying to get the spawns in their hands and the hill too, but it does not work. Skurd goes around with a shotgun, shooting everyone down, and this might look like the end of Godlike as Stalwart Esports takes the lead once again.
But not just yet, says Godlike. It is just 185, 192. It is still not yet the 200 mark just yet, Sabi. I know Godlike fans are still hoping for a miracle here, but shut up, as definitely have different plans for Godlike right now, as now we are down for the reset. Skurd fighting away with that Sparrow, lining up the attack here, hoping to find someone, but not just yet. And of course, Shut Up, trying to go for the backstab, but Trunks definitely on Saiyan mode. Takes one, takes two, and of course, unfortunately, Clove takes it down. 207, 185, and it's still in the hands of Star Wars Esports. FDX, the X-Men trying to go in, learn, trying to control the spawn, shutting down all still, but nope, and it's still a 29.seconds to go, and 218, 186. Finally, Godlike takes it over, but they need to go punch the way to the victory with a 5 kill already on that side, but still, only a few more seconds. Godlike needs to lock this one in to at least push themselves to round 215 and then push themselves to the next hill for the W if they could.
It's going down to the line here, JD, and it looks like we're going to have to wait on the edge of our seats to find out who's going to take this home. But so far, Stalwart Esports, they are in the lead, only 30 points away from closing up the game, but the tides can change at any moment if Godlike steps up. And so far, with Cdsi and his Annihilator, they are causing a lot of damage here. 4 kills already to their name, and they continue to go up. They are at 250 points, and they control the hill right now, which is going to be very helpful to catch up to Stalwart Esports. And as I say that, Stalwart breaks into the hill and takes it away from Godlike.
And now Cdsi and the rest of the team definitely needs to push through the maximum. Come on right there. But FTX has planned. Otherwise, the Clove, the X-Man himself, trying to go in. AG lining up with the war machines here, but Godler trying to go in back. 219, 220, 234. It's so close. It's just a 10-point advantage. Somebody needs to step up, and step up are they doing it. Unfortunately, it is again back to the side of Star Wars Esports. It is almost heavily contested right now. The scrap points most likely coming in to Star Wars Esports, but they're just 3 points away for the finish here. But of course, Godlike still has an opportunity to push this to the next hill.
They are saved by the bell and they take the hill right now. This is the most vital moment for them right now, because if they're able to hold down the hill, they'll be able to take home the win. And Stalwart Esports, they need to take the hill back as soon as possible, and that's exactly what AG tries to do. But pushing alone won't work. Shot Up comes from behind, and now they have the hill in their control. Only 4 points away from taking home the win. 2 more and they are able to claim the win in hardpoint.
Close, but not so close there. Unfortunately, Godlike could not handle the pressure that Stalwart Esports put up on their shoulders. This time, Stalwart Esports managing to survive by the skin of their teeth. 250, 241. What a way to end that round there of hardpoint. But I'm sure if we can see Stalwart right now, they're definitely breathing a sigh of relief, because that was almost too close. Yet another moment probably for Godlike to turn things around at the very end.
Yeah, definitely something that was really, really close. We are all on the edge of our seat for that one. And honestly, I was expecting that Godlike can turn it around, but Stalwart Esports, they knew exactly when to make those investments and when to push in, and their teamwork just overall helped them take that win home.
For sure. I mean, the final push from AG and the rest of the team was the final thing that they needed to make it a W. I mean, they were only a few points away. They just needed to stay right there. But unfortunately, the entire Godlike was taken out. And then, the reset was there. They were not able to push through any longer. It was just a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we end with the situation we have Godlike losing to Stalwart Esports for hard point. But now we see some of the highlights here, and I guess key to victory here has to be the great team of definitely of Shut Up and the X-Man himself, even for Skurd and the rest of the crew, everyone just doing their part and making sure playing objective and of course controlling their spawns.
Yeah, definitely. But I love the performance we saw from both of these teams. It was a great way to start out my cast today. And I think this just makes me even more excited to see the next couple of matches between these two teams. I just hope it's just as exciting and just as close for Search and Destroy as well as Control later on. But JD, I want to get your opinions. Did you think that Godlike can take this home, or were you Stalwart all the way, or maybe the other way around?
I honestly thought during the first half, Stalwart Esports already found the formula for shutting down Godlike, as in they were able to bury them in a significant amount of lead. But I've never doubted the ability of Godlike to pull a come from behind victory, especially how well they performed yesterday. But unfortunately, during basically P2 on the third reset, that is where things kind of crumbled down. They were able to lock down enough during the P1, but when they were able to step in here, once AG stepped into the plate and the 3-man push kicked in, unfortunately, they did not have control of the spawns. They were not able to go for a retake or at least a contest, and things crumbled from their end. It's kind of sad, I'm sure, for the Indian fans here, but of course, that's just 1-0. We still have S&D and Control, and hopefully this time, Godlike really pushed the pedal here and probably, hopefully, win this one for the team.
Yeah, definitely. There's still a lot of opportunities for Godlike to use to be able to hopefully do a reverse sweep. Maybe possible, maybe not. But we'll have to see how that one goes down. Now, just as you said, we have to see them put their best foot forward, full effort on not only the Search and Destroy, but the Control later on, especially considering the fact that Stalwart Esports has been so consistent with their Control game.
And look at how even this matchup is. 196 each. That's the kill count that we have. It's 251, 241. Definitely Stalwart Esports winning this one via objective, and everything was just so even. Super even that it was just insane here. But I'm sure once we see the player stats, we'll understand how things really progress from their ends and who is the one that Stalwart Esports needs to thank for their win right now as we try to look at the scores in just a bit. But definitely, it was a team effort for sure, Sabi. It was just that, I honestly was hoping for a comeback again for God. Like, I probably push this to P3 if it was possible. I mean, what do you think? Is that even possible?
Well, I don't know if that would be necessarily possible, but it would have made it so interesting if they were able to pull that off. And I think it would have been even more close match if they did so. But unfortunately, that one ended quickly. Stalwart Esports didn't want to give Godlike a chance of winning. And right now, you can see on the screen the KDA of every player. And it looks like on the side of Stalwart, it's going to be Skurd getting the most kills here as well. Shut up.
For sure. And this time, on the side of Godlike, it's still Abyss, Skullg, and Learn here. Unfortunately, Trunks was still there. Fortunately, Prevail not really leading it up, but of course, it's still a team effort. Still a good job for this team. They can brush off this loss immediately because, it was still a close match. It was not a bad setup from their end, so they could definitely come back strong here as we approach search and destroy for Express.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see how the next couple of matches go down. Right now we have our MVP. Shut Up is going to be the MVP of Stalwart Esports with a rating of 1.4, KD of kills of 46, and average score of 5,479.
That is, of course, his 5th MVP for the season. This man has always been reliable and consistent throughout Cdsi, and we definitely expect him to perform a little bit better this time at Search and Destroy. But this is, of course, an interesting map as we're headed to Express. Now, one thing that we did discuss earlier is that for Express, this is where Godlike really did best, and on the defensive side. On the attacker side, they were kind of struggling, but they still managed to pull a win against Kagendra. Now for Stalwart Esports, it was more of a hit and miss from their ends, fighting off against the Chinese team from X-Shock and Wolves. They did lose the Wolves, but they were able to pull a win against we did it with Cali, number 1 team, X-Shock. So hopefully, if they're able to do something insane as that, Stalwart Esports can definitely have the opportunity to push this to a 2-0. Perhaps, stop the momentum for Godlike. But for them, I will not dismiss Godlike once they have the defender side. And unfortunately, the case is reversed. Godlike will be on the attacker side, Stalwart Esports on the defense. So hopefully this time, Trunks and the rest of the team have already patched their issues when it comes to the attacker side, and they will be able to pull something good as we start off SND.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, they've been able to regroup after that bad performance. But let's see if they've been able to learn from their mistakes here. And will they be able to bring out a better gameplay? Now, the game slows down as we wait for these teams to come into contact with one another. It looks like Stalwart Esports, they're going to be holding down that B side and giving that A side to the players on the side of Godlike.
That's gonna probably be the case here as they're now going in for an alpha push, but of course ISET still on that bomb side. They could not rush this immediately. They don't want to push this too insane, but of course you can see now the smart sense of Godlike because they're not rushing this completely. Before they were doing insane stuff, but FDX almost missed that one and manages to pull it in, and now they're down. Godlike down by 2 players. FDX making sure to lock this one to the ground, but of course Stalwart Esports loses 1 there, and that is of course FDX himself. Skurd finds another. It's a 2v4 situation, makes that a 2v3 when it's just back and forth we go. Skurd definitely make sure that this one ends in their favor. It's just Trunks and Abyss for this one. Can they pull off their first win?
2v3 situation here, but it's all about that position, and Trunks going to be able to knock Shut Up. and he is going to be down to a 2v2 situation. But information given to the players of Stalwart Esports. Abyss with the backup takes down AG, but Skurd pushes in, trying to get a hit on the players on Godlike, but unfortunately not going to be able to find them yet. Timer goes down, 30 seconds left on the clock for that defuse, but he needs to look for the kill before he's able to get that. But Trunks comes from behind, gets the kill, and Godlike gets the first round of the game.
Almost a clutch win there for Skurd, but of course the two-man advantage, good positioning there on the side of Godlike. This clearly shows that they have learned from their initial mistakes from yesterday here at Express. They know this map a little bit better. They know also how Stalwart Esports move. But again, of course, they just need to make sure that certain situations do not happen, particularly ending up in a 2-1 situation from their end. And this time, again, Alpha push is good. They're very comfortable definitely on the Alpha side. Meanwhile, Stalwart Esports has 2-1 setup here, one in the mid here, especially in the tracks. And hopefully, this time, Stalwart Esports makes it work for them.
Yep, definitely. And right now, we are again seeing a similar strategy as a while ago. Stalwart Esports gonna hold that B side down. Godlike heading towards A, but playing things slow. Finally, they go in for the plant right now, but it looks like Stalwart Esports has heard the commotion happening over at that A side. They start the rotation, and it's just a matter of them taking it back right now.
And now, of course, FDX may spot one, but the wallbang is not really connecting just yet. FDX could not go in for the defuse just yet. They are not too clear, but they definitely have the opportunity to go in already, and they can overwhelm the situation. Prevail spots it with the R9, gets a second, trying to go to the third. Ooh, and it's a wipe. And then Godlike takes 2-0 right there. A good start definitely for Godlike.
Yep, a very, very good start. First 2 rounds to their name. Now, I'm expecting that Stalwart Esports is not very happy about what's been going on so far. So let's see what changes they make. But FDX with a huge double kill there. A collateral. And they're going to go in for more right now. Trunks trying to take them down, but Abyss gets a kill on AG. And Skurd, another one on Trunks. It's going to all be down to Abyss here. But he's not giving up. 3 kills to his name, and it's all left. Kill, shut up, and Clove. Abyss in a 1v2 situation, not looking very good, but gets shot from multiple angles and taken down by Clove. There you have it. Stalwart Esports taking a round to themselves after losing to the Godlike.
The switch from Godlike from A side to B side was kind of a bad decision, unfortunately, because Stalwart Esports also had the same idea. They stacked B all the way, and then when the gunfights kicked in, unfortunately, Godlike was not ready for the takeover, and they lost significantly on that one. But no! FDX, again, the X-Men finding Cdsi with that entry nade. Too nasty right there. But now, of course, again, the disadvantage on the side of Godlike. Stalwart Esports definitely has opportunity to lock this one in. Spots one, FDX, the X-Men one more time there, dropping Godlike into 3-5 on a disadvantage there for the Indian team. FDX just trying to find number 3 here. So probably will find Abyss, and he does! Ooh, that is absolutely nasty. And Clove welcomes 2 straight to the face.
Oh my god!
Oh,
that is a great way to come back from 2 bad rounds, is by dealing 2 good rounds to the deck. But right now, Stalwart Esports and Godlike at a tie of 2 points. But looking at the side of Stalwart Esports, look at this. AG and Shut Up have no kills on the board. They're all being carried by FDX. What is happening?
well, so far, kind of a bad situation for these two for sure. We don't want to welcome them to the 007 club, perhaps. But, you know, if they're doing their job of relying the comms to the team, that's okay. But right now, it's a 4v3 situation in favor again of Stalwart Esports. This could be the chance for them to take the lead. But now, push on the side of almost like Bravo, but not really a solid there because Bomb is not with Godlike right now. Stalwart Esports splits it up. Prevail shuts down AG. And now evening up the numbers here. Skull Guy just trying to find one there. Skurd way far back. Glow with that R9 hurts so bad earlier in the previous round. And I think right now Godlike kind of going in for a move, but FDX, the X-Man spots there. And it's now 3-2 situation. Trunks with a backstab. Will find Scourge, shuts it down right there. And it's now down to Clove. Can Clove finish this one off?
1v2 situation, Clove all alone, and yes, you're absolutely right. Can Clove finish this off? He's gonna be able to get one, but that's information given to Trunks on exactly where Clove might be hiding. Now Trunks gonna turn it around. It's gonna be timing here that he's going to be able to spot Clove, but the kill not confirmed. Clove able to get away with a slim of life left in him, and he runs, trying to buy himself more time. He gets the bomb, heads, and it looks like it's going to be Trunks heading towards our B side to get away from. Oh, but the grenade
For the next round.
takes him down. 3 points to the side of Stalwart Esports.
That was nasty. I mean, it was perfectly timed.
Super.
Clove just locks that one in, throws the nade straight into the bomb site. Unfortunately, the plant attempt was there, and they just ate it right in the body, and it hurts so bad right now. 3-2 is a score still. Of course, Godlike has the opportunity to take this one, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, as they're now down 2 players out. And Abyss trying to go for the trade here, trying to even up the odds here. But FDX says otherwise. Again, the X-Man making sure to turn things around and in their favor. Meanwhile, a bit of a slowdown here. It's a 3-2 situation with Prevail and Abyss against FDX, AG, and Sharap, who still has not scored anything.
Yep, it's quite surprising that Sharap hasn't done much in this round so far, but definitely has provided a lot of assistance. And there you have it, his first kill of the game onto the scoreboard, and it's all down to Abyss once again. Now Abyss has the most kills on the team on the side of Godlike, and it's just a matter of if he's going to be able to go on a 3v1 situation with a Tundra at hand. It's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage if he goes up against an SMG, but I'm not sure if he spots AG, gets the kill right on time. And now FTX and Shut Up with that information on where Abyss is at.
Bad situation for Abyss right now, as FDX on the train here. Not a good situation. Shut Up also has a sniper at hand, so Shut Up could probably go in for 2 takedowns here. But you know, the advantage is there, but FDX spots it. The X-Men one more time, pushing it for 2. This is not looking good for Godlike so far.
Definitely. I mean, Godlike had a good start with those 2 points up on the board, but unfortunately, ever since Stalwart took the momentum, Godlike has been missing a little bit of momentum themselves here. Now, let's see if they're going to be able to turn things around, but STE with a huge 2-piece as they open up the round. Abyss trying to get a backstab onto them as well, and it looks like Prevail is going to be the last player on the side of Godlike here, up against 3 players on the side of Stalwart Esports. It's not going to be an easy round.
Not an easy round indeed. Prevail with 6 frags already. It's AG, Clove, and Skirts. Those are the 3 people you do not want to stay alive here, if that's the situation with B. And Clove again with the R9 shuts it down. 5-2 is our score. And it's all Stalwart Esports. They are making it rain right now. The switch will be done in just a bit, but of course, Godlike cannot rely on the defender side switch if they wishes to win this one, because Stalwart Esports, all momentum is with them for sure.
The momentum is really helping a lot, and if they're able to continue this, they might be able to close up the game really soon. I mean, 5-2 is a huge advantage in a game like Search and Destroy. Now, let's see how they continue this. For now, the game slows down. They don't want to play it too risky. Both of these teams looking to gain a better advantage over the opponents. Now the bomb gets planted, it goes onto that B side, and it's just a matter of time before we see Stalwart Esports go for the retake. But the positioning on the side of Godlike, Abyss is going to get a huge one on Spurs, and he is gonna go and look for more kills here.
And now Shut Up making sure that he's not part of the 007 Club. Prevail clocking in with the R9, but it gets eaten as well. Clove already has eyes set on Skullg. It's just gonna be a surprise, but Skullg has other plans, and they survive. 5-3. Switch sides. This time, Godlike will be in the defensive mode. Could this be the comeback that Godlike needs to take over Starward
Defend the
Esports.
objectives. They have the
It
bomb.
possibly is because they finally break the momentum of Stalwart Esports and they are now at the defending side. Now let's see if they're going to be able to take this into their advantage, but it looks like STE is gonna meet them with a gun straight to their face, taking them down. 2 players left on the side of Godlike, but 3 on the side of Stalwart Esports. All of the players stacked up on that B side. The Biz gonna get one on Clove, and it's all down to Abyss here on the side of Godlike.
FDX
Got the bomb.
spotting one more right there. The X-Men just too good. Goes for the plant already. He has
Bomb has been
AG has his backup. Abyss now stacked with all the odds, but AG finishes this one off. 6-3, 3 more to go. And this match again goes to the side of Starward Esports. Godlike needs to step up really good right now, because if they do not win this one, all hope would probably be lost on the side. FDX again, the hitman, the X-Men finding it all right there, and Trunks nerve, no Super Saiyan mode for the guy. Unfortunately, it is just absolutely nasty. The nade does not find anything. Clove again with the R9. Scourge spots another one, and it's just all down to learn. Can he be smart enough to end a 5-1 situation here, Sabi?
That's a good question. Let's see, because he's been struggling with his kill so far. Look at this. He only has 1 kill on the scoreboard. So if he's able to go up against 5 players, that's definitely going to make up for the bad performance in the last couple of rounds. But then again, that's a very tall order to ask for. He spots one, going to be able to get that kill, but that's information given to S2E, and Skurd takes him down. And now, Stalwart Esports at 7 points, only 2 away from closing up the Search and Destroy game.
This could be another blowout on the side of Starward Esports. They were able to win Hardpoint earlier. They're just 2 matches away, 2 rounds away here at SND, and it's all FDX. The X-Man is just on mutant mode, finding his shots perfectly all the time here. But now again, Skurd has the bomb. The plant is good. AG takes one right there, eliminating one problem. Learn here, probably going for the backstab. Spots one, but the trade is good as well. And it's now down to Abyss. Make that, it's just down to Abyss, but of course spots down with the long shot here. FDX, AG, and Clove, 3 of the best. FDX, X-Men spots it in! And match point it is for Starward Esports.
You know, honestly, I'm quite disappointed with the performance of Godlike here, because after those first 2 rounds, I really thought they had the momentum to bring this to a close game. But right now, it looks like they're missing in action, not really able to put up a good fight here. And Stalwart Esports, they're closing up the game. If they don't step up now, this is their last opportunity to do so. But then again, the game all happening in mid here, trying to get that first opening pick. It's going to be Skull G who gets that, and Skurd with the plant onto the B side. Things are going to have to move a little quicker now with the time dwindling down.
AG and Gloves have different plans right now, but of course, now pushing this in a 4v3 situation, still on the advantage on the side. Initially off Starward Esports, but it's evening up the odds. It's now down to Skull G. 2v1 situation. FDX, hard scope and all, spots it. Not yet. Skull G probably has the opportunity to take down the X-Men from the side. Vanishing Pistol does the job, just needs to go for the defuse, and finally, Godlike stops the bleeding right there, pushing this to 8-4. But still, Stalwart Esports just 1 more win away.
This is what we're talking about. Godlike, if they work hard enough, they're able to take those wins home. But the question is, why aren't they more consistent on doing so? But now that there are a lot of pressures placed onto them, it looks like they've stepped up their game. Let's see if they are going to be able to maintain this and continue this, bring it to a closer match, and maybe even push for overtime. But for now, Skurd goes in for the plant over to the B side, and Godlike planning to go in for the retake. Abyss and Freewell get their kills onto the board. Only 3 players left on each of these teams.
Make that 2 players left here. We have Trunks and Abyss against Sharap and Skurd, but now the situation is just gonna be Abyss. Again, he spots one right there. One more time for the defuse. Abyss just making sure to carry this team. They are still good to go. 8-5 Could this be the switch and the momentum and the confidence Godlike needs to turn this thing around? But of course, for Star Wars Esports, they just need one more.
The enemy has the bomb.
One more. That means no room for messing up for the side of Godlike, and they have that engraved into their heads right now. That's why we've seen such a good performance. Now let's see if they're going to be able to maintain it. Just as I said a while ago, every move here matters for the side of Godlike and for STE as well. But that also means that these players are going to be very, very careful in what they do as they slow down the game.
Careful was not the situation with Trunks as he fell down in the hands of FDX earlier, and now it's a 5-war situation. Godlike definitely understands the assignment. They heard you, Sabi, for sure. They're gonna make this a little bit more careful. Same thing with Star Wars Esports. They're moving 3 here to Bravo very carefully, just making sure that they are not gonna move into any trap for Godlike. But Skulji spots one already, but Trigger Discipline is there. Will not fire just yet. Skurd going in for the plant already. Now pushes this clock. 2:45. Some nades throwing in for the information. Skulji and the rest of the crew needs to pull this one off, but they only have 35 seconds left. AG and the rest of the team, eyes set on all entrances. They have this one locked in.
Things slow down right now, and it's just a matter of time. But Skulji gets one on AG, and it's all down to 3v4. STE still with the advantage, and Clove tries to make it a bigger advantage for their side. They want to end the game here, and that's exactly what they do as they take down the players of Godlike and take the search and destroy match.
What a way to end that one as well. Again, Star Wars Esports definitely showing the momentum and their prowess when it comes to search and destroy. Unfortunately for Godlike, that moves that they were able to show earlier with Kagendra yesterday was not really seen that much here, even at the Express on the same map against Star Wars Esports. Unfortunate for them, but of course for Star Wars Esports, this is really a good momentum booster for them. They have really done so far so good against the formidable force and that pressure that Godlike really brought to them. Sorry, I am just standing out in certain situations. This is still shocking to me because I was still honestly hoping that Godlike can turn things around. But you know, Star Wars Esports, you cannot really deny the power and the intelligence of the X-Man himself. FDX is just too good here at SMD.
Yeah, definitely FDX was at the top of his game, really helping out the team a lot. And the team, of course, carrying their own weight as well, backing him up in every rotation they decide to do, every strategy they decided to try and pull off against Godlike. But we did see a very, very good run for Godlike. There are a lot of potential for this team, and hopefully they continue to show us the same thing going into Control. But as we said, same thing in the hardpoint match. We need to see more action from the start and consistency all the way through to the end.
That is almost the room for improvement definitely for the side of Godlike. They were able to start things right for the first 2, drop the ball almost immediately afterwards. When the defender side came in, they were not really okay at first. They got some few matches in, but of course, Star Wars Esports was just too good already. They were hot and ready to go, and they were lining up everything right there. Even though Abyss was able to do those double defused in the initial matchup, but you know, the pressure against Star Wars Esports was just too much, unfortunately for Godlike. And of course for the team, I mean, even though Sharap was not really performing well, and this one, it was Clove and FDX, AJ and Skard really doing their utmost best for this one. Initially, Sharap kind of started slow. He was able to, you know, get that momentum afterwards. But of course, all is well. STE still working well right now and definitely advances for a 2-0 lead as we head out to Control. Now, this Control has been basically the game that Star Wars Esports really thrives. I mean, both situations they beat X-Rock and Wolves. Although Godlike managed to defeat Kagendra yesterday. They still had a bit of a struggle here and there. So there are definitely some kinks to their armor that I'm sure Star Wars Esports knows, and hopefully from their end they can exploit.
Yep, we'll see how this one goes. It's really, a questionable game mode here. Stalwart Esports has a lot of advantages, but we don't know exactly what Godlike has up their sleeve. And of course, the map is going to play a big factor in this game as well, depending if it is favorable towards the players on the side of Stalwart Esports or towards the players on the side of Godlike.
Now, this map right now would be on Seaside. So it's a 50-50-ish, I would say, for both teams. Now, as we look at the score, this was not 50-50. This was a 9-5, all in favor of Starward Esports. 61-44 is our kill count right there. Look at the huge disparity when it comes to the gunfights. Unfortunately, Godlike was not up to the challenge against the man, the X-Man himself, FDX, dropping a 2.38 KD and a 1.82 rating right there. But for Abyss, he did an absolute best with that 1.45, that's 16 frags. But Learn was, I guess, had a lot of things to learn from his side because he was not really doing well. Even for AG. I mean, 0.33, 3 kills only from his side. But of course, FTX, second MVP for this matchup right here, or for the entire season rather. So definitely, we can definitely rely on the X-Man throughout the day, and especially here as we head out to Control.
Yeah, definitely. We need to see AG step up. That performance that we saw in Search and Destroy was just not it. He has to improve. He has to be able to carry his own weight. And the same thing with the rest of the players on the side of God. Like, you can't be relying on only Abyss, only one player to do all the dirty work for you. You have to carry your own weight, and you have to be able to get those skills, play those strategies perfectly to win up against Stalwart Esports. So let's see which of these two teams are going to be able to take the control match. And I'm really, really excited to see that it's actually going to be over at Seaside, just as you mentioned, because yesterday we did see Godlike go up against Kagendra in Seaside, and they won that really dominantly. So let's see if they'll be able to pull it off against Stalwart Esports.
That is the goal right now, definitely for Godlike. But again, with the momentum and the style that Starward Esports is showing up against Godlike, it's hard to say that they could definitely push this to at least a 4-0 situation for Godlike. So we would probably expect this to at least go down 4-2 at the most. But I will not be surprised if Starward Esports lock this in to the ground for a 3-0 throughout the day. But that is what we'll see in just a bit, as we are now, of course, headed this time for Control. Again, 30 lives for both squads, Alpha and Bravo for the taking. And what I do like about Godlike here is they definitely know how to play objective here, as Prevail shutting this one down, trying to go in on Alpha side, but AG has other plans. But nevertheless, it's almost heavily contested. 28-26 for the initial life count here, and Skullg finds another one right there, and they might have the opportunity this time to take Bravo.
A very good start for the side of Godlike, but then again, we can't really make any conclusions just yet because we saw the same thing in Control and it didn't end as we expected. But let's see how Stalwart Esports decides to turn this around, because Freewell is gonna take AG down and Learn takes FDX. Now, the numbers on the side of Stalwart Esports is not something you want to see, while Godlike still has 26 lives to their name. But Stalwart Esports, they're gonna try and go for the capture right now, focusing on that B side and keeping the players of Godlike out. They're gonna gain a couple kills while doing so.
That's gonna put also Stalwart Esports in a good advantage, as they're now 2 clicks away on the Bravo side, still uncontested here, and FDX just spotting one right there. Bravo definitely coming in to the side of Stalwart Esports, gonna put Godlike in a disadvantage, and Stalwart Esports managing to even up the kill counts already. They just need to find it, and Clove finds one right there. Alpha for the taking the side of Stalwart Esports. Again, both objective and kill counts just working for Garena here right now, and Godlike trying to storm the front here. Learn managing to do so. Again, the reset this time on the Alpha side. But is this enough? Can at least Godlike maintain the life lead here against Stalwart Esports?
That is a very good question. You know, the lives right now, they're pretty even here, but it's a matter of who's able to get those kills and win those gunfights, because you know that that's one of the most important things here in Control match. And considering that we're in Seaside, they have to do that as well, because if they lose a lot of their gunfights, they are in a in a situation where they can potentially be placed in the spawn trap. But so far, it looks like Stalwart Esports is gonna try and go in for the contest at A side, trying to capture that area, but Godlike clears them off, takes them out of that A side, and wants to hold it down.
And now the situation kind of reversing here. Godlike still has life control here and Prevail just lining it up, but FDX says otherwise here. 10-7 is our life count here. Learn finally spots one from the back here. Skirt welcomes one right there. Probably will find the second one or third in just a bit. But now Stalwart Esports down to their last 5 lives. Godlike has the opportunity to win this one, but AG lines it up with the Warma. But Abyss has also the same plan. Now down to the final 3 on the side of Stalwart Esports. Shut up, trying to go in for the finish, but unfortunately could not handle it. AG again with the War Machine, welcoming it out right there, but will not find it. He is all alone against 4 lives in the sense of Godlike. 18 more seconds to go. He is just holding on here for Alpha, perhaps finding where to go, who to pick. He's trying to go in all the way, but Skullg and the rest of the crew finds it in. Skullg with the finish and a first win for Godlike.
AG wanted to go down with the fight, and that's exactly what he did. But that does also mean that Godlike gets their first win of the game here. And now they are going to be placed as an attacking team. Stalwart Esports as the defending. Will it be a change of tide here, or will Godlike get a second win onto the board? But it looks like so far Godlike's gonna get a lot of those eliminations up onto the board, and they are on the lead.
Now, of course, they're also somehow in the lead when it's on the side of Alpha, as they're able to lock this one as well. First click is all good already. First, and almost gonna be on the second one as well, uncontested on the side of Alpha here. Skullg just locking this one in. Skurd spots one, and now I think on the third side, he is now already on the zone to make sure that they're on the spawn trap here. Trying to go in everywhere, unfortunately, on the side of Godlike, but he's taken out finally. But the damage has been done yet. But of course, Stalwart Esports still lacking on the life count here. Godlike 24-19, Alpha on the side of Godlike.
And things is not looking good for the side of Stalwart Esports. You're absolutely right. Godlike here, they have a very good strategy. I mean, Prevail with a huge 2-piece there, just waiting in the stairwell and waiting for kills to come his way. Now, Stalwart Esports, on the other hand, down to 14 lives left and only the B side left to defend, while Godlike continues to go in for the segment captures. It is not looking good. Now, Godlike about to secure that second segment and going for the third one right now. Stalwart Esports, I'm at a loss for words. What are you going to do here?
What are they going to do? They're just gonna hope on for dear life, but Trunks says otherwise. Both objective and life count all in the advantage of Godlike. 2-0 is the score. This is the game that we initially predicted that Godlike will probably have a bit of a struggle against Stalwart Esports since STE won both against the CDM teams. But you know, it is what it is. Things are just going in reverse. Things happen and it's different here and there right now. Kind of a different strategy here as Clove and the rest of the crew stacking on Bravo here, trying to go win for the objective, even with the equalizer at hand right now.
And now it looks like we are going to see a little bit more action from the side of Stalwart Esports. They invest into the equalizer, hoping that this will help them maintain the lead when it comes to the number of lives left, and that it does exactly that. Now they go in for the capture onto the B side. That gives them a 1-minute extension, and AG here starting to get more and more kills. He's going to rack up a couple there, building up to his operator skill. Now it's just a matter of time before they start investing into those operator skills, and it looks like FDX is gonna pull out Annihilator first.
And now, of course, attempt on Alpha is still wide open for both teams. FDX here circling away from the back and trying to spot right there with the Annihilator. Takes one, takes two right there. And now, of course, Prevail trying to go in with that R9. 19-23 is our life count here. Still all the advantage on the side of Stalwart Esports. This could be the opportunity for them to lock this one in as they are now closing in with Alpha control here. First take is almost going to be good. Clove pops in the nade. Welcomes anyone? Not just yet. But shut up with
Ooh.
Everything they got right now, it is all Stalwart Esports 2011. They will probably win this both in life count and in just a bit. Right there, objective is won by Stalwart Esports.
Ready up.
Amazing turnaround from the side of Stalwart Esports, finally giving a round to their name. Now let's see if they're going to be able to continue it as their place on the defending side. Now we saw earlier that Godlike took this round, and for Stalwart to be able to get that 1 point on the board, they had to invest into a lot of operator skills. I think 3 or 4 of them. So let's see if they're going to be able to do it with only AG's operator skill here on the board, or will this go to the side of Godlike once again?
And now the situation, kind of a back and forth we go here with the life count almost close in, but Bravo is now at the hands of Godlike here. They're trying to make sure this one is good for them. Shut up, finding one right there. And
taking Bravo.
same thing with FDX, taking down Prevail here. Learn, probably will spot one from the back and manages to do so. Back and forth we go, but Bravo still in full control of Godlike. This is gonna be the good scenario for them. They were able to do this. That is the best way for them to go in. Alpha is still hard to contest, so at least lock Bravo down and then go for Alpha perhaps later on when you're all good to go. Same thing with Prevail right now. Just a few more steps. They just need to clear out the herd. And Skirt goes down. They just need to put down AG, but AG contesting Bravo as well. And now it's all gonna be crazy. Almost close to the end for Bravo, but Alpha now in the hands of Stalwart Esports perhaps.
Yup, this game is closer, this round is closer than the last couple that we've seen. So far, Stalwart Esports putting up a really good fight here to defend not only that A side, but the B side as well. And they're slowing down the progress that Godlike has had so far. But look at this, Godlike, they're trying to turn things around. They even up the life count here, and with 2 segments captured on that B side, they just need one more to get that 1 minute time extension. Trunks going to invest into a couple kills here, and Clove with the R9 is gonna get one as well, but it's just a matter of time before Godlike gets that 1 minute extension to their name, and this gives them time and room to move around with.
Time and move is what they have, but the life count is just too close for comfort. Shut up, just making sure to get that advantage already when the life 11-12 is our life count here so far. Godlike trying to slow things around, but Skirt spots one from the back there, and even Trunks going in again one more time for the R9, but no, they're just on a 2 life count here. Shut up, might find a double, gets one, the double is good, but the trade is there. Oh, now 7-10. Godlike is now dwindling away for their final 5 this time with Stalwart Esports all the advantage here. G trying to make sure that he has the advantage, but it's kind of difficult right now at FTX. Spots one, and now to the final 3. Unfortunately, for sure this round goes to Stalwart Esports.
It looks like things are going to be tied up at 2 points between these 2 teams. Now, Stalwart, they currently have 2 series wins so far, and it looks like they don't want to put a dent on that. They don't want to give Godlike a single point in this series, and that's exactly why they're trying to turn things around here in this control match, despite struggling quite a bit in the first 2 rounds of the game. Now, Godlike, on the other hand, they need to step up, try to prove themselves and prove their name that they deserve to be here in Cdsi. And so far, it's going to be a tie between these 2 when it comes to the number of lives left, and it's just a matter of time before we see the strategies come to play.
And the strategy for now, Stalwart Esports, is to control Bravo just yet, but of course, that will be contested by Godlike for now, but still not complete just yet. At AG spot in this round.
That's a really good question that I think no one knows the answer to just yet, because both of these teams are really at the stalemate. Both of them having three operators to invest in, really good positioning, but it looks like Skulji going to get a huge two-piece there before falling down to his knees. It looks like Godlike is going to have a slight advantage when it comes to the number of respawns left, but AG holding a spawn trap here. He's going to try and knock down the players of Godlike. Unfortunately, it doesn't work to his favor, and it looks like they're going to be pushed back.
And now we're still tied with the numbers. The Annihilator from Skull G spots one right there. Long shot. Not just yet, we're not gonna see that. But Prevail again with the R9 just hurting so much. No, this one hurts more. AG Swarm is hurting everybody here. Even for Skirt's Claw, it is just lining up all over the place here. 10-12 is our score, even with 2 clicks on the side of Alpha. Definitely Star Wars Esports, if uncontested, will win this one for sure.
Now things slow down. 7 lives left on Godlike, but it looks like time runs out, and it's gonna be a win on the side of Stalwart Esports. Now they're currently at match point, and Godlike they haven't moved from that 2 points ever since they got the first 2 rounds. Stalwart Esports again, same thing that they did in the Search and Destroy match. They break the momentum of Godlike, and as soon as they get it, they take the game home. Now let's see if they'll be able to close this game up cleanly, or will a Godlike come back here?
The goal for Godlike is to pull up a Godlike comeback basically. And now, of course, the thread finds one right there. 24-27 is our kill count. Still on the advantage on the side of Stalwart Esports. Bravo. And Clove will be the one to take over. Bravo for sure. He's going to hold this one perhaps just a bit. But again, Learn and the crew just lining up with that Sparrow, trying to clean house and manage to spot one. Even for there you go. The clean house is good. Alpha now going to the side of Godlike, but they have to sit this one in and hold it to the very end. Bravo is also for the taking on the side of Godlike, and Skirt the rest of the crew. Goal is to push it out, clear house there, and end it right at the beginning. But Prevail has other plans right there as he spots one. Clove from the back again with the R9, but of course it's met with trouble as well for that effort. 2 clicks to go for both sides. Alpha and Bravo all in the hands of Godlike. They have the opportunity to tie this one right now.
This is such a good play from the side of Godlike. The simultaneous capture on both A side and B side, and it looks like they might just take this one home. Just a second on that A side, and they do exactly that. They use that to their advantage, forcing Stalwart Esports to split up their resources and decide whether they want to defend A or B side. But unfortunately, Stalwart Esports, they couldn't really decide there, and Godlike got the double capture right in time. Now both of them at match point.
Now this is the way to go for Godlike. That double capture was absolutely thing of beauty, and it worked perfectly for them. Abyss welcoming SDE there with, of course, the War Machine, but Clove has other plans. This time with their Equalizer as well. Skirt this time locking in Bravo for their taking. Alpha still open on the side for both teams right now. But Abyss just lining up with the War Machine, unfortunately kills himself from that one. AG and the rest of the crew will definitely take over Bravo for sure, and is not gonna be lost on the side there. 24-27 life advantage for Stalwart Esports here. Godlike needs to pull an insane comeback, or at least lock down Alpha.
And now things get a bit tighter for both of these teams. 22 lives left on the side of Godlike, 24 for Stalwart Esports. Not that big of a lead, but they have to be careful because people are lurking around the corner, getting those kills. FDX with the Annihilator is going to be a deadly pain to the players on the side of Godlike. Now, 22 lives remaining on the side of Godlike. Looks like Stalwart Esports might just be able to take this home as they invest into 2 operator skills, Skirt and AG, trying to close up the game for the team and take down the players on the side of Godlike.
And it's gonna be the inevitable. Looks like Stalwart Esports will bring this to the big one in a 3-0 situation. They got A, they win the round. 3-4, all in favor of Stalwart Esports. It is all STE, Hardpoint, S&D, and even Control. What a way to end this matchup, Sabi.
Yep, a good way to end the match. It was just an amazing play from both of these teams, and they really brought it down to the line. I mean, just one round difference.
One round difference indeed. I mean, there was almost an opportunity for Godlike to secure this one, but unfortunately, they lost Bravo immediately. Alpha was stacked all by AJ in the team, and they were not able to go for any penetration whatsoever anymore because all those investments from Starwood Esports, they were welcomed with the War Machine and the Sparrows and everything else, and they were also taken out from the outside. So almost there was nothing that they can do at this point. Unfortunately, Godlike falls. They are, uh, you know, they end up bleeding on the side, courtesy of Starwood Esports.
Yeah, it was really hard to watch. I mean, I really thought that Godlike would be able to win this control match, but unfortunately, Stalwart Esports, they just knew where they needed to make those adjustments, and they adjusted really quickly that they were able to turn the game right around.
And they just did not turn the game around. They basically dominated after the first two round losses. It was all Stalwart Esports from there. They were able to figure things out from their end. Although Godlike managed to win that one round for the double capture, it was still Stalwart Esports winning the gunfights, being smart with their investments, and of course that aggression really working well for them. Unfortunately, in certain situations, Godlike was just walking into the trap, walking into the line of fire for Stalwart Esports, as you can see in some of the highlights that we have here.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to see that not only Stalwart Esports had a fair share of their traps, but Godlike as well. I mean, their plays in the stairwell, in the corner, sneaky angles, they were able to get a lot of kills in the first couple of rounds, and there were some close ones as well. But overall, it was just Stalwart Esports who had better strategies, had the experience needed to turn things around. But my god, that double capture that we saw from Godlike is absolutely phenomenal. It played really well, and it really worked in their favor, but unfortunately they weren't able to pull it off twice.
Yeah, that is one thing that they can pull off in the future if they're able to do a double capture, split the defense basically, and force your opponents to go in and try to stop the count here by forcing the gunfights inside. They might just win with that strategy, but of course it only worked once. They were not able to pull it off again. It was all Stalwart Esports throughout the afternoon, from beginning till the end. It was a hard fought match, we have to say. I mean, it was not all Stalwart Esports dominating them in all situations. There were definitely moments that I'm sure STE was kind of fearful for their stats and their probability of winning, because Godlike was really pushing themselves to the temple. Basically, they were pushing themselves hard, trying to win this one. There were moments during hardpoint, even here at control, even during standoff. But unfortunately, effort to effort, it was just not enough. It was definitely Stalwart Esports Day, and they sit back and they relax, and they, I'm sure, definitely needs to recuperate from that great win and probably get their eyes focused on the playoffs in the future.
Yep, definitely. But that does bring us to the end of this series. Now, of course, very good play, as you were saying, a very good play, very a good outcome from the side of Stalwart Esports. But we did see a lot of life from Godlike as well, and we're hoping that in the next couple of days that we'll see the same thing from Godlike. They continue to work hard to find strategies that they haven't used before and bring us a new Godlike every single time. But sometimes, it's not only thinking on your feet, but also the execution that's important.
Execution and that smart plays, and just the trust with your teammates. And sometimes it also, when it comes to the level of skill set that you have against your opponent, sometimes they're just too fast as well, too good, too strong at a certain moment, or perhaps that momentum of winning first few rounds here and there, that really changes a lot. So we have no love lost for Godlike. I am still a fan for sure, and I'm still hoping to see more of them in the coming future. But for now, it is Stalwart Esports locking this one in, and we're just waiting basically for the official stats between these two squads as we wait for the official count between these two. But for now, I guess what is the best thing that Godlike needs to work on as you've seen here between Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control, Sabi?
You know, I said this already several times and I'm gonna say it again. They have a lot of potential. They have a really good adjustments, but it's that execution and consistency that they have to work on because we know that they're going to be able to play well up against a stalwart esports, but sometimes there are some questionable gameplay, some questionable decision making on the side of Godlike that you just need them to figure out and work out before they go on to the big stages like this one. But right now on the score on the screen, this is going to be the team results, and you can see here it was definitely a very close game, 4-3.
Close game indeed. I mean, 141, 131 is our kill count. We went down to the wire with a 3-3 with Godlike locking this one in, but unfortunately it was Stalwart Esports pushing this to the very end. As we can see, AG finally waking up. He was not performing well earlier, but he is now good at the 1.52, leading the entire team on the other side of the coin. Godlike, of course, we still have Prevail locking this one in, and Skull-G, the man himself, with that 0.85 and 1.11 KD. But of course, for now, AG finally lands his first MVP with a 1.1 rating, 32 frags. Congratulations to the man. We're sorry about your performance earlier at S&D, but good comeback here at Control.
Yep, and definitely a very, very good recovery. I mean, we needed to see that from AG. After, as you said, bad performance on the side of Search and Destroy, we needed him to step up for the team. And right now, the ratings of all the players, FDX followed by Abyss and then Skurd at Abyss, doing a lot of the heavy carrying for the side of Godlike.
It is just unfortunate again seeing here AG with a 0.87. He's the only one who is not in the top 5 here. All top, basically the first, aside from Abyss, it's all STE. So definitely the entire team playing well here. But I'm sure AG will definitely get can just dust himself off for that one. Just relax probably, and hopefully get his mind focused on their next games in the future. And I'm sure he will come back stronger for this one. And we'll definitely see more of them as they head off to the playoffs for sure. But after that, it is now a little bit crazier. From one crazy moment to another, the Emperor meets the Enforcer. It's Q9 versus Vitality after this short break. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. You're still watching, of course, Cdsi 2024 Day 4 Group Stage.
All that you can do is run. My dogs out looking for you town to town. I know where you are, you can take my crown. Got to be owned, use your bones from my throne. Land the back attack, got your track, boy you act. When see you in the show, get down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war, all versus 4. When we begin, it gets real. We're gonna win it now, watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
これでいくぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、あ、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom Kod M. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at Jom COD.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile's Summer Invitational 2024 Group Stage, Day 4. You are still here, of course, with me, JD, Dad, together with Wasabi, and we are now down to our third matchup for this evening. It is gonna be even crazier because now we have the Emperor and his royal army against Vitality. It's Q9 versus Vitality, and it's sure to be insane as well, Sabi.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a very, very interesting matchup because, yesterday we saw Q9 get 2 points over Elevate, and the play of Q9 was just on a whole other level, and Vitality also getting 3 points over DVS, and it's just a matter of time before we see which among these two teams are going to come out victorious. But again, Q9, a lot of things that are going so well for them in this tournament so far, so it's going to be very, very hard for Vitality to compete with them.
One of the key things that Vitality has to learn against Q9 is, one, they should not make the mistake that Elevate did yesterday by choosing Tunisia for Search and Destroy. They did win against Elevate, but it's not a good situation for sure. This is their domain. This is the Emperor's kingdom. This is Q9's playground. They have to be smart here. As much as possible, push it to take off. Push it anywhere else except firing range in Tunisia. That is the goal right now. For Vitality, they had, of course, a good rundown throughout the series so far. There were some moments that they were dropping the ball in a bit, but nevertheless, especially during hard point against Elevate, but nevertheless, we are still trusting that Vitality will definitely give Q9 a run for their money. But of course, it is Q9 that we're talking about. I mean, Kali and I gave these people nicknames yesterday. We now have the General, we now have the Sun King, we now have, of course, the Prince, and of course, the Emperor himself. And now we're starting off with our map bans. Apocalypse definitely out of the question. Hacienda is out as well. Summit is out. And Hackney Yard is down, which means we're gonna go standoff for Hardpoint. And this time, smart play here. Tunisia is interestingly banned. Firing range banned by Vitality. So we're going elsewhere for sure. Korahana is out as well. And the last map that will be banned by Vitality is Express. So we're headed to takeoff for sure. And now for Control, Raid is out. And one more on the side of Q9. It is going to be Arsenal. So therefore, we are headed to Seaside. At least now, good picks on the side of Vitality. But interesting here is that Q9 themselves banned firing range. So, it's just an interesting choice for sure. I mean, I would have banned something else, but perhaps Q9 definitely wants to prove themselves that they can take any team on any map at any time for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, if it really plays to their favor or not. But then again, as you said, it's Q9. They are a really, really good team, and probably one of the best here on Cdsi. And up against Vitality, we have to see if they're going to really be able to take down a Vitality in a map like Firing Range or not. Now, JD, I want to get your opinions. Who do you think is going to win out the series?
Honestly, this is a bit difficult because I know the power that Vitality has when it comes to hardpoint. But here at standoff, Q9 is someone that is not hard to root for sure when it comes to this matchup. But I guess there is an advantage for Vitality by a very, very short, by a small margin here for sure. It's gonna be a matter of how much control Vitality has on the first 3 kills. That's gonna be the key here. If they can lock this one in, they'll be able to do well here. But of course, right now, Q9 already has initial control. But again, the takeover is good this time with Vitality. So this is the key here. Control first 3 hills and make a run for it against Q9.
Yep, you're absolutely right. They have to have a strong start here up against Q9 if they want to be able to stand a chance up against the Masters. But for now, it looks like they're doing really well controlling P number 1, but it's going to be about that execution as they move over to P number 2 in just a couple of seconds, because that's usually where teams struggle. That's usually where teams lose their footing. But right now, Q9 going to get the scrap time on P number 1, which gives the opportunity of Vitality to move on to P number 2.
P2 will be live in just a bit. So far, there was a back and forth here by Q9 and Vitality. A bit of an advantage still on the side of, this time, Q9 already is they locked in those cap points, and they now have iSet perhaps coming in to P2. But of course, Tectonic already sitting there at the second hill. He wants this live and kicking, but Mauchi coming in hot as well. Oling, the Emperor, coming in, knocking in the doors, trying to take out members of Vitality, all for the taking already. This hardpoint will be contested hard, and the Emperor, number 4 right there. And now Marvel holding on for dear life, trying to make sure that this one will not go into the hands of Q9. 31 is our initial score. The Enforcer solo, again with the handgun. Marvel taking in, they still have full control, doing their utmost best. Early, the Prince locking in the double right there, and they're just raining it down. They have now control, and it's gonna be an even situation here against Vitality and Q9.
A very, very close game between these two teams, and Vitality definitely putting up a fight despite being the underdog of this match. Now, Q9, they are trying to step up their game because they don't want this to be a close match for them, and they take the lead by just a bit here, and they start the rotation onto the next hill. But as soon as they get onto that house, they're met by the players on the side of Vitality, holding down the hill, trying to make that gap bigger between them and the players on the side of Q9. Now, it looks like Tech is going to hold down this window area with that operator still in hand. Solo as well with an equalizer. He's going to go and get the players on the back side of the map, and they are going to knock every single player of Q9 out.
Tectonic still alive and kicking, holding on to that type. And the Prince trying to shut down the offense early with the equalizer, taking it all for the team Q9 right now. But Solo, the Enforcer, coming in hot right there. Double in. The takedown is good, but no, not just yet. But the assassin, the legendary killer, Viper takes it back. But Mauchi coming in as well. The takeover is still good, but of course, the damage done right there. 59-70 is a score. Marvel, the Captain Marvel himself, coming in hot as well. Mauchi taking it out, he manages to do so. 65-70, it's almost back and forth with Go. Sam's trying to sit there, trying to hold on this one. Of course, iSet already on P4. Rest of the crew there, 3-man stack already on the side of Vitality. Tech just lining it up here, trying to make sure that anyone comes in will be met. This is the War Machine God Tectonic right now. They want to make sure that they have this on the line, but Q9 definitely has something up their sleeve.
Yup, let's see exactly what they do have up their sleeves, because right now they are holding the next hill down and they're not letting any of the players of Q9 into the hill. So far, really good at defending the entrances, but look at this. It looks like Sam's gonna get a huge two-piece there, but gets knocked right out of the wall bound. Mauchi trying to push in, unfortunately not going to be able to do that as he gets taken down. That's going to be an operator skill wasted, but allows Q9 going for the break. Sam's gonna be the last player on that hillside, and it looks like Q9 is not going to be able to spot him out just yet.
And now for the scrap point, is still in the hands of Vitality here. They're definitely not letting this one go. The reset is gonna come in hot in just a bit. But of course, so far, Vitality making sure the Emperor has been checked. This rebellion might be the one that they've been looking for. Marvel, the captain, riding it down. Even Tectonic coming in already to the hill. And the assassin, the legendary killer, is just there. DC Chen, the general, wants to make it otherwise. But of course, he's still not yet on the hill. He's trying to go in. Kills the Viper right there. Kills the second. That's number 3. And now they have full control. But it's still 80-123 here. Tectonic definitely coming in hot. They want to make sure that they control first spawn and then go for the takeover. But the Emperor coming into the aid. Takes time to take out Sam. Chen with the claw. They're running it down. They want to make sure that they make P1 their money hill.
This is not what we were expecting. I mean, Vitality taking the lead right now is absolutely crazy. Q9 struggling to get the lead here. Now they did for a couple of times, but they seem to always lose it to Vitality when Vitality has a good round. And right now, Olink's trying to clear out that area right outside P number 1, but as rotation starts towards P number 2, and they have to watch out because Vitality is looking to take it to their side. Now D-Chen is going to be at the back of this factory. He's going to be able to knock down a couple players here, but Vitality is going to take that hill right back to their hands.
And now Holy trying to go in for the push, but unfortunately would not go there just yet. Sam's sitting this one out. He's gonna welcome anybody who's coming into that team, but so far the push is still not working. The Emperor with the War Machine handing, and the Prince goes to the takeover, even with the Equalizer, shutting it down. They have this now back in control, but of course, it's not gonna be enough just yet. They need to hold this on solid, but of course, Vitality coming in already, but Curly, the Prince, just lining up everyone with that Equalizer. They have this solid 122-146, 20-point advantage. This time on the side of Vitality, it is dwindling away. It's gonna be most likely only a 10-point advantage for Vitality, and Q9 making their presence felt. But of course, Vitality now has trying to control next hill right in the money.
This game is starting to heat up. It becomes a really, really close match here. Only a 6-point difference between the two teams. Now the kill feed all blue as Q9 tries to play catch up here, and so far it's been really working in their favor. But Marvel here going to be right outside Blue House, trying to defend it from outside, getting those equalizer kills, and a couple players inside as well, trying to keep Q9 out. So far it's been working their favor, but they're tied at that 150-point mark, and they inch closer towards 200. It's just a matter of time before we find out which among these two teams are going to be the one who comes out victorious. But for now, it's a close back and forth match for the hill, for the control, as Vitality holds it down for just a couple seconds.
Unfortunately, Tectonic falls in the favor right there of Q9, and now the Emperor claiming his kingdom one more time. But Solo, the Enforcer, hits it right to the double with that shotgun right there. 176, 151 is our score. Scrap time definitely will be in the hands of Vitality as we now push for the next hill. Two-man stack there on the side, but of course Q9 also coming in hot. Mouchy coming in, Enforcer back here, Predator missile at hand, will definitely find one right there, and fortunately could not hit just yet. But the Emperor trying to go for the full control here. 155, 186, all in the hands. But Viper, the legend killer himself, is coming in. Same with Sam. The honorary one is coming in, and it's all again Vitality in this hill. Unfortunately, the general and the team unable to do something. War Machine at hand by Tectonic. You know this man is that good. Of course, it's now the 200-point mark. He's just lining it up. Anybody who goes in will eat it up alive.
Only a few more points before Vitality is able to close up the game. Only 40 points. And look at this Viper with the equalizer, and a couple players as well with their operator skills going to clear out the area. They try and get hold of it. Better hold, but 8 seconds remain on this hill. They have to start thinking of how they're going to do their rotations, because if they lose it to Q9 again, Q9 is going to take full advantage of this. But look at this. The lead, it's never been this big between the two teams, and it looks like Vitality definitely has a really good chance of winning and pulling away this hardpoint match.
But now, of course, the General trying to stop the beating right there. But the Captain Marvel coming in through the play, pushing through, takes it down in the middle. Tectonic spots one at the back. And of course, he's trying to make sure to take out anyone from coming in from the gasoline station. Meanwhile, the Enforcer Solo lighting it up. Letting them eat from that KRM, make it a double. Yes, sir, but no, not good just yet. But it's still kind of contested. Still in the hands of Q9. Vitality needs to put a stop right there. Tectonic coming in hot, but Mouchy wants to make sure that they have full control as well. But the Purifier from Sam making it rain here. Sam will make sure that toast one, toasted two right there. You want to make it the 3? The General falls as well. And now 250, 150, 177. Vitality draws first blood against the Kingdom and the Emperor.
absolutely crazy match that we saw there. I mean, Solo was dropping a more than 40 kills in that single match, and the rest of the players on the side of Vitality as well on the top of their game, really not giving a chance to Q9. But then again, it begs the question, right? Is Q9 allowing Vitality to win, or is this just something that we haven't seen from Vitality and they decided to show us what they really got?
For sure, they came in and they brought everything they got. Vitality have, I'm honestly say that Vitality had a difficult time there during the first two rounds, so to speak, when we had the first and second reset, because there was a back and forth for sure. But then when they were able to lock it down during P3, I believe, during the bakery, that was everything changed for sure. That was sorry. I need to take a breath. That was when they were able to take the lead for sure, and that is where everything fell apart on the side of Q9. But of course, during the first few rounds, it was so much back and forth. They were taking every hill for themselves. Q9 was taking other hills. The contention was all over the place. It was kind of hard to predict for sure, but it was during almost to the very end where Vitality put the nail on the coffin and made sure that the rebellion will win and the Emperor falls this time at hardpoint, and they managed to do so.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm just so excited after what we saw there. Q9, they were struggling quite a bit there. I mean, it wasn't even a close game. We saw that Vitality had a really huge lead in the last set of rotations there in this map. And hopefully we'll see the same thing as we go into Search and Destroy, as we saw Vitality take Search and Destroy over the players of Elevate last September 6th. Now, let's see if the map will be again favorable towards their side.
Well, this is Takeoff. For one, this is not the normal playground that Q9 has. We've always known them at Tunisia and Firing Range, but of course, this is still S&D. But I guess with its side for Vitality, this is more of an even playground for both of them. The key thing here is definitely if Vitality wants to push this to a 2-0 advantage, they will have to shut down a lot of players, particularly at least in this case, the Sun King himself, the General D. Chen, and Curly, who were popping off yesterday. So long, whoever has that sniper will definitely needs to be taken out immediately. On the side of Vitality for Q9, honestly, there's no notes. They just have to be Q9 throughout this matchup. I mean, they were able to pull a 9-1 win against Elevate. And basically from the last iteration of Elevate versus Vitality, well, you know how that one ended. Vitality won, actually. But, it is kind of hard to say that they just have to be on a normal state for Q9, because everything is on the line here. Despite being almost at the number one spot here, and they're definitely secured for the playoffs, anything can still happen, and you want to make sure that you are going to end the day here, basically this entire season for the group stage, at a high point. And that is what Q9 definitely needs to deliver. For sure, the General and of course the Emperor Sep Oling would definitely make sure to bring the game to them and remind Vitality that no matter what map it is, S&D is their playground.
Yeah, definitely. You're absolutely right. They have to start and end strong. It doesn't matter that it can't be that you become lenient once you have a security blanket, right? You still have to play at the top of your game. But Vitality definitely giving them a run for their money here. And I'm excited to see more. Now, JD, I want to get your opinion. Do you think that Vitality has a chance of winning Search and Destroy?
Theoretically, chance is always going to be there. Probability, that is where I have to say it's a little bit lower. I would have to say at least a 70-30 chance. 70% is going to be Q9, 30% is going to be Vitality. But then again, I might be wrong. I mean, the situation here, as we check the results, 250, 177 here at Hardpoint Standoff. And of course, we expected the Enforcer Solo popping in 42 there with a 1.5 KD, 1.22 rating right there. And of course, Captain Marvel himself really popping up with a 38. Legend Killer 34, Tech with 29, Sams with 34. I mean, Tech is fine. He's okay because he was basically playing OBJ throughout the standoff there. On the side of Q9, well, it was all Mao Chi basically and Curly leading there, and unfortunately, the Chen, the general, was kind of nerfed for this one, but I'm sure he will be able to step up and do his thing once we head out to SND at takeoff. And as expected, the Enforcer solo, we put our ones to the sky for his first MVP as we have that 1.22 and 42 frags for the man solo.
Absolutely crazy plays from Solo. I mean, 42 kills up against Q9 is just really popping off and showing exactly what you have as a team. But it's not only Solo, as well as Marvel. I mean, Marvel got a 2.0 KD in that hardpoint match, which is absolutely crazy when you're going up against like Q9. I mean, you can't underestimate teams like Vitality. Even if they're underdogs of this competition, they can show that they have potential, that they have the power, they have the ability to stand up against giants if they decide to play at the very best of their game.
For sure. I mean, to say the least, they are big men. Vitality are composed of about big men, but they are big slayers as well. They will slay any kingdom, any emperor whatsoever in this case. They have the opportunity to do that right now to topple down the kingdom of Q9. But of course, you know, it is one game nevertheless, but they're now playing at enemy territory here where they need to be absolutely careful and smart. So whatever strategies they have in play, they will have to find a way to adjust it accordingly at every single opportunity that they need to. But when it comes to search and destroy here, takeoff for Q9, honestly speaking, I have to like go back to the previous days if they were able to play this one here already, because I've always known Q9 playing it at Tunisia and takeoff, and all the time on any of those moments it's always Q9 coming up top here. But definitely we expect the general, the Chen here, to step up as he has always have for SND. But of course, on the side of Vitality, it might be the time for, of course, again, the Legend Killer Viper to do his thing, or even other members of Vitality for sure. They definitely need to hold their own weight and make sure that they at least ride the momentum that they had at Hardpoint, and perhaps pull the most insane upset that we've ever seen at Cdsi.
Well, we'll have to see and find out, but we're not waiting any longer because the match has already started. A few shots been dealt already, but no contact, no shots aligning just yet. It looks like Solo is going to be the first one knocked out by Curly, and it looks like Marvel is trying to get a kill of his own. He lines it up onto Curly, going for a second one on Oling, and third one right here on Sun, popping off in this round. Number 1 with a 4 kill. Might just be an ace here if he's able to find the last and final player going on for the hunt right now.
And it's all down to Mauchi. What an insane start right now for Vitality. When we told them that they need to pop up, they're definitely popping up. And of course, the backstab coming in from Mauchi right there. He's still alive. Now it's a 3v1 situation. All down to Sam's, Viper, and Tech to stop this momentum right there. And Mauchi can pull up an insane here. Probably not. It's Sam's trying to go for the finish, and he's always done that all the time. Look at that. As we check the replay, takes the 1, takes 2. How about the number 3? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. How about the number 4? 4K? Yes, sir. Right there. What a way to end for Captain Marvel right there. But of course, game number 2 is already up and running. Can Vitality pull it off one more time?
Now, that's a question yet to be answered right now. Q9 changing up their positionings after that really gruesome death to the hands of Marvel. But looks like Vitality is still going to be the ones getting those first couple of kills. And Oling left all alone once again here. Marvel has his eyes out, trying to scope out the area, but not finding Oling just yet. It's going to be down to 1v4, but such an amazing opening round or game for the side of Vitality.
Now they made it into a 1v3 situation. We are talking about here the Emperor himself. You cannot discount him. He is now making it in a 1v2 situation. The Emperor has all the opportunity to push this to a clutch rather, but Tectonic may have eyes set already from the behind. Comms definitely coming in. The Emperor, like lining it up, everything. 1 minute to go. Pops the nade perhaps in the window or probably the other side. Trying to choose which one. Still good. Tectonic just there at the back. All he needs is just that quick peek, perhaps. But Captain Marvel is still there. He has the opportunity to take it out from the long shot. They're kind of spread out evenly here as the Emperor walking slowly. It is gonna be too close for comfort here, Sabi.
Definitely too close for comfort. I mean, Vitality had Oling as a last player since a while ago, and unfortunately, several players have fell down to their knees, and they still haven't been able to get and secure that kill onto Oling. But now the bomb gets planted onto that A site. That's information given to the players on the side of Vitality, and it's just a matter of time before they spot Oling out. But the question of the matter is now that who is gonna get the kill? Will it be the players on the side of Vitality, or will Oling be able to win this situation? Now the rotation has started, and it looks like they're just about to come into contact with one another.
The contact will be tight. The trade could be good. Gets one. And now 1v1 situation. Tectonic shuts it down. And of course, definitely have more time for the defuse. 2-0 is our score. Yes, you're reading it right. Q9 is down by 2. Courtesy of Vitality.
I'm really happy that Vitality was able to close that up. I mean, it was really going to down to the line there. Oling able to get 3 kills on them on a single round. That shouldn't be something that was happening, especially if they were playing as duos. But you know, there's always mistakes to learn from. But right now, it looks like Q9 is gonna turn things around as they get the opening kill of the round.
And now, of course, probably the opportunity for Q9 to remind Vitality that this is still their play. Of course, the Emperor spots one and takes out Captain Marvel himself. But of course, the rest of the crew still alive. It's a 5v3 situation. Sam's, Solo, and Tech still good here. No long shot for these three. They have ARs at hand and SMGs. But the entire Q9 still up and running. There might be a weird situation here. But of course, the Emperor already goes for the plant. Now the clock is locked into 45. Pressure's on. Definitely for Vitality. But Solo spots one right there. Making it a 4v3 situation. Can he make it a 3v3? Tectonic sitting this one out patiently. And Curly walks it in and makes it a 3v3 situation. Now it's evening up the odds. But definitely they need to go for the fuse. Ooh, there goes one down. It is Sun and the Emperor. The Prince! The Sun King falls. Oling takes out Sam. Tech again versus Oling. It's the Emperor one more time versus Tech. He will go for the defuse. Oling might need to finish it right from the above. Unfortunately, Vitality forced to go for the defuse right there and gives one to Q9.
That was a dirty round there. I mean, the trades that was going on, the kills, but the backstab and the round was absolutely amazing. The timing and lessening the chances for the player to go and scout the area was just absolutely perfect. But now, on to the next round we go. And it looks like Vitality, Marvel going to get another shot onto Curly. And with the smoke tech, is going to be able to get one on Q9 as well. Make that 2 for Marvel because he continues to count down the players on the side of Q9. Sun left all alone here. Final player on the side of Q9. Solo right around the corner. Not going to be able to spot him. Turns around, spots him. Gets that kill. And another round to the side of Vitality.
And you would have thought that this situation should have been in reverse. Vitality is up by 2 against Q9 at SND. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are not dreaming. Captain Marvel definitely earning his nickname right now, but of course, kind of misses right there, but the nades lighting it up already. But of course, Curly walking it in, making sure that the advantage is with their situation. Now it's down to Tech, Marvel, and Viper against a 4-man team from Q9. Q9 definitely needs to win this one, but you've never seen Q9, the best SND team in CDN, kind of struggling here. Try to make sure that they have all it takes. Ooh, Viper. Ooh, the Legend Killer gets one. May spot DC Chen or not, but still alive there. 3v3 situation. Make it a 3v2. Now it's down to Tech against Curly, Oling, and the Chen. The plant will be good from the Emperor. A big tall order right now for Tech. but he gets it to 2v1 situation. Can he pull off the clutch right here?
Definitely possible if he's able to pick them off one at a time. He might just be able to get the clutch play, but then again, you have to be very careful when dealing with the players on the side of Q9. Tech not checking the balcony. He's gonna get shot by Curly from behind. And that's another round going to the side of Q9, 2-3 standing. But Vitality maintains the lead here. They have to be able to step up because Q9 definitely is.
I think for Tectonic, he has to definitely learn from that situation. That was twice in a row that he got caught from that upward shot, basically getting shot down from the second floor. Or first, it was from Oling. Next, it was from, again, a member from Q9. But of course, now, everything is on a slow pace. Vitality and Q9 on a standstill here. They want to make sure that they have full control of the situation first. Vitality evenly spread out on the side, but unfortunately Tectonic goes down. Solo spots Curly, and now evening up the situation. Solo definitely has someone from behind trying to go in, but Com's already there. Viper spots one and gets it right in the money again. Now of course it's just the Sun King, Mauchi, and D Chen alive with a 4-man advantage on the side of Vitality.
And now we just wait and see who's going to be able to get that kill. Solo comes across one, goes in for the second one. That's a huge 2 kill for him. And he's going to be on the hunt for the last and final player on the side of Q9. It's Maushi. And here he sees one player slide by but doesn't go in for the kill. Solo spots him from behind and clears that off for the side of Vitality, who again leads with a 2-point advantage over the players of Q9.
And now the Enforcer, already with 10 flags to his name, living up to his nickname. I mean, I'm not sure if he actually knows that we have given him the Enforcer nickname, but nevertheless, he just knows what's up. But the Legend Killer also doing his thing as well here. But so far, Curly goes down already. Solo down and out. Viper down as well. It's now a 3v2 situation. Mauchi spotting one another there. The Sun King and Mauchi all alone against Vitality's Tech and Marvel. It's gonna be a gunfight here for sure. But the question is, who wins what?
That is a question yet to be answered, but they lurk around here. Vitality Tech spots one. He's going to be able to get Mauchi out, but Sun gets that information too and takes him out for the trade. Marvel versus Sun. Last players alive on each of these teams, and it's just a matter of who's going to be able to spot each other out. Marvel with the Tundra has a long-range advantage here over Sun. But Sun's positioning knows exactly where Marvel's at. Gets those first couple shots landed, but the kill not confirmed yet. And the stun here is gonna put Sun in a very difficult situation. He gets out of it safely, going to try to go in for the kill with the Tundra as well. And it's a shot straight to the face of Marvel as Q9 gets the round win, and we are close here. 4-3 standing.
The Sun King delivering that one to Captain Marvel. That was a good win for Q9. Now they have the advantage to push this to an even round. But of course, Vitality still has a solid momentum. They just have to really smarten up their rotation and make sure that they're winning their gunfights. And in all the crazy situations right now, they win this. But unfortunately, that one not working. Viper going in. Ooh, that's a tight one, but it works so well. But still, the life count, not a good situation this time for Vitality, as they're now down to a 4-2 disadvantage.
Yep, a huge disadvantage here. The question is, how are they going to solve it? Because this is not going to be an easy situation. And so far in this game, they've always had the lead. They are not looking to give it up just yet. But Tech, he's going to be able to get a kill onto Sun. A couple shots landed on him. But that's a sacrifice he's willing to make to be able to get that playing field a little bit more even in their favor. But Mauki here is going to back away. They know exactly where the players on the side of Vitality is, and they have them pushed up against a corner as they have to go in for the defuse onto that B side. And right now it's just a matter of the rotation that they need. But Dijan going to get one onto Tech, and it's all down to Viper. A huge Tundra kill there. Only 2 more to spot out. He has a couple seconds here to go in for the defuse. But Maushi going to go in for the rotation. Time is looking like it might just run out. Viper's gonna be able to get one, tries to line up for the second one, but he's gonna run out of time. And he gets the kill with just enough time to go going for the defuse. What an amazing play from Viper to get that 5th round win to the side of Vitality.
That right there is why we call him the Legend Killer. What a clutch from Viper right there. It was an insane moment, but of course that sniper takedown, just landing it perfectly with 3 seconds to spare for the defuse. What an insane momentum right now for Vitality. They now are in the lead by 2, but of course Q9 still, this is still gonna be an interesting situation. We're still gonna be racing this one to 9. But of course, for Vitality, leading this one in, Sam takes one out already. And that is, of course, the Emperor himself. The Chen is also out. Tectonic locking this one. And of course, Mauchi spots another. It's a 3v2 situation. Mauchi and Curly here against Captain Marvel, the Enforcer, and Sams. Who gets the upper hand here? Perhaps can Curly and Mauchi do a reverse here and probably pull their own clutch? Let's see, and Mauchi spots 2, and it's now down to the Enforcer.
Right around the corner is gonna be Solo. He spots him out, takes down Mauchi. This might just be another clutch for the side of Vitality, but they have to take down Curly first. And Curly here, trying to go in for the fake defuse. Also attention of Solo, but looks like Solo is going to be the one getting that kill. And that brings Vitality up to 6 points, 3 away from winning this match and a 3-point lead over the players of Q9. What is going on here?
What is going on indeed? But one thing is for sure, comment section, put your ones to the sky for Solo. I mean, another clutch right there and a good finish for the man. But of course, they're still riding the momentum. Vitality knows what's up, and Bauchi spots the double right there. The trade is good from Tech. And of course, D-Chen spots another one. And it's now down to a 2v2 situation. What a quick roundup right there. But of course, this is Marvel. This is Viper against the Sun King and the General. But the question is, can they pull it off? Sun spots one. And now Marvel, who basically understands that there's one there at the corner. It's a 1v1 situation. Captain Marvel versus the Sun King. Both sniper plays. Who finds who first? And that's gonna turn the tides already for these teams.
That's a question, but yet to be answered. They are at opposite sides of the map right now, but with the looks of it, Marvel might just go in for the kill right now, trying to lurk around. Sun, not aware of where Marvel is at, not even daring to look back. This might just be the opportunity needed by Vitality to get another win to their side. They turn around for the rotation. Sun, still watching outside that window, doesn't know where Marvel is at, but I think he heard a couple of footsteps there as he turns around, trying to find Marvel here. And it's just a matter of watching that bomb, making sure that Marvel doesn't pick it up. And it looks like Sun is gonna decide to reposition himself here. That gives the opportunity for Marvel to pick up the bomb, goes away, runs away with it. But Sun is left to question where exactly that opponent is at.
Pressure is on right now as we're down to the final 15 seconds. Vitality definitely needs to force a plan, but no need. Captain Marvel shuts it down right there. 7-3 is our score. The insane is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Q9, one of the best in S&D, falling prey to Vitality. This is insane. This is not even, should not be possible, but of course it's happening right now. As of course Tectonic shuts one right at the get-go. But unfortunately, Sam is traded off as well. This is insane. All the time. This is just absolutely menacing. But Solo spots one. Ooh, the backstab is also good. Ooh. But can they pull it out one more time? It is a 4v2 situation. Oh, no, make it 4v1. Ooh. It's all down to Sun King.
And Sun here spots one out. He's gonna take Tech down. But a 1v3 situation isn't going to be an easy one. We have to see how Sun's gonna play this out. It looks like he's gonna try to go in for another sniper shot, but Marvel takes him down. And now we have Vitality up at match point, only 1 round away from winning this search and destroy match. And Q9 stuck at that 3 points for several rounds now, is not making any progress.
If you're checking your 2024 bingo cards or anything, your Cdsi bingo cards that you had Q9 losing an S&D match against Vitality, better put it there. It's possible. It's plausible. It is probably happening right now as they're now down to 2 players. Make that almost like a 1. No, it's a 3v2 situation. Sam's kind of injured, but he can definitely survive here. Captain Marvel has been the bane of existence for Q9. Same thing with Tectonic. But Tech would probably spot Mao Chi like there and he gets punished. And it's now down to the Emperor. The Emperor spots one, making it a 2v1 situation. But Sam's, the finisher here, has an opportunity. But no! It is the Emperor! He will stop the bleed. But it's now down to Captain Marvel with the finish right there! Vitality wins S&D against Q9! What world are we living in?
I am at a loss for words. I have no idea what to say because that was just a performance that we never saw coming. I mean, Q9 was stuck at 3 points. 3 points. Vitality won at 9 points. Absolutely crazy. Not even a slim chance for Q9 to play catch up. Vitality just gave it their very best and proved that they deserve the win. And right now, not only did they win Search and Destroy, but they also were at one hard point and going into control with all that momentum, they have a good chance of pulling that away too.
I mean, let's be honest, Control is not the best game for Q9 as well. And
50-50.
50-50 for sure. But you know, the chat is going wild saying Captain Marvel. Yes, indeed, he is truly the Captain Marvel. The nickname has already caught up with the chat right now. But of course, I want to understand how. For one, I mean, there were certain moments. I have to say, I'm trying to look back at all the moments that we've had. One thing is for sure, again, key factor here, it was not firing range or Tunisia for Q9. But it's still gonna be S&D. That was one key factor for sure. The second one has to be Marvel. He was just lining up perfectly all those shots. It was lining up perfectly, but unfortunately for the rest of Q9, the snipers were not doing well. I think when we see the stats, that's probably gonna be the truth there. That's number 2. Number 3, in all 2 cases, that it was almost a winnable moment for Q9 where they were able to make it a 1v1 situation. Solo, Captain Marvel, and Sam's, I believe they were all able to pull their own clutch wins for their teams. I mean, Vitality definitely just stepped up. And stepped up hard they did. And what world are we living in? They won S&D against the best Q9. I don't know what to say.
It's definitely very shocking. I'm at the same position as you. I have no idea what to say as well because Q9 has been always seen as this giant team, as this really really good team that others struggle to go up against, but Vitality made it look so easy here, especially with a very strong start from Marvel with that 4-kill almost ace opportunity in the very very first round of the match.
That I think was the start of the confidence level for Vitality going through the roof right there. That 4K from Marvel started everything. I mean, they were able to Q9 was able to win a few here and there, but of course, Tectonic was just lining it shot. The General was trying his utmost best, and even the Emperor himself doing his utmost best to really do some damage against Vitality, of course, especially with those 2 second floor kills right there. But Solo, the Infor, everyone was just stepping up. There was not one person who was dropping the ball basically on the side of the team. I mean, Viper initially had a low kill count even for Sam's, but they were able to step up when it was needed the most for sure. Look at that Viper shot right there. Through the corner, through everything right there, and cap the legend killer here. Bang goes Mao Chi. Mao Chi, of course, gets that double as well in those certain moments, but everyone in Vitality stepping up to their game, pushing us to a 9-3 situation. Come on. This is just... In my wildest dreams, I would have never thought this would happen.
It is definitely quite surprising, and I know we've said that several times again, but for those who have not been here in Garena, Call of Duty Mobile, or like Cdsi or any of the former tournaments, this is just something that you would not really expect. And if it does happen, usually it would be a close match. Usually it would be like a borderline Vitality, borderline Q9. But this specific case, this specific time, it was just so dominant towards the side of Vitality. And here you can see the statistics. Vitality won 9.6 over what Q9 had, and they had a lot of the kills as well on their side, a higher average KD for their players, and just the assists as well.
For sure, everything was just lining up definitely for Vitality, but I'm so excited to see the player score here and most likely confirm my theory that the rest of the snipers were definitely dropping their ball in key situations for sure as we see the scores. Of course, Captain Marvel, Tech, and Solo, the Enforcer, lining up each with 1.38, 1.7, 0.88. Sams, he was doing well, so to speak. He was definitely giving the outcomes. And the Legend Killer, 1.29 on the other side. My goodness, it was just Oling and Mao Chi. Everyone else got nerfed, unfortunately, even for the Prince Curly with 511 and the Chen with 611. I think, yeah, kind of my theory is proven right there. The Sun King also dropping 811 right there. But of course, Vitality's number, the three-man team, Captain Marvel, Tectonic, and the Enforcer, really leading the charge. But of course, we gotta give it to Tectonic. 16 frags, 1.8 on the rating, 4th MVP. I still have to find a nickname for Tectonic because his name is just too epic already. So the nickname is absolutely unnecessary at this point. He is just a shockwave, a juggernaut to speak out against Vitality at this point. So now we head to Control. For all it's worth, if we see a 3-0, I honestly will not be surprised anymore. But if Q9 pulls a win against Vitality, I will not take it against Vitality any longer because they have just pulled the biggest upset in Cdsi history in a match like this. It is just insane. But of course, I set now on C side. Well, we've actually discussed it a little bit, but in a way, there is an advantage on the side of Vitality because of it's a spawn game. But Q9 is also a smart player here. But everything is yet to be seen for all it's worth. The stats, put them in a box, throw it in the garbage can for all it's worth because everything is just happening in a crazy world we are living here at Cdsi as we start off round number 1 here at Seaside.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It looks like the world has turned upside down, but for now, let's see what exactly Q9 is gonna do about it. Will they turn it right back up to its correct position, or will Vitality take another win away from the players on the side of Q9? Right now, it looks like Q9 is going in for the capture onto that A side, already dealt some damage to Vitality, but Vitality is playing the smart. They're gonna give up that A side and defend B side with all their resources to not waste any more numbers.
And that is the definitive situation that it is. 26-29 is our kill count so far. Q9 still has all the life advantage, and unfortunately, Vitality falling prey to that. The best solution right there would have been to at least secure Bravo for Vitality and evening up the situation. But for now, I think that's going to be the case for sure. But Sun King lining it up with the frag, but that sniper really does the job. But of course, Solo welcoming everyone right there with the triple, but fortunately could not handle just yet. Mauchi with the R9 from the back. 21-24, still in the lead is Q9 for this one as they now try to take over B side as well.
And it looks like the numbers are going to even out for just a couple seconds here. But Sun is going to get a huge 2P. Sams goes on for the revenge here, and Oling as well. It looks like it might just be a chance for Q9 to get another, or to get their first game win here, or first round win of the match as they go into that B side, capturing already one segment, going in for the second one, and no player on the side of Vitality going to be able to break into that hill just yet.
Somehow a little bit of break there on the side of Vitality on that hill, Bravo, but still it is kind of one tick control on the side of Q9, but 13-17 is our kill count right now. Second click is probably gonna be good for Q9 right now as we're down to a 12-16 situation. Vitality definitely needs to step up and push this one and shut down the attempt at Bravo at this moment if they can just find the perfect situation right now as Tectonic trying to take it down, but of course it's gonna be most likely in the hands of Q9 here for the zone. But of course, a bit of a takeover. That B just inching away to the finish, but it goes back up, and now Vitality is sitting here. Oh, well, rather Tectonic trying to contest this one, but still Q9 has the advantage for the objective here, and they manages to do so. First win here at Control for Q9.
I think Q9's tired of losing to Vitality. They want to turn this around and at least win one game over the players on the side of Vitality, starting with the first round of Control. Now, we have the switch of sides, however. Let's see how this one plays out as the players on the side of Q9 is now placed as the defending team and Vitality as the attacking. Now, Sun gets a really good angle onto Solo, gets that kill confirmed early on, and Vitality goes in for that B capture to start the game off.
And they're definitely working so far so good right there. This time, kind of a reverse situation with 29 on Vitality, 26 on the side of Q9. Sam's just doing really well earlier right there. But of course, the General and the Emperor doing their utmost best. Sun, the Sun King, clearing out this hide right now. But Bravo is still somehow in the hands of Vitality, but it's dwindling away already. But they also have eyes set on Alpha right now. But of course, everything is just changing here and there. Alpha now a little bit closer for the side of Vitality as we're now down to 23-25. Oling with that Annihilator kill right there. A bit of a stun from the side. Oling one more time, spots another. I believe this is now almost like a spawn trap. Taking chance here, but of course, a little bit of a change here. 14-21 is our score, but Bravo still almost in the hands of Alpha rather, still in the hands of Vitality, and they might just be able to secure it. But of course, that Predator missile finds two right there, courtesy of the Emperor. But now 11-20, can Vitality turn these things around?
Good question, but it looks like it might just be their chance to do so because they have already captured that A side. They've already gotten a segment on the B side. They just need to go for two more. However, they are down in the numbers, so that means they have to start playing this more strategically, not just running in and gunning everyone who's there. Q9 on the other hand, they have a very good hold of that B side, but unfortunately they lose it.
And lose it with that Annihilator right now, and Marvel lining it up and managing to shot one again right there. They will be locking it in. Vitality will win this one through objective, and they do, evening up the score right now. We definitely have a game right here, but of course, question, game number 3, who gets this? Will it be Q9 or Vitality once again?
Yep, that is a really, really good question. Let's see how this one goes. But look at this. On the side of Vitality, they have their operator skills ready. On the side of Q9, it's only Curly that has that at hand. And it's just a matter of who's going to be able to take advantage of it better than the other. And right now, we see the first couple of guns being shot all the way at that B side. A couple of players falling to their knees early on in the round. And B side already has one segment captured by the players on the side of Q9.
And now, of course, that's gonna be lost already on the side of Q9. They're gonna lose Bravo, ultimately, so to speak here. But they're kind of trying to just gain this back up and running. But so far, 25-26 is our initial kill count right here. Second section for Bravo is all good for the side of Q9. This is again another round that they're really shining quite well, as of course the Emperor spots one, probably try to take another as they're now closer and closer way to make sure that they have Bravo for the taking. Alpha is open for everyone. Honestly, Vitality has an opportunity to take this one, but Oling probably will find some people here and manages to do so. Yes, sir. But of course, it is still a 26-23, all in the advantage of Q9. Definitely Vitality has to step up, find a better situation here, find those players, take those gunfights straight. But unfortunately, there you go. Fortunately, Marvel takes it down. Viper spots one, takes another right there. Probably going to for number 3, takes out Curly as well. And that's a beautiful triple kill right there. And now 21-22, put a standstill on things. Vitality up by 1, and they have control somehow of Alpha. Ooh, but the nade right there from Captain Marvel again, making sure that things are met. Viper with a trade, and now everything is just falling apart this time, but it's still a 1 life advantage this time for Vitality.
Yep, a little bit of an advantage here, but they have to hold on to that well because they might just lose it with all the operator skills at play right now. Now, it looks like Solo is gonna pull out an equalizer of his own, getting a huge three-piece there, but Dichan takes him down as well as himself, and it looks like we are gonna see Vitality taking the lead here once again when it comes to the numbers, and it's just a matter of defending that A site for the last 40 seconds of this round. Q9, on the other hand, they are struggling to push into the site. They are struggling to win their gunfights even with the help of a couple operator skills. They are no match up against Vitality.
They're definitely no match right now. Vitality using this spot as a bunker with only 20 seconds to go. 12-8 is our score. Curly says otherwise with the equalizer, shutting it all down. But of course, it's still a 9-6. All in the advantage of Vitality. Dichen makes it otherwise, but unfortunately, Q9 is down to their final 5. And of course, what can the Emperor do here? A triple? Can he nail it? But not just yet. 6-3 is our setup. Of course, down to the final 4 rather Vitality. Mauchi with the claw right now, making it even score. 3-3 the situation. All in favor on the side of Q9 as they secure Alpha. And right now, making it a 3 situation. Solo, the Enforcer, gets one, but not just yet. Mano in mano. Marvel gets down on his knees by the Prince, securing this win right here. 2-1, all in the advantage of Q9.
Q9 finally leading a game here, and they cannot lose this opportunity. They cannot stand down now. They have to continue this lead, and with Vitality right behind them, they have to watch out. Now Vitality, they're gonna go in for the same strategy again. They're gonna go straight for that B side, trying to get a capture here and clear out the players of Q9 early on. But it looks like it's gonna be quite of a struggle because Q9 has a really good hold, a really good defense. But luckily, Vitality is gonna clear that area out. They're gonna be able to capture 2 segments right now, and they're going in for the third. Q9's just gonna let that happen. They don't want to waste any resources there. They're gonna focus over to that A side.
While of course Vitality is focusing on securing Bravo as well, the rest of the crew lining up the numbers and just making sure that the life count on the side of Q9 dwindles away, as well as now Oling going to penetrate Alpha, but the entire team of Vitality is there for the taking. Oling spots one with the Annihilator, Tommy to come out, but of course the Legend Killer with her own Sparrow lining up all the entrances, trying to make sure that they have this for the taking. They just need to hold on for dear life. It's almost gonna be a tie right here as they win objective. 2-2 is our score. Back and forth we go here at Controls, Abby.
It's tied up once again. This is really getting interesting here because, you know, the good start from the side of Q9, but Vitality hasn't backed down. And after their really consistent plays on Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy, it looks like they might just be able to play Control to their favor as well if they put their cards down right. But for now, it's going to be a back and forth for that Control on the B side, and it looks like Q9 is going to be able to get in for a couple seconds there before the backup comes on from the side of Vitality.
Definitely a good attempt there for Vitality to secure Bravo, but unfortunately they initially could not do it, and now they're definitely contesting this one right here. But Chen and the other crew has plans otherwise. They just need to find the members of Vitality and take them out. 2 segments already good on the side of Q9 for Bravo, and they're surely gonna make this their own, and now it's gonna be just Alpha. But of course, it's a life count setup here and everything is tied up. Tectonic spots one and tried to go for the reload. The machine pistol fats it, but could not deliver just yet. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel coming in. The stab into the heart right there. But Oling, the general, the Emperor himself, spotting it in. But it's still an advantage on the side of Vitality here when it comes to the life count. This is still gonna be anybody's ball game if they do it right. The trade is there. Back and forth we go. But still, Vitality has all the advantage when it comes to the life. Can they secure this to the very end? 140 on the clock. Alpha still open for anyone. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yep, it looks like Marvel has also invested onto that Annihilator here, but not able to find anyone just yet. Maushi is going to be hiding around the corner, trying to get a couple kills. Marvel gets one on Oling, trying to do some sort of spawn trap here onto the players as they try and enter into the site. But looks like A is still clear of any players on the side of Q9. But finally they push in. Sams misses that shot. A little bit of a potato aim happening there. But now the action steps up. It looks like the Q9 players are going to start heading into that A side. They're down to their last 3 lives. The Solo gets a huge triple piece here. Equalizer at hand. Only Curly, Sun, and Maushi on their last life here. They have to play this very carefully, but up against 14 lives, it looks like they're not going to be able to put up any more fights here. One last player, and Sun gets taken down. That's going to be a round to the side of Vitality, putting them up onto match point, only 1 point away from clearing the win.
Now this time, for this game, it's a must-win for Q9. Else, it's gonna be the upset of the century, the upset of Cdsi history here, as we're about to witness Vitality take a 3-0 win against Q9. Is not even possible. The Legend Killer firing that Sparrow all over the place right now, but not really landing. But now finally lands something there. Bravo. First segment is good. Second segment is almost to the taking. They're just trying to make sure that any attempts for Bravo will be quelled right there. But the Chen, the General, trying to go in for the penetration here right now, but is met by Sams with a finish right there. Bravo's second segment is good, but Curly says otherwise. We're gonna take this one over for you, gentlemen. But no, if that's gonna be the case. Oh, by the way, we're still doing Alpha as well. They're basically doing both segments all at the same time here, Sabi.
Yep, they're trying to go in for a double capture here for both B side and A side. This is going to split up the resources of Q9 because they'll have to defend both of them, and that's going to be something very hard to pull off if you're going up against a team like Vitality, who is looking to clear up the win here and end the game as soon as possible. They're going to be able to capture that B side, giving them a 1-minute advantage. But look at this, no more operator skills on the side of Vitality, while Q9 still have 3 lined up. This is their opportunity to put a stop to Vitality before the game ends, and they have to do it wisely.
With no operator skill, it doesn't matter. It is a 21-13 advantage. Vitality, Viper, the Legend Killer, spotting the spawn trap already. Trying to make sure that even with Tectonic, with the second support right there, they're trying to shut this down right at the money already. But of course, Captain Marvel spots one right there. In the back is good. 19-8 is our final score. Bravo is almost for the taking again by Vitality. Either way, they're gonna make this one. And it happened, ladies and gentlemen. 4-2 is our score. Vitality makes the Emperor fall to his knees throughout the entire matchup. All 3 games, all Vitality.
Yep, and right now, it is just absolutely crazy that the players on the side of Vitality able to get a very clear win here, 3-0, and they were just bringing. I'm at the loss for words here. They just brought a game that we didn't expect. We expected to see so much more from Q9. Unfortunately, they were just not able to deliver.
Unable to deliver indeed. I mean, on all situations, it was just an absolute shocker. We kind of understand standoff because that might not be their strongest point, but search and destroy was just an absolute blowout. Control, they definitely had their foot there. They were able to basically push this to almost at the very end, but unfortunately, it was still that double takedown from Vitality that made that W really clear, and the message has been sent. Vitality is definitely a team that you cannot sleep on. I mean, they are a kingdom killer. They are a kingdom destroyer. The Emperor falls, and it's all because of Vitality, the Juggernaut, the Enforcer, Captain Marvel, the Legend Killer, and the Closer. I mean, these guys are insane right now as we see the highlights of how this went down for Vitality and Q9. We started strong for Q9. This was a back and forth for Vitality, and it was just here and there, good strategies from both teams. But in the very end, that double objective setup for Vitality plus the spawn trap on the side of the indie team was just the nail to the coffin and the end of the reign of the Emperor for today?
It was absolutely crazy how the players on the side of Vitality was able to end that last and final round. I mean, they had about, if I'm not mistaken, about a 9-10 life lead over the players of Q9. So it wasn't even a close one. And there was no way for Q9 to recover from that. They had 3 players left, while the players on the side of Vitality still had double digits running around the map trying to find those last 3 players. And they just made it a dominant end for the series.
Dominant and indeed, I mean, this was just a huge, huge is not even the word. If there's something bigger than huge, it's a gargantuan upset that Vitality is pulled up. And I'm sure, Kali, wherever you are watching today's broadcast, I'm sure you're all smiles right now, brother, and the rest of the team as well. I mean, I will definitely be waiting for the highlights and the breakdown of this entire play in the coming days for sure from Team Vitality. But for Q9, it is definitely a shocking loss, but nevertheless, they're still one of the best teams for sure. Their position is still secured for Cdsi, but this is something that they need to look back on and ask themselves what went wrong, where did we drop the ball, and where can we improve to make sure that this never happens again. As we of course wait for the stats and the reality to kick in when it comes to the statistics for the entire matchup here against Q9 and Vitality. But for some reason that you just joined us today and you probably missed out the 3 matches, hold on to your seats. We're gonna tell you something that you may not believe. You ready? Great. Vitality won 3-0 against Q9. Vitality won at SND 9-3. Yes, you're not hearing things from me. I'm not lying. Oh, by the way, stand up, hardpoint 250, 177, all in favor of Vitality as well. Yes, that is the reality we are living in. Welcome to this world. Welcome to Cdsi, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, this is something that, me, the other casters, we always talk about time and time again. Even if we have statistics, even if we can do a prediction on who might win what match, we can't really expect anything because upsets like this happen. And Vitality is one of the teams that shows us that statistics does not really dictate how the future is going to show up or what is going to happen in the future. And right now you can see the results of that last control match that we saw in Seaside. Vitality, huge dominant win over the players of Q9. Q9 definitely placed up a little bit of a fight here, but it wasn't enough because most of their players not able to stand up and get those kills. It was only Oling and Mauki getting a majority of the kills, while the rest of the whole Vitality team was carrying their fair share of the weight.
Fair share indeed, but of course, we have to definitely hand it to again Tectonic his for today. 1.27, 32 kills. Gotta hand it to the juggernaut himself. What a way to finish off the day. I mean, this is their last match here at the group stage. Basically, they can definitely go out, celebrate for this one because they just pulled up the most insane win of their careers for most likely. But of course, their eyes have to be set right now at the playoffs where the big things come into play as we check in the scores. The Enforcer solo leading the ratings with 142. The Juggernaut Tectonic with 1.37. Captain Marvel with 1.15. And of course, the Emperor Oling and Mauchi coming in at 4th and 5th place. Unfortunately for the Sun King, Curly and D Chen, they're dropping 0.8. Not that we expected from these 3, and probably the most probable reason why we are in this weird reality that we are in right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a weird reality. I mean, I have no idea what to expect going forward from now because if teams decide to pull off something like this again, then there's no predicting what is going to happen. And guys, just a reminder, this is only game 3 out of 5 of the series that we have tonight, so we still have a lot of action lined up for everyone.
And action means we are going to head out to Wolves versus Kagendra after this short break. We will be back for more exciting and shocking moments here at the group stage of the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2024.
She'll never die, watch a bullet flying by, go run for your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanted some more. Destined for war, all versus four. When we beginning, it's thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be warned, with all my strength it ain't easy. An arm, ain't nowhere to hide you under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are, you can take my crown. About to be owned, use your bones from my throne. Landed back attack, got your track, boy you act. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so wanted some more. Destined for war, all versus four. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and sound. We are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
Everything low.
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom Cod N. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their sick skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
From unbelievable to outstanding, it's been the summary of day 4 group stage here at the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2024. You still have me, JD the Castrodad, together with Tabi. Yes, unfortunately, AJ will not be joining us anymore. He is now resting peacefully. He is chilling at his house. He's retired, and he will be watching the show on the backside right there, just enjoying the action that we've had so far. And action indeed. If you just missed it, Q9 fell in the hands of Vitality 3-0. What world are we living in? It is absolutely crazy, but of course our eyes are now set on our next match. We have, of course, Wolves against Kagendra, and honestly, it's not been a good day for Kagendra for sure, because they actually just came in from a 0-3 loss against Vitality. For sure, it's basically been a hit and miss for both of these squads. Honestly, especially for Kagendra. I mean, losing 0-3 against Vitality, it was just an upset match for them. For the side of Wolves, yes, it also was a hit and miss. I mean, winning against our Esports, absolutely good. They did lose control. And on the side of Godlike, they lost the hardpoint match against them. So, balance-wise, again, we've officially thrown our statistics books out of the window, because throughout the day, it has served us no purpose. It has shocked us throughout the day because things that we were expecting were not happening. All of these teams just pulling insane upsets left, right, and center. I mean, from the initial matchup that we had against SPG and Elevate was also unbelievable. Stalwart Esports basically shutting down Godlike, and then Vitality winning all matches against Q9. So, for all it's worth, if Kagendra wins 3-0 against Wolves, I will not be surprised at this point anymore. I'm not holding any judgment against any teams at this point because, uh, it's been a crazy day.
Statistics out of the door you go, because right now anything can happen, and it looks like we have up on our screens going to be the players on the side of Wolves. You've already known them, you've already seen them time and time again, and of course they are going to be going up against the players on the side of Kagendra.
And I guess for the side of Wolves, Peg will still be the man to look out for. He has been the one consistent all throughout the day and all throughout the season here at the group stage. So we'll definitely look forward to see him pop up for sure. But for the rest of the team, they definitely needs to step up as well. And I'm sure Nianzai, King, and Guagua definitely have what it takes. But on the side of Kagendra, it almost has been Reef and some instances, Me6 here and there, Trickster here and there, even for Owl and Fran. But of course, honestly speaking, statistics-wise, numbers-wise, and consistency-wise, it's all been Reef. And hopefully for the rest of the team, they're able to pull their own weight and definitely lock this one in. I mean, honestly here, the best case scenario for Kagendra is definitely win hard point here. But Wolves has the opportunity to pull an upset as well, as we now end up seeing the map bans here for this game. Wolves against Kagendra. Standoff is out of the question. Apocalypse as well. Same thing as Hackney Yard and Hacienda. So we're now gonna end up for sure at what is definitely left at this point. I'm losing my numbers again. I always forget that one weird map. Start point. But later, we'll deal with that. This time, no Tunisia, no firing range as well, no Kurohana, and no Express for the map. So definitely, we are headed to take off one more time, and this time, no Arsenal and no Seaside for control. So that's definitely Raid.
Finally, a little bit of a change. I haven't seen a raid just yet, so I am excited to see it in this match. But then again, I want to ask you, what's your predictions? We already said this a while ago that Hardpoint and Control is a little bit up in the air, but there has to be a team that you're leaning towards.
Summit, there you go. I finally remember the map. Sorry, Summit. Leaning towards for that one here at Summit, Kagendra, and Wolves. When it comes to consistency, I have to give it to Wolves for sure, because Kagendra's definitely had their hits and misses here and there, especially during their last performances. So if the entire team does not pop off, most likely Wolves will definitely be able to capitalize on all situations, because all they have to do is nerf Reef, and that is it for them. So of course, we're still hoping that Kagendra has finally found their mojo back and they're able to turn things around, but I'm not that much hopeful to that situation. Best case scenario, it's gonna be a back and forth with a close finish here at Summit for the hard point. But then again, it's been a day full of surprises. It's been a night full of surprises here for all of us here at the broadcast team, even for the viewers wherever you're watching us on Facebook or on YouTube for this evening. I'm sure your jaws have been dropping every now and then because you've been asking yourself what is going on at day 4, and it's all been surprises. But yeah, we will definitely expect some surprises here as we are now headed to Summit. First game, hard point, Kagendra versus Wolves. Let's see who takes the first hill.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be heading into Summit and the players are off. But I definitely agree with you. When it comes to consistency, it's going to be Wolves here who has the advantage over Kagendra. Kagendra has been struggling up against some of the major players in this tournament. But look at this, the opening. It's going to be on the favor of the side of Wolves as they get a couple picks really early off and the control of the hill as well.
And second floor advantage also still in the side initially of the Wolves, but now Kagendra claiming this one back here. But of course, it's still gonna be a fully contested on the side of the Wolves here as the pack just make sure to pounce on their prey here. And they managed to a bit of a takeover, just not yet. Well, definitely all good there, making sure that the numbers are tied to their favor with Nian spotting one that there at the corner, but B6 has plans otherwise here from the cage, going in for the takeover one more time. But of course, they're still kind of in a pickle here. It's back and forth we go. This is what we definitely expect throughout the day here at Hardpoint between Kagendra and the Wolves.
Yeah, this one is definitely going to be a close match. Or we'll just have to see which one of them ends up winning the match and closing up the game. But for now, again, as you said, back and forth between the two teams as they try to gain control of P number 2. Now, Kagendra, they have a little bit of a better angle right now, but with Wolves going on to second floor and trying to gain control of it, they might just lose that right now. Kagendra, at the 24 point, they're gonna tie things up with Wolves, but will it be enough to pull away is the question to be answered.
That Zai Triple K definitely making things difficult for Kagendra right now as the King has the War Machine at hand, gets the double right there, trying to find number 3, probably, but Fran from up above, shutting down with a KRM, the takeover, not just yet. Wawa still there for the duel, takeover and the defense, same thing with Nian, but now of course, it's a 39-29 situation here with 15 more seconds to go. Wolves still handling this one perfectly as they're just trying to go in for a takeover. As you can see here, there's a moment about 10-20 seconds that Kagendra is there. The next 20 is gonna be Wolves. It's definitely gonna be back and forth. And for sure, if this is gonna be trend throughout the hardpoint, it will be so close that every hill counts, and even scrap points matter for both teams.
Definitely scrap points, though they are called scrap points, they should not be underestimated because they can make a huge difference, and if you get it for every hill, they definitely add up. But right now, Wolves, Peg, he's gonna get a huge 3-piece there, clearing out the areas so that the rest of the teams can go down and hold on to that hill. Kagendra on the other side, they're going in for the push with the equalizer at hand. They try to break into the hill. That last 30 seconds is going to be huge for them if they're able to hold it down. But with Wolves still having the spawn in their favor, it might not be good enough for Kagendra. Right now, the battle continues. Wolves holds down the hill. 77 points to their name as they inch closer towards that 100-point mark. They are not giving Kagendra a chance.
Definitely not giving them any chance at all. The 30-point advantage is now all good. The goal here is definitely for Kagendra to rotate already to the next hill. And I guess that's definitely the plan for them, as we're almost going to be seeing a 3-man piece there. The nades flying in to clear out that path already. But of course, Wolves have other plans. The backstab right there from Zai, locking it good with a double. And now, of course, they're clearing house for P3. Pecky again with a KRM. Takeover is okay. Eats it up right in the face. Trickster with the War Machine trying to clear house for his name, but not just yet. It is still now wide open. Definitely Kagendra full control this time, and hopefully that nade and of course those actions from Kagendra makes it possible for them. But of course, Nia and the rest of the crew is making it absolutely difficult.
Yep, it's becoming harder and harder for the players on the side of Kagendra to push in, but they have made that gap as small as they can, and they continue to put every single effort into getting that kill. Scrap time left 13 seconds. Is gonna still be a contest between these two teams on who is going to be able to claim that. It looks like Wolves is going to be the one holding onto that hill, but that does risk the chance that they're not going to be able to rotate in time to the next hill, because Kagendra has already set up onto that next hill. They try to keep the players of Wolves out of range, out of the map, and that's exactly what they do. As soon as it opens, Kagendra starts earning points, and they try to play catch up here, watching every single entrance, and Guawa is going to be the one who breaks into the hill, taking down the players of Kagendra and clearing out the area.
A bad mistake right there on the side of Wolves. They left P1 basically wide open, and all the entry points were already blocked up by Kagendra. But of course, they're now trying their best to turn things around to their favor. They now have full control. The King lining it up with the War Machine, clearing house one more time. But of course, P6 and the rest of the crew, P6 finds one right there from back. Same thing with Trickster. Again, it's all for the taking. Kagendra takes it one more time. 120 93 is our score, almost closing in. It's so much back and forth that these teams are just able to secure about at least 20-30 seconds each for their name. Then the takeover kicks in. They're gonna take it one more time. Now we're back to a 20-point advantage to the side of the Wolves. Next kill here at the open. Whoever wants this badly will definitely win this one to the very end.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's a very close game. Only 11 points difference between these two. And Kagendra, though they've always been behind in comparison to Wolves, they definitely have the opportunity to catch up here. And Meeseeks with a claw here is going to be a huge contributing factor to that if he's able to take full advantage of it, because he is in a very important angle to hold for this P number 2. Unfortunately, Wolves still going to be able to break in despite that operator skill being held by Meeseeks, and it looks like that's going to be able to help them pull away here. Close to that 150-point marks they go, and Wolves continues to go and hold down P number 2 and start the rotation to P number 3 as well.
There was a bit of an attempt there for Fran to make sure that they have full control. Unfortunately, they'll just be playing off with scrap time. Damage already been done on the side of Kagendra. Wolves now this time, Peggy want to make sure that they have this kill right here, but unfortunately gets taken out right there. But of course, the rest of the team coming back into action. King want to make sure that anyone who enters that spot will be taken care of. But Meeseeks also has the same plan right here. The rotation right here inside this hill is just insane. Trickster coming in with a war machine, welcoming everyone with a bullet right there, but not really doing so much damage. A bit of a damage, but nope, it's not just enough. 129-153 is our score. It's still in this time the hands of Kagendra as Wolves sits one right there in the money, but Peggy spots him from behind, but unfortunately gets traded off. And now 154, now back in the lead. The Wolves are now heating up in their play, but of course Owl and the rest of the crew just took that in just a few more seconds. My goodness.
Yep, it's a very close match. We're going down to the line, and now another fight for that scrap time. It's going to go back and forth between the players of Wolves and Kagendra. And despite having the opportunity to go in for the early rotations, Wolves is going to still continue fighting for that P3. But finally, they decide to settle on P4. Get ready for the push of Kagendra to come, because they're just about to complete the rotations onto that hill. Zai here, however, he has his gun up and ready. He's going to be able to knock a couple players down, giving time for the rest of the players of Wolves to prepare up for the next round of battles. And here we go. Kagendra pushing in once more. Zai is going to have a claw at hand. He's going to clear out the stairs, making sure no one goes up and enters even close to that point.
And now Wolves still control here of this hill. They've done a great job making sure that whatever entry points that Kagendra is coming in, they've already taken it out. But of course, Owl has different ideas right now with, of course, a takedown double right there with the equalizer, equalizing the situation and trying to make sure that they have this on. But Peg definitely have a different idea, trying to go in one more time. Meeseeks also the same thing. 175, 178. Again, another deadlock here between Kagendra and Wolves. Back and forth we go. The King comes in hot, but of course Meeseeks again with a trade, trying to take it over one more time. 185, 179. Everyone is just doing their utmost best to take every single second count right now at this hill as we're down and out. Reset coming in just 10 seconds.
And finally, look at this. Kagendra is the one in the lead. Even if it's just ever so slightly over the players of Wolves, they are in the lead nonetheless, and they're fighting for the chance to maintain that lead. Meeseeks here popping off with the claw at hand, but Wolves he's gonna try to put a stop to it. He pushes in with Nyan right behind him as the support system. They're going to break into the hill, and Kagendra is going to be reaching that 200-point mark. Wolves takes the hill back to their side. They want to hit that 200-point mark as well, and Nyan, he's popping off here once again, and Wolves, they inch closer and closer towards that 200-point mark. Kagendra nowhere to be seen, not even for the slightest contest.
And a bit of contest right now coming in as a 212, 191. But of course, Wolves and Nian have something to say about that. The King coming in as well. They're trying to make sure that that number does not move just yet. They want to make sure that they have at least a few more seconds to go on that one. And they managed to do so. Last few seconds coming in definitely for the Wolves here as we now inch up 219, 200 here perhaps. So it's just going to be at 195 for the Wolves. And now the next hill comes back again live. Critical control here for both squads. Whoever gets this to the minute is gonna be the winner. But Kagendra definitely has all the advantage. Well, the Wolves can definitely say otherwise in that situation, as Zai spots one from behind. 203, 220. It's so close right now. They're just making sure that everything is lining up with Zai, with the claw, fighting everyone right now, going in for the double. Trying to find number 3, but unfortunately gets taken out as well as Mi6, trying to get this back into their team. 25 more to go for Kagendra, and they can win this one.
There's definitely opportunity for them to do so, but right now it's just a matter of holding it down. The smoke is definitely going to help out Fran here. He's going to be able to be huge with that KRM, but unfortunately gets knocked out. Wolves trying to make a comeback here. They take the hill. 14 seconds remain, but it's a constant contest from both of these teams. It looks like they are going to be saved by the bell. Push to pin number 3 before we see if Genja is going to be able to bring this to an end, or will Wolves push for overtime once again. War Machine at hand. King is gonna make sure that the entrances are blocked. No one can go near there. Backup comes as well. Gendra only 8 points away from the win, but Wolves hasn't given up yet.
Wolves have never given up this time. The pack is still alive. 225, 242, 20 points to go for this one to tie. The double right there, the triple from Guagua. And they're just making sure that everything is lining up perfectly right there. 234 inching away. Just a few more seconds to go, but the contest is there. But Guagua is still alive. And now, of course, the Hunter Killer Drone and the KRM doing their perfect job right now. Zai is still coming in. 245 advantage now with the Wolves. It's gonna be close, ladies and gentlemen. But it's gonna end with the Wolves biting Kagendra to the ground.
That was an absolutely crazy end to that hardpoint match, because it looked like for a second there that Kagendra would be able to win. But unfortunately, when a P3 opened up, they were nowhere to be seen. It was Wolves. They took the hill.
They took it and they brought it home to the Wolfpack for sure. Wolves definitely winning by the sliver of their teeth. I mean, that was too close for comfort, honestly. I mean, it was 240 plus, ending with their 250. That definitely, that final hill was, they put everything on the line there. And of course, basically that Annihilator takedown from the Wolves there really played the part, and as well as the rest of the team, just making sure that no entry points were open for anyone for Kagendra, and that's basically the key to victory for the Wolves. 1-0 for them. A hard-fought battle for the Wolves, but definitely no love lost for Kagendra, as they definitely pushed it to the very, very end.
Yeah, they didn't give up, and that's what's important. You know, you try your best, you continue to fight all the way to the very end, and that's exactly what they did. But luckily enough, the players on the side of Kagendra have another chance as we head on to Search and Destroy, as well as Control later on. But looking at the highlights here, you can see they were tied up neck and neck several times throughout the hardpoint match, and they just kept one-upping each other time and time again, going for those retakes, going in for the contest, and going on for the retakes.
Back and forth we go, definitely, for all the matches. I mean, I could not actually declare one hill to be a certain team's hill, basically, because as we've actually noticed, Kagendra, let's say, takes the first 20, and then the Wolves takes another 20 right there. Back and forth in all those circumstances. Scrap points there for Kagendra, scrap points there for the Wolves. But basically, the last hill was the moneymaker for the Wolves. That is where they cemented their legacy. They managed to control everything to their favor. They had all the operator skills available for them, and that brought them the victory. But now, Kagendra just needs to shake it off. Lost that Wolves to hardpoint, that's okay. Focus now this time on Search and Destroy. And for this one, we of course are headed to Takeoff. We've seen Takeoff a lot of times here. This map has been the ultimate shocker map. So the question is, I mean, does Kagendra has what it takes to defeat the Wolves at Search and Destroy?
That is a very good question. We'll have to see if Kagendra is able to step up their game, recover from that gruesome hardpoint match where they lost by just a couple points to Wolves. And this is, something that's very important. They have to be consistent throughout the whole match. They can't just only show up strong in the start or only in the center of the game or only in the end of the game. They have to be consistent to be able to win a search and destroy match. They have to be able to win every single round. And those clutches we saw in the last match between Q9 and Vitality, we saw how important those clutch moments are, and hopefully these two teams are going to be able to do the same.
So the question would be, which one of these teams are more clutch than the other? Would it be the Wolves or Kagendra? That's going to be a question that we're going to answer in just a bit as we look at what transpired. Of course, again, here at Summit for Hardpoint, we have 250, 242, 8-point advantage for the Wolves right there. Highly contested, evening the odds in all favor. I mean, this was just a back and forth matchup as we've mentioned earlier, but this time it was the Wolves definitely securing P3, ending it for them, and making sure that they have at least one up against Kagendra as we wait, of course, this time to check out the stats for the players. And on the side of the Wolves, it is, of course, an interesting lineup here. Zai with a 1.85, followed by, of course, by Peg, King, and Nian with those plus 40. Squawk also doing well with the 39. But on the side of Kagendra, as I mentioned before, if you're able to nerf Reap, luckily here, Fran and Trickster managed to step up in the game. But unfortunately, the entire effort was still not enough to defeat the Wolf Pack here, as the Wolves, Zai with his second MVP, 1.85 there, and the 63 kill. Definitely reaching a milestone with that 60k. I honestly, I have to apologize to Karen right now that I realized that I did not even realize that someone ended up on the 60-point mark there, because we were too focused on the score, on how much back and forth everything was just going on.
Yup, absolutely crazy. 60 kills in a single game. Zai definitely popped off there. And you saw time and time again that every time he pulled out an operator skill or a score streak, he was able to take full advantage of it. And you know that is what you call top tier player, because he is able to take every advantage to his side to help and elevate his team towards that win.
And now, of course, their eyes are now set to search and destroy for both Wolves and Kagendra. Definitely Kagendra needs to win this one to at least even up the situation. But of course, for the Wolves, well, in the end, it's definitely going to be a highlight here, and it's always been said and done. But, you know, almost throughout the entire group stage, that so-called ranking that we've always talked about has kind of changed every now and then, depending on the win-loss of these teams here and there. So now, honestly, it could still be anybody's ball game if it's gonna be as close as what we saw here at Hardpoint. We might just end up on several overtimes here for Search and Destroy. But then again, we'll have to see how well these two teams perform here at Takeoff. A very special map here for both of these squads as we now head out for round number 1, Kagendra versus Wolves here at Takeoff, Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point that you bring up. You know, the possibility of overtime, considering how close and at par these two teams are. But look at this. First couple kills going to go to the side of Kagendra Reef here. But Nian tries to even it out, and Guagua gets one on a Reef. That brings us to a 4v3 standing here in favor of the players of Wolves. But Wolves is going to try to continue and get more kills onto the players of Kagendra.
They still have, of course, the bomb advantage, make it a 1v4 situation. Trickster not in a good spot right now. Nian spots it in right there, and first point goes definitely to the Wolves. Now, initial push right there for Kagendra was kind of mixed, I have to say. Wolves definitely understands this map quite well. Perhaps, you know, learning from the mistakes of Q9 from earlier matchup, and they definitely know how well to control this one. But for Kagendra, they definitely need to be a little bit smarter here. Find those spots right there as the defenders, get their eyes both on Alpha and Bravo, and make sure that any point of activities from the side of Wolves are taken care of. But Peg spots one from behind there, making sure that's a 4-5 situation right on the bucket.
Definitely, and this is going to be an advantage again to the side of Wolves, looking like they might just be able to take the second round win here. But it all goes down to how they play this. Reeves going to be able to get one onto King, and he backs away onto that scaffoldings, not wanting to go in for more fights with the players on the side of Wolves. And right now, the game slows down as players hold down their position, trying to get an angle onto their opponents, but no one has been in contact with one another just yet. But Reeves speaks out. Guagua is going to get that kill and repositions. 55 seconds left on the clock. They have to pick up that bomb, go in for the plant soon because they might just run out of time if they wait any longer.
Definitely Bravo is the better option here as Alpha is almost stacked against their favor. So Wolves definitely better go for Bravo right now. It looks like that'll be the case, but Owl spots one right there. And now it's a 3-piece each. Guagua going in for the plan. Trickster trying to nail that one and manages to do so. Owl taken out right there. It's a 1v3 situation. Peggy unfortunately now has to deal with a clutch. Can he pull this one off? 1v2 situation. Peg tries to spot one and managed to get one right there. Will the clutch happen? Mi6 going for the plant already. That means position is all exposed and that the defuse is there basically. And that ends it there. 1-1 is our score. Kagendra definitely evening up the odds.
Yep, it's becoming a pretty even right now. And though this is just the start of the Search and Destroy match, you can expect this for the rest of the Search and Destroy match, even potentially going to overtime. But look at this. Neon gets an amazing sniper shot to open up the round there, taking down Reef, bringing it once again to a 4v5 in favor of the players on the side of Wolves. But Peg here, right in line with some of the other players on the side of Kagendra. He's gonna try and scope things out. Trickster here spots a player, gets an amazing wall bang onto Guagua. Neon gets another one as well. It evens out the playing field, but still a little bit of a disadvantage inside of Kagendra as they're down by a player.
They've now picked up the bomb. Bravo will probably again the best option for them at this point as they only have Fran right there, but Neon already spots one and the takedown is good. 2v4 situation all in favor for the Wolves, but Fran might spot one and the takedown is good. Needs to reposition himself because but again Trickster missed that one, but the follow-up still missing in that one, but the third one is a charm finally. But now the 2v2 situation. Sai gets one right there for the takedown. Wolves, the backstab is the finisher right there. 2-1 score. Back and forth we go. Still, they're trying to get a good read of each other, and they're definitely understanding how each one plays this one, and they're able to understand how to build up their countermeasures. But for now, the Wolves definitely just want to make sure that to get a read first of the room, understand the map, where the positions are, and then make their move. But this time, again, they're just making their move well, but they're paying the price as well as they're down two players already, and it's a 4v2 situation already this time.
That smoke played perfectly. I mean, it was just a huge bloodbath there. Kagendra losing most of their players and leaving Fran all alone here. But Fran, he's still gonna be able to get a kill onto the King, and it's all down to a 1v2 situation here. Lots of time for Guagua to go in for the plant, but he goes in right now. Fran gonna throw a grenade, gets it lined up perfectly, and it's all down to Peg here. 1v1 situation. Peg peeks out, gets one on Fran, takes the win for the side of Wolves. 3 points to their name. Kagendra still stuck at 1.
That was almost a loss for the side of the Wolves there. That nade lined perfectly. All the last player had to do was find Peg and shut him down. But unfortunately, Peg has the upper hand when it comes to that angle. Knows how it works, and they just have to brush this off. Again, they just need to get themselves back in the game, push this to 3-2 at least, make sure that the lead is not that strong right now. As, again, for the Wolves, it's an interesting, almost a 4-1 push here. They're trying to just stay within their area and not really lock down on Alpha and Bravo. As, of course, we have a 2-1-2 split here for the side of Kagendra, trying to make sure that they have all control here for both mid, Alpha and Bravo, and a possible takeover if anything goes wrong from their favor.
Yep, definitely. They have to be able to control the map and control the positioning of their teammates and players here in the game to be able to win out the round. But for now, things once again slow down. It looks like the players on the side of Wolves gonna start their rotation towards that B side. But they have to watch out because Kagendra's gonna be right around the corner. Peg with a huge double kill there is gonna clear out the area. Now only three players remaining on the side of Kagendra. They need to be able to rotate carefully because right around the corner are two players on the side of Wolves and they are spotted out. Trickster is going to be able to get one, but Peg gets the revenge and it's going to be down to 4v2 here. But it looks like Owl is going to try to even out the playing field, gets one. Nian knows exactly where he's at, trying to get the right angle, but not watching his back. That might be something he'll have to pay for, and Owl gets it on him.
And now it's a 1v2 situation. Al definitely has an opportunity. Needs to go in for the defuse, but no. Pegs finds him first, shuts it down. 4-1 is the score. Kagendra still unable to find an antidote against the Wolves right now, and they're able to, the Wolves able to read Kagendra's movement every now and then. And of course, right now, they're now down by 3. Kagendra needs to step out right now. Perhaps, find something a little bit more aggressive here because Nian and the rest of the crew just can't seem to miss.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They have to try a different strategy here because Neon has just been so consistent. I mean, look at that, 7 kills, and Peg as well with the 9 kills. They are at the top of their game. But look at this Owl with a huge grenade kill, following it up with a 2-piece. It's gonna put Wolves in a difficult situation of only 2 players left. Now, they hide away, not wanting to come into contact with the players of Kagendra, but Kagendra, on the other hand, they're trying to hunt down those last 2 players.
Hunting is the word indeed, and one finds the other. Trickster might spot. Whoa, there you go. King is down and out. It's all down to Nian here. 1v3 situation. Is he able to clutch this one in? 1-0 on the clock. Trickster might get a backstab, but did not land. But unfortunately, the trade is there. Unfortunately, the Wolves succumb. Finally, Kagendra breaks out of that #1 curse. They're able to get a win. Hopefully this time, push it to 3-4.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
We'll have to see if they're able to push for a 3-4 here. I mean, so far, Wolves has been really good. Kagendra sometimes able to find those counters, but those small mistakes, they have definitely been paying for it. Now, this game just starting right now. None of the players coming into contact with one another yet, but the smoke helping to keep cover. Guago going to find Fran hiding at the corner, gets that kill confirmed. Owl lurking around, going to spot out King, but doesn't get that kill just yet. Instead, goes to window, finds one, but not confirmed either. He's gonna back away. These players just trying to play it safe. They don't want their lives taken away from them.
For sure. Any life advantage is always going to be the case as King gets one right there. And now Owl again. Ooh, it's that nade courtesy of Peg. It bounced off the wall and it just landed on his face. Unfortunately, now it's down to Trickster. That is all a 5v1 situation. It's going to be an ace if basically that's not necessary anymore. Probably as the Wagwa go in for the plant already. Trickster, the force is on. 40 seconds to defuse and deal with 5 members of the Wolves. The pack is ready. They're hunting basically. But Trickster gets one. Not just yet, but not deliver. And the finish is good. Make it an ace. 5-2. All in favor of the Wolves.
The hit mark did not help him there. But luckily enough, they still have some room to play around with. Wolves at 5 points now. Kagendra cannot lose anymore because when Wolves inches closer towards that 9 point, it's gonna be the end of them. Neon with a very clean opening here, gonna take down Tricksters, and it's going to be another kill on the side of Wolves as King takes down Reef. Only 3 players remaining on the side of Kagendra. It is not looking good for them.
B6 trying to even up the odds right there as he took out Nian already. Guagua may have the opportunity to find one. Owl just lurking away and finding another prey there as well. Now the 3v3 situation, even up setup, but Guagua welcomes it and eats it from Fran. Peg finds another right there, evening up the situation. 2v2 on both sides. Fran again misses, I think that one. Ooh, could not deliver just yet. The slide again gets it right in the money. Zai all alone against Fran, and Owl. Owl has been delivering quite well already for the team with 6 frags to his name. Fran with 5. Zai only has 2. this is gonna be a game changer for him. Hopefully, if he can pull it off. The question is, can he actually pull it off this time? He might be able to spot Owl from that corner if he moves a little slower. Owl lurking in here at the scaffolding. Fran down low. Ty eats it, courtesy of Fran right there. 3-5. Kagenda back in the game when we switch sides.
Yep, with the switch of sides, this might just be the opportunity for Kagendra to step up, and with the switch of the momentums as well. But now, Kagendra going to be placed on the attacking side, Wolves as the defending team. Let's see how this one goes down as Kagendra gets to dictate where the plays are going to happen. Zai is going to be able to take down Owl. First kill of the game, but Me6 evens it out and takes out Neon.
4v4 situation one more time. Ty finally breaking that curse, gets number 3 ready, number 4 rather. And now of course 3v4 situation still in favor of the Wolves. Definitely you don't work again that you don't want them to win this one. And Trickster makes it a double right there. 2v2 still. Anybody's ball game here basically with 116 on the clock for the plant. Kagendra, a bit of a pressure here, but of course for Wolves, they just need to play this one smart. They just need to find their opponents or at least force Kagendra for the plant. Ubeg right up there and eats it from Trickster. And now it's down to King. Can he clutch this one? 2 situation here. King might definitely spot it from behind. It's just there in that building. Patience is virtue for King. If Kagendra walks right out in that spot, it's gonna be over. But of course, the rotation will be kicking in. Those 2 boys from Kagendra understands the situation. Fran may have an idea already where King is right now. So the goal probably here definitely is an alpha plant perhaps. Bait King and go for the trade.
We'll have to see which among these players are going to be able to get that kill. But King about to peek out now. Here's the plan from France, but the backup by Trickster is just going to be enough to make him run away for his life. King though gets shot from behind by Fran, and it looks like that gives them just enough time to go in for the plant right now. King, he's forced to rotate, needs to look for another angle to be able to pick them off one by one. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, he has to think of a plan soon. Now, he inches closer towards that bomb site, but Fran watching the entrances as well as Trickster. It's going to be a difficult one for King to make through. And now it might just be the moment that they spot each other, but the smokes to cover him. This might be enough to get that defuse, but Fran spots him out, gets that kill, and Kagendra gets their 4th round win of the match.
Smart play right there for Kagendra. They know that they can always go for the trade, but make sure to just force Wolves to go in for the defuse. The clock is on their favor, so all they had to do was wait for that moment that basically King comes out and gets that kill basically and end it for them. Now it's a 5-4 situation. Kagendra now has an opportunity to tie things up, and they definitely want that right now. The nade locking in, but of course the shutdown is good right there, but a trade is gonna happen. 4v4 situation as Owl probably finds another one but could not deliver just yet. Zai coming in from behind, but it's just on that building. It's still not a clean shot. Definitely Me6 trying to cook that nade. Lands it in just for info. And Me6 welcome it. That one peg finds another, evening up the situation again. 3v2. Here we go on the side. Wolves trying to go and Owl again, evening up the odds, but the trade is there. 1v2 situation. Trickster against Guagua and King. Can the 2 push this one, or Trickster pull a clutch?
1v2 situation. This is where we see if Kagendra is strong enough to clutch this. They have to go to that B side, get that bomb planted as it's been dropped. But in such an open site, it might just be smarter to go rotate towards that A side, and that's exactly what Trickster is doing here. Wolves, on the other hand, they are trying to spot out where he potentially might be, but for now, Trickster is gonna play a high angle here, trying to make sure the area is clean, but an open plant isn't going to be beneficial because he gets spotted by King, taken down, and Wolves at 6 points now, very close to ending up the game.
6 points, 3 more to go for the Wolves. Kagendra definitely needs to put a stop to it. It worked with them before, it can work with them again. Unfortunately, that plant was good idea, but definitely that was not a good spot right there. Probably just went a little closer to the building and duck down and go for the plant, then bait it. But of course, a mess is a mess already. But for now, it's even a bigger mess as they're trying to go in for a 3v3 situation. Make that a 2v3 situation. All in favor of Kagendra. Definitely putting themselves in a better position. But King spots one and gets it right there. 2v2 one more time. Owl this time going in for an open plant here on the side as Fran is there for the backup. King and Nian definitely has all the information probably they need just yet. 45 on the clock. Nian spots one and make it a 2v1 situation. Owl crawling in. Will meet King and eats it. And now down to Nian with the pressure as well for the defuse. Can Owl push this to the end? And oh! The nade! Definitely. The information is good right there. Nian just rotating right now. It's gonna be a cat and mouse chase here. But Owl spots it! Ooh, and the finish right there! There you go. 5-6-4. There's now an opportunity again for Kagendra to tie up the series for 6-6.
Definitely a huge opportunity for them here. They cannot let it slip through their fingertips. They have to be able to step up here. But with that, they start the rotation. They start spreading out, trying to find the best angle to get their opponents caught off guard. But Wolves are going to get killed by this amazing grenade and a backup by Owl there. Going to take down a couple of the players. And it looks like Wolves going to be down to their last and final player. It's all up to King here. Last and final player in the match. And Kagendra, they want to tie up this game. King with the Tundra. It's gonna slow down, trying to look for the players of Kagendra, but even if he does find them, it's a matter of getting those picks, because if he doesn't, he's gonna get shot from behind right now. Reef spots him out, plays a little cat and mouse, but King ultimately falls to his knees, and the Kagendra and Wolves are now at a tie.
Tie indeed, and of course the back and forth has always been the situation here for Wolves and Kagendra. A bit of a lead initially for the Wolves, then Kagendra has been on the roll so far, and now the Wolves definitely needs to find a way to stop this right off the get-go. That spot there by Owl with that nade is just working really well, but Peg already get that read, that one, and making sure to punish Kagendra already. But of course the backup is good as well. 3v, now 4v2 situation. Bit of a pickle here for Kagendra as Zai trying to call in. Mystics with the snipe will not hit just yet. It's all down to him, unfortunately. 1v4 situation. It's a hard order for him to go in for the clutch, but it is a possibility. But Guagua with the long takedown right there with that MG42. 2 points to go and Wolves will take this. Kagendra needs to respond.
This is absolutely crazy. We are seeing a potential comeback here from the side of Kagendra if they're able to keep up the pace. But Wolves, of course, is not making it easy, and they are just trying to take and remain in the lead here time and time again. But look at this huge plays from the side of Wolves as they take down the players of Kagendra right away. And Me6 is going to be the last one alive here. In a blink of an eye, Kagendra disappears into thin air and Me6 is left all alone.
That was such a bad move right there for Kagendra, rushing that one in, but definitely the information is ready. Step Nian just finishing the job right there. And now match point for Wolves. Kagendra definitely needs to wake up. Owl needs to find a prey and take it out already and defeat the Wolves at this match, or it's gonna be all over for them, unfortunately. For one thing is for sure, Kagendra cannot pull off the same play that they did earlier. That early push was just so wrong in so many levels. But Me6 finds one already right there. Bad extension on the side of the Wolves. But the trade is good. They get a double. Trying to make it a triple perhaps, but not just yet anymore. 4v3 situation. Ooh, but the nade courtesy of Me6 lands and eats. Takes out Zai right there, making it an even situation. Again, Kagendra has an opportunity to stop the bleed, but the Wolves definitely wants to finish it once and for all. But no, just yet Trickster just not finishing the job. Oh my goodness. How is this gonna end, Zabi?
I don't know, but I'm just as stressed as you are. And right now, I want to know if Kagendra can make a comeback here, or will Wolves end the game right away? Now, the positioning, it looks like Kagendra is getting ready to push in. Me6 with a huge kill. They're going to be able to take one, and Trickster comes out with one as well. And it looks like Guagua is going to be left all alone here. This is an opportunity for Kagendra to put one more up onto the scoreboard, and Wolves to wait another round before they're able to close up the game. And Trickster with the assist here with the wraparound. They're going to get that kill. Kagendra at 7 points now.
Still a match point for the Wolves Esports, but Kagendra definitely knocking on the door of the Wolfpack here. They definitely just need one more win, and this has to be it. Tie up the round series here, force for the overtime, and make sure to make no mistake. That nade from Owl is where we need it the most, but Peggy must have a different idea. And Owl perhaps spots another one. Me6 also lining up something right there, but could not deliver just yet. Everyone's still alive and kicking, but Nian makes it in and out there. Oh, now a bad situation for Kagendra, and it's now down to Me6. 1v3 situation. Not a good spot here for Me6, although he has done excellent with the 9 frags. It is Guagua, King, and Nian here, lurking in the shadows, trying to make sure that Wolves has this on the bag. Can Me6 deliver the most insane clutch here at Cdsi against the Wolves? But nope, that's not gonna be the case anymore. I was supposed to ask that question to you, Tabi, but it ends right there with a takedown. 9-7 is our score. The Wolves again wins this one. Well, 2-0 is our setup indeed. One more to go, and that is of course Control. Again, another tough match for the Wolves, but then they come up on top against Kagendra. It's always that moment that Kagendra is almost there for the win, but just could not deliver the finish.
Yep, definitely. You know, they just have to work on their later half of the game, because that's, again, as you said, where they're struggling the most. They are close to winning every single time in that hardpoint match, in this search and destroy match as well, but they let it slip through their fingertips and they're not able to secure the win in the end of the day. But now we are going to be heading on to the final match between these two teams, which is going to be Control. Now, I want to hear your predictions on Control, because this one's kind of toss up in the air of whether Wolves or Kagendra is going to win it.
Now, the last time Wolves basically went in, they're kind of more an advantage at this point, especially when it comes to Control, because on the last match, as we mentioned, Kagendra lost all games to Vitality. In this case, for the Wolves Esports, they were able to win everything against STE, and for Godlike, they just lost Hardpoint. But you know, they already have all the momentum they need to go for that. Again, another 3-0-4 this evening, but nevertheless, you know, Kagendra definitely, at least the goal here is take at least one W for their team to put it on their scoreboard. As we look at the highlights of our S&D, it was a back and forth. We go 2 rounds here and there. Definitely an insane comeback on the side of Kagendra, as they basically bridged that 4-1 scenario against the Wolves. It was all Wolves basically on that lineup, but you know, there was wins here and there on the side of the Wolves. Then Kagendra comes back strong, pushing it to a very insane 7-8 situation. Basically, you know, they're just finding the shots perfectly here. Me6 definitely doing a great job, even for Owl. As you can see here, 6-4 was the end point there. Owl finding it there to tie the series, and that insane nade courtesy of Owl, shutting things down for them, pushing it to a 6-6-6 situation. But Wolves gets one up, Kagendra gets another one there basically, and then of course it was just all over the place. Wolves just locking this one to the ground to make sure that they have that 7-8, and then just basically end it in a 9-7 situation.
Yep, they didn't want to risk the chance of going overtime, but Kagendra was definitely trying to push for that. It was really fun to see, though, however, how they were able to make really good plays in that later half of the game, where we saw Kagendra attempt a comeback. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. But nonetheless, really, really fun match there. We were on the edge of the seats, and as I told you a while ago, I was really stressed out to find out who's gonna win that match. But luckily, we finally brought it to an end. Wolves took home the win there. And let's see if they're going to be able to make it a 3-0 as we head into Control. I think I remember you saying that our map is going to be Raid, so this is going to be a little bit of a different game as what we've seen so far.
if it's gonna be raid, for sure, the snipers are always gonna be a key factor here for this team. And so far, for the Wolves Esports, they're definitely finding their shots, but we cannot dismiss Kagendra's ability to basically line up those shots as well, especially for Me6 and Fran popping off, and even for Owl as well. Trickster really doing one heck of a job with certain situations. I guess we haven't just seen a lot from Reef for this S&D, and hopefully he's able to show off again as well as we have expected. But for the side of Wolf Esports, I mean, initially there were some moments for I think Zai there was kind of started slow, but he was able to really lock this one well already. We were kind of joking before, way back again with KG here with Agent 007 basically, but I want to see the stats for this one as we again take a look first for our takeoff. Search and destroy, 65-52 is our kill count. 9-7 was our game. It was too close for comfort for either teams, but then the Wolfpack survives, destroying Kagendra with this one, as we now wait, of course, the stats sheets per player. And I would honestly expect this game was definitely brought in well by, I think, a well concerted effort by the entire Wolfpack for sure. So we're just waiting for the numbers quickly here. For Kagendra, definitely Me6 and Owl were really stepping up to their game, especially with those nade kills right there, especially those entry frags, which is absolutely insane. He knows that spot very well, and if anyone goes to that area, they were just gonna eat it right off the money.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of practice is placed into these competitions, into these teams, and it pays off, especially if you know angles like that. But look at their match data. You can see here the players on the side of Wolves, they have a pretty even spread of those kills, but Peggy and Neon definitely stepping above the rest with 18 and 17 kills. And on the side of Kagendra, unfortunately, it's just a little lower average when it comes to the number of kills. They did struggle a little bit on the early half of the game or the middle half of the game, where they weren't really able to step up and get kills on Wolves. They were always down in the numbers and they would get knocked out right away. But nonetheless, they did put up a really, really good fight here.
And a good fight indeed, and I'm sure our viewers definitely enjoyed that one. But of course, for this one, it's gonna be Neon's first MVP with that 1.52, 18 kills for the man right there. Excellent shot. The man cannot seem to miss for S&D. And now as we head to control, of course, raid is gonna be a big question. I'm sure Neon will definitely step up again for the rest of the team. They've actually had a very smart setup play here, but it's gonna be a game of spawns and at the same time objective here for the raid control. So if we're gonna base it from the hard point, it's gonna be heavily contested, but for sure Kagendra needs to at least take one win here for this evening, at least make sure to cement their situation when it comes to our statistics and their standing here at Cdsi. But of course, for the Wolves, this is probably their best option to make sure to cement their legacy, and of course to send a message to everyone to say that we are not just a hit and miss team, that we can pull a 3-0 win against any team. And of course, we're gonna come back to the playoffs with a strong setup, and you need to definitely watch out for us as we are just moments away as we start raid here, control here at raid. The energy is still here, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. But of course, my goodness, it's just been an absolutely stressful match for Wolves and Kagendra. It's so close, and I'm sure we're gonna end up in a 3-3 situation between these two teams, Sabi.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how it continues on to this match. But right now, it looks like we're going to be heavy on towards our B side. All of the players stacking up over there, the smokes to cover their tracks, but it's not going to be enough. A bunch of the players on the side of Kagendra and a few on the side of Wolves as well fall down to their knees. But it looks like there's going to be a split push from the side of Wolves, or split defense, as some of the players on the side of Kagendra decide to push towards that A side as well.
The A side definitely up for the taking here, but Kagendra trying to go in right there, but the punch from Reeve does a good job right there, and now they have initial control. First section is gonna be open for Kagendra, but King says otherwise. 23-19 is our kill count right now as Guagua finds one from the back, making that gap a little bit shorter. But of course, objective wise, it is still on the hands of Kagendra right now. But Peg, definitely finds another one and just gets that 3 life advantage for the Wolves Esports. But owl, again, this man has been popping up. Gets one right there, going for double. Nope, not just yet. Zai has plans otherwise. Takes out Fran as well, but the trade is good. But still, Section 2, almost Section 3 is now for the taking for Kagendra. They will definitely and most likely take the objective A. Bravo up for the taking for Wolves, but still, life count still on the advantage of CDN.
Wolves having a really good game here. They're maintaining their lives and they're not losing too many. However, it is still a very close match. And with that 1 minute extension from capturing that A site, it looks like there might just be a chance of Kagendra to turn things around if they're able to play it strategically. Now, that is the question that still is yet to be answered because it looks like they're just rushing in for the fight right now. Not really worried if they're going to get taken down or not. But finally, the turn of tides come through as Kagendra gets the lead when it comes to the number of respawns left. Peg trying to get some for the side of Wolves, but it looks like it's not going to work on their favor. Kagendra now trying to capture that segment onto the B side. They capture one, bring Wolves to their last 5 lives here, and it might just be the first round going to the side of Kagendra if they're able to close this one up. Wolves Neon tries to get one. He is one of the last 3 players alive on the side of Wolves, and Kagendra down to 5 as well. It's gonna be a slow S&D game here if they're not able to find each other just yet. But Guago goes straight for it, and it looks like last player on the side of Wolves gonna get taken down. Kagendra with 3 lives left, they make it right in time.
Right in time indeed, almost close to a finish, but of course, Wolves unfortunately dropping the ball there on that first matchup. They were definitely on the lead, but that push Bravo for the takeover was just not the right call there. They did not really need to. If they were able to just go in for the kills already, that would have put them in a better situation because they were ahead in their lives, and now Reef punishing them already with that Sparrow. Spots one, gets a double right there, probably get number 3, but not just yet. And now 27-29 is our kill count, but Zai welcoming him with a BP 50 right there. And now, of course, 27-28, a bit of advantage on the side of Kagendra. But this time, Wolves getting a smarter play, securing Alpha already here. Bravo definitely is not the situation for the Wolves right now, as of course, we're just both lives is on the favor here. Second segment, all good for the Wolves.
It looks like that A segment's going to be captured onto the side of Wolves really soon, as none of the players on the side of Kagendra, or only 1 or 2 players on the side of Kagendra, are over there defending it. And that's going to be an easy 1 minute extension if Wolves are really able to claim that. But it looks like a retake's going to come through from the side of Kagendra. And here, over at the B side, we have a little bit more action. A couple of the players on the side of Wolves going on to a fight with Kagendra, and the same thing happens on the A side. Now, back and forth we go here. Before the teams are able to securely capture a single side, they go in for a double capture now onto that B side and the A side, trying to force Kagendra to split up their resources here. They have to decide which side's more important for them. Is it that A side? Is it that B side? It looks like they're gonna decide to give up the B side to the players on the side of Wolves to get that 1 minute extension.
And now 1 minute 50 is our score. Line up in there, 21, 40, 14, 13 rather, is our life count here. All the advantage for the Wolves. They still have the 2 segments here at Alpha, but Kagendra just making sure that they have what it takes to shut down the offense right now as they're going 17-12. Wolves may lose this one if they're not careful right now. Kagendra with the War Machine, taking it down right there, making sure that they have control this time of Alpha. They're just lining it up, but still not finding one, but finds triple right there from Trickster. And now it's a 12-10 situation. 2 life advantage on the side of the Wolves, but still, if they are not careful, they will end right there. But of course, 10-8, this is the setup right here. Kagendra making sure that they have evening the odds. Neon eating it right there, the nade from Me6. And now Trickster just going in. Hunter Killer Drone definitely available for now. 7-7 is our score. Let's get it for the live that Neon spots one. Trying to get the double. Fran right there from the back. 6-6. It's back and forth we go. And it's just a matter of cat and mouse chase. Inside gets in. Last 5 right there for both squads. Who fumbles the ball this time. It is going to be a very difficult situation. As Peg is just trying to be careful here. Last live for all these teams. They need to be smart here. Alpha is still 1 tick away, but definitely no good to take over there. Zai spots one. 5-4 situation. Maybe finding it a 5-4, not just Trickster. Guy lining up that sniper, just lining up Zai's head, but not just yet. 5-4. But Wolves Guagua has already that something, but could not deliver just yet. 5-4 situation. 5-2. Oh no, again! Wolves! Again in a bad situation with their life. 1v3. Punching it right in the face, but of course B6 finish punishing there as they win 2-0. Again, Wolves Esports, they had the lead, but unfortunately fumble set at the end. That last kill, that was a very risky punch, and of course the punish was there from Kagenda. They now lead 2 points. 2 more to go, and they will definitely take this round.
Kagenja doesn't want to go out without a fight here. They already lost Search and Destroy and they already lost Hardpoint. They are not willing to give this up too. Right now, they're definitely trying to get this control match to their side, and so far, it's been working really well. Kagenja gets the opening picks of this round as well, bringing Wolves down to 23 lives left. Now, Wolves hasn't been able to defend that B side. It looks like Kagendra is going to be easily able to get that 1 minute extension from them, and then they just have to focus their resources onto that A site later on.
Bravo definitely falling in the hands of Kagendra, that's for sure. And now with that 2 minute mark left, Alpha is gonna be a difficult situation to secure for Wolves here, so that's probably not the best play here. But 2024 is our score, but Mi6 just lining up those shots right there. Trickster finding 1, finding 2 right there for the double. Fran finds 1 of his own as well. 16-23 is our kill count right now, so it's not again in the favor of Wolves one more time, but of course they're trying to just evening up the odds here. Ian, rest of the crew trying to make sure that they're landing it, but Fran has that Annihilator. Same thing with Zai, and he gets it first. Zai trying to go for the second, and he does, making it the number 3. Yes, sir. Yes, 4K right there for Neon, and it's just landing perfectly, making it a number 5, I guess. My goodness, it's now a 12 situation. They now have the momentum, but of course the life out still in an advantage of Kagenda, but making it even with Pegs. Equalizer. 10-12 is the score. Owl spots 1. Gets the double. Nope, the trade is good as well from Zai. And now 9-10 is the score. Wolves cannot fumble this one. They need a win, but Mi6 is otherwise. Takes it a 1 right there. 8-9 is our score. 1 life advantage on the side of Kagenda. But Wolves spots 1. Ooh, unfortunately not the double right there. It's not gonna happen just yet. 7-8 here. Wagwa just trying to go in for the be careful situation here. Probably everyone just says hold up. Peggy might find 1 right there at Reef. Just needs to find that head glitch perhaps, but will not risk it just yet. And now 1 life advantage on the side of Kagenda. Will this be a 3-0 situation? Or finally, it's gonna be Wolves? No, that's not gonna be the case yet. It's a 5-8 situation. Can Kagenda nail this one to a 3-0? Probably, yes sir. And now, just everything is just not landing. Owl finds one another. Last 2 right there. It's just inside. It's Neon. 1 more to go. It's the long range takedown courtesy of the equalizer right there. 3-0. All in favor of Kagenda.
My gosh, Kagendra, this might just be their opportunity to win 4-0 over Wolves. And that will be a very, very dominant way to end up the series. Despite losing Hardpoint, despite losing Search and Destroy, they are putting up a fight here, and their morality, their hopes are still up to be able to win this match. Right now, we see a lot of operator skills that play on the side of Kagendra as they try to get the numbers advantage here to their favor. They have control of that A side so far, losing a little bit of that B side to the players on the side of Wolves, but backup comes right in time to put a stop to that. And unfortunately, they do lose a segment. It looks like they might lose even 2 segments to the players on the side of Wolves as Wolves attempts to make a comeback here.
The comeback is trying, it's still there. It's possible. Bravo definitely be in the hands of Wolves Esports here, and it does definitely, but of course it's a 22-21 situation. Kagenda always managed to pull an insane upset when it comes to the kill count, and Mi6 again lining up his shots perfectly but could not deliver just yet. Wagwan, the rest of the team trying to even up the situation here. Definitely for Wolves, they do not want to end this right here, but Fran definitely has other plans, and the rest of the crew as well. As Fran going through the smoke, gets 1, but unfortunately the trade is there as well. 17-18, 1 life advantage. Nope, Reef makes it a 2-life advantage for Kagendra. And again, that evening up the score here for the Wolves. Back and forth we go, and Alpha probably in the taking here for Kagendra.
It looks like Meeseek's going to be able to get a close range shot there, even with a sniper, but looks like we are gonna have to wait and see how this one ends up because it's just a 1 life difference between Kagendra and Wolves, but they make it 2 now as King takes down Meeseek. And it looks like Wolves still has a couple of operator skills that they can pull out here, but Kagendra on the other hand, they are just playing with their guns right now. They just need to be able to get their kills taken care of, but Guagua, huge 2-piece there, same with Zai, huge 2-piece. And Fran does the same as well. 5 players left on the side of Kagendra. It doesn't look like they have much room to move around with, but Wolves might just have an opportunity here as Kagendra's down to their last 2 players. Peg on a rampage here, getting a huge 3-piece, looking for that last and final player. Neon finds it and gets that kill taken care of. Finally, we see a score on the board for the side of Wolves, and Kagendra, they're still on match point.
That is still not a way to any time to celebrate for the Wolves. Yes, they were able to take down Kagendra right there, but it's heavily contested. They just need to be smart about it. One thing here is Bravo is a very difficult one to defend. Best case scenario is get Alpha, but right now it is just absolutely insane here. Back and forth we go, but still in the advantage here is Kagendra with a 28-26 situation. Kagendra spots one right there. One more time. It is now falling it down. Alpha and Bravo this time look like it's gonna be a double takedown for Kagendra here. They're trying to secure Alpha and Bravo at the same time, splitting Wolves here. It's gonna be a big situation and problem, but Fran just gets that Annihilator takedown right now. And it's now 25-21, all in favor for Kagendra, as Bravo will definitely be in their favor.
We'll see how this one goes because it looks like Kagendra is going to be able to capture that B side easily. No contest, no whatsoever from the side of Wolves, but they are, however, down in the numbers. Now, A side is all everyone has to worry about now. They have to be able to defend this properly if they want to stop Kagendra from winning out the match. King here going to get a huge 2-piece on over to the kill feed, and he continues to try and get more slays, but Zai here, very sneaky corner, gets 2 onto the player on of the side of Kagendra, and that's going to be huge for their team as they lower the numbers of lives left for Kagendra, who's down at 17. Wolves has the life advantage now.
The life advantage is there, but again, we've seen it before. If Kagendra's not careful, Wolves is not careful, they're gonna drop the ball this time. But of course, Peg trying to learn from his mistakes with that equalizer, making it an 18-14 situation. But Fran has different ideas right now, making it a 16-1 right there. It is just absolutely insane. Wolves spots one from up top. The breakdown is good, and take down Meeseek as well. And now it's a 16-11 situation. Trickster has different things on his sleeve right now. Still not landing, but of course, that War Machine play can come in anytime soon. As of course, we're now down to a 14-10 situation. No takedown for Alpha just yet. That's Guagua. They trying to go in for the push right there. And now final 6. This time for Kagendra. The Wolves cannot drop this ball right now. They have to be smart about it. Meeseek spots one, but of course, it's still a 12-4 situation. They just need... Wolves just need to make a smart play here and let Kagendra walk into their gunfire.
This is not looking good for Kagendra. After playing a really good 3 rounds, they're starting to lose their footing here. They already lost 1 round to Wolves, and it looks like they might lose another here with 2 lives remaining on the scoreboard. It's not looking good. They have to hide away, stay together, and work as a team. But Guagua about to spot one, takes down Trickster, and another one on Meeseek, and that's going to be a 2nd round win to the side of Wolves as they attempt a comeback here up against Kagendra.
The comeback moment for Wolves Esports is knocking already. Definitely, they have at least 4 operator skills available for the side of the Wolves. Same thing with the side of Kagendra. Now becomes a very crucial situation for both teams. Kagendra to the finish right now, and Trickster fires away immediately. That War Machine, Reef doing the same thing as well. But of course, right now, it's all Wolves getting punished for that situation. At Meeseek finds it, but unfortunately wasted as well. 26-29 is our initial setup. Trickster still has that War Machine to make sure that everyone is get punished right there, and a double is good as well. 24-27, all in favor of Kagendra. Kagendra wants to finish it, but of course the Wolfpack definitely has something in their sleeve. They still have the opportunity to take this one as they're trying to secure Alpha while the chaos is going on.
Yep, so far looks like the Wolves have a chance here, but then again, there's really no telling how this is going to end up because Kugenja is so hungry for that win right now. But Zai pulls out the Annihilator, trying to spot a couple kills here, gets one, going in for the second one, but not able to spot out the player just yet. Wolves on that third segment now for that A side. But look at this Zai with a huge 4-piece here, trying to make it 5, but unfortunately, the Annihilator expires, pulls out the gun instead, and gets that kill confirmed. Now, only one more segment to capture that A side, get that 1-minute extension for the side of Wolves, and we might just see Wolves tie it up at 3 points here because Kagendra is down to 12 lives left, and that is not a lot of room to move with. That is not the position you want to be placed in when you're this close to winning. And Zai right now, sneaking around, is going to be able to spot one, lowers the number of Kagendra even more, and it looks like Kagendra is gonna have to somehow find a change of rhythm here.
They need to find a change of rhythm for sure. 18-7 is our score. It's all been the Wolfpack trying to shut down Kagendra right here. They want to make sure to push this to at least a 3-3 situation. And it's now 17-6. Bravo again is still up for the taking here. And they will be able to secure first and second segment as we're now down to the final 5 lives for Kagendra. Nian will get one right there, but the trade, not just yet, but we're gonna leave them first. Guagua taking out in the final 2. It's gonna be Trickster who will be taken out by Guagua right there, and one more takedown. And we are tied, both teams at match point. Who will take this one? Will the Wolves push this to a 3-0, or Kagendra will finally push this and get a win for their team?
This is absolutely crazy. Both of these teams now at match point. It's just a matter of who's able to close up this round and come out victorious. Right now, it looks like Kagendra is going to get the first pick of the match, but Wolves gets their fair share of kills as well. And it's a bloodbath out here in Raid as both of these teams fight for the opportunity to win the control match. Zai, through the smoke, is going to spot out one of the players on the side of Kagendra, but not able to claim that kill yet. Reef, however, is going to be taken down by King's grenade, and Me6 goes out for more kills here. King does the same and gets 3 big kills here. A lot of operator skills going to be invested into as Al pulls out the equalizer here, trying to find the players of Wolves, and they lowered the numbers of lives left on the side of Wolves while trying to capture that B side.
B side is still good, but of course, heavy contention is still there. It's gonna be a difficult takedown, but Bravo is almost 2 segments in. Kagendra definitely want to make sure to at least secure Bravo for themselves. But for the Wolves here, they just need to be a little bit careful as they're now down to 21-23 here. 2 life advantage for the side of Kagendra here, and making it a little bit smaller here. But the Wolves need to be smart right now. Then it's a 2022. Alpha is still open. The slide, this doesn't matter. The King just landing in with a triple right there, trying to make it a 4K. And yes, he does! And managing to just break that lead to an 18-18 situation. But Me6 spots one with a sniper takedown right there. Probably trying to go for the second. But of course, just again, pulling out the claw. Find one up there. The takedown is definitely good. 15-17. Back and forth we go. But of course, so far, advantage is all within Kagendra. They want to finish this, but Nian shuts down the bleed right now. Trying to go in. 12-15. Pegs trying to even up the score. Trickster has the War Machine in play, trying to take down any member that he sees. It's 3 life advantage. Wolves pops in those nades. Frag, and same thing with the Annihilator. This is just absolutely intense. 3 life advantage, all in favor of Kagendra. Can they finish it off this time? But Wolves with the Annihilator, trying to line it one, trying to go for a triple right there. Let's go! And still have more bullets on that Annihilator, and at 8-9 advantage, 1 life advantage on the side of Kagendra.
Only a couple more seconds before we find out which of these 2 teams are going to win the match out. But Wolves still has their operator skills that they can invest in. It just matters about the timing when they decide to pull it out. Kagendra, however, they are on the other side of the match. They are not doing that well. They don't have operator skills, but however, they're winning their gunfights here. Only 3 players left. Make that 2 on the side of Wolves, and Kagendra might just be able to close up the game here if they're able to find that last and final player. Nian right behind them is going to be lurking around the courts, and he spots one. That's information given to the players of Kagendra on where he might be, and he gets taken down. Kagendra is gonna win the control match.
The control match goes to Kagendra, but of course, both a match, Hardpoint and Search and Destroy is still with the Wolves. It's a 2-1 split. Finally, at least Kagendra taking a W for their team as we close up the match. Heavily contested. I mean, I have to give it to the Wolves, but unfortunately, those Bravo push at Raid was definitely a key to their loss there, unfortunately. But nevertheless, good effort there for Kagendra. And for the Wolves, this is still a good match for them. I mean, they were able to push it to 3-3. They were down 2-0. So now I can definitely say that their control game is definitely improving. Not just yet. It's just a matter basically of landing their shots quite well. And of course, being a little bit smarter and finding when and how to go in for those objectives, especially at Bravo and Raid, because it's all open. And basically from how we saw things transpired, Kagendra was just lining them up and just blowing them out of proportion. And when they tried to go for Bravo, they were being punished very hard.
Yeah, definitely. However, we have to also consider that comeback from Wolves. I mean, they won 3 rounds straight to tie it up with Kagendra, but luckily Kagendra found their footing once again after losing that momentum to be able to close up the match. Because if they didn't find a way to recover, Wolves might have taken that too, and it might just have been a donut served to Kagendra.
For sure. I mean, that possibility was always there. It was almost close already when we had the 10-12 situation. But unfortunately, with the advantage of the operator skills on the side of Kagendra, it was just not gonna look good already for the side of Wolves. As we now check the highlights, as I've mentioned, Bravo was the key to victory for Kagendra. They were just lining it up perfectly there. They're able to do it right. When Wolves was going in for Alpha, they were able to secure it quite well. The smokes were good efforts on the side of the Wolves here and trying to go for Bravo, but even for Alpha, but it was just not really working for them on certain situation. It was just Kagendra really finding their shots on almost all situations and making sure that they win this one.
Yeah, definitely. Kagendra definitely needed this win very much after losing very close games in Search and Destroy and Control. I bet this in Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, I bet this Control match was definitely a way to lift the weight out of their spirits. But of course, it's really not enough to be able to get ahead of the Group A table. But we'll have to see how they're going to be able to deal up against their future competition.
For sure, the competition is still tight here, but a day for the Wolves to celebrate even though they lost control. That's okay. For Kagendra, it's a good way to, in a way, celebrate as well. I mean, they got at least a win against the Wolves. A good show here, especially at control, but definitely they need to look into their hard point and their Search and Destroy games and just tweak things to their favor, because it was very close, too close for comfort. As much as possible when dealing with these situations, you do your best to really create a huge lead against your opponents, because if not, things can turn around, and it did happen to Kagendra twice. So now it is over for them. We're just gonna wait for the statistics and see who is our best player for this setup right here. But while we're waiting for that, Sabi, walk me through probably one of your most favorite moments between Wolves and Kagendra here at this game.
My favorite moments. Wow, that's a little hard because there are a lot of them. I mean, they were just so good at putting us at the edge of our seats. I mean, as I said a while ago, all of the games that they played so far were really down to the line. They were really, really close, and you couldn't really, I guess, predict which among these two teams would win. And I think that's my favorite part about it. I hate one-sided matches. I love matches where you are forced to really think and consider the possibilities of both of these teams winning and both of the teams losing. And there were so many good plays, especially in Search and Destroy, where we saw those snipers really pop off, those angles really put to good use, and that grenade. Sometimes people underestimate the use of a grenade, but it can be really useful if you know the angles that you should be throwing it at, to the popular spots where people are hiding at. That could be a very, very useful tool.
Grenade takes down definitely during Search and Destroy were definitely an insane moments, even the long shot sniper kills. But yeah, just to recap everyone, for Wolves against Kagendra, it was 250 against 242. Wolves won. 9 against 7, the Wolves won again. And this time, 3-4, Kagendra won. You realize how close those numbers are. It was just almost winning by an inch basically of a situation for either team. So I definitely have to say Wolves and Kagendra evenly matched squads, and I have no love lost for each of them. They're definitely well deserving of their spots here at CDSI, and they definitely put up a heck of a show. Stress the heck about the two of us here, Sabi. I mean, they gave us insane moments, and I was just super stressed out. And hopefully, as we move on to our final match here for the evening for Elevate against DBS, either it's gonna be even more stressful or probably a little bit more relaxed. Either we will deal with that later, but for now, it's just gonna be Wolves and Kagendra as we wait for the stats here, and of course, the final count between these two squads. And I have to say, I guess at every single situation for both squads, they were able to really step up and at the same time showcase their strengths. I mean, for all the moments here, it's kind of hard to pinpoint here at for control because when you're trying to go back to the counts, I mean everyone was really doing their utmost best, and the kill counts were definitely here and there, but definitely the 5K, the 4K moments for Kagenda was just absolutely insane. But I have to say, um, for this entire matchup, I guess the ones that really stood up to me were one, for Kagandra, it has to be Owl for that insane nade kills. On the side of Wolves, I have to say, I mean, Peg was just an absolute monster. He is still the guy to beat for this team.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of good players, but it's not only Peg, it's not only Owl. There's everyone on the team as well, helping and carrying their own weight. We also saw some really big plays from like Nian and Meeseeks as well, and some other players here on these two teams. And it's just a matter of supporting one another to get this far into the competition. And we have to bring up also the topic of that hardpoint match. Kagendra was actually the one about to win the match, but because the second hardpoint ran out of time, they had to switch on to P number 3. Wolves took advantage of that rotation and took the win. But if it wasn't for that, Kagendra definitely had a chance of closing it out.
It's very close match. It's same thing that we've had here at Control. Everything was just too close. 3-4 is our score. This time in favor of Kagendra. Look at that kill count right there. And of course the stats for all of our players. Definitely on the side of Kagendra, it is none other than Reef. Finally stepping up this one with a 1.13, 1.58 rating. On the side of the Wolves, well, of course, we have King and Zai here, landing a 2.0 KD with 62 kills, right to his name, at a 2.09 rating. Unfortunately, that insane 60 kills was just not enough for Wolves to secure the victory against Kagendra. Objective-wise, and those takedowns were just too good. It was too close. But again, no love lost for the Wolves. They're still definitely one of the best teams to beat here, and of course to look out for here at 44. If the tides were turned, honestly, and Wolves won this, it has to be Zai for sure. And yes, it is gonna be Reef first MVP for this one. 44 frags, 1.58 right there. Congratulations to Reef, and finally stepping up his game here. But unfortunately, still it's a win too late because it was a one basically a 2-1 situation for them. And now, as we can see, Zai with a 1.59, Peg with a 1.38, and Nian with 1.34. It was only Trickster who managed to push himself to the top 5, and of course Owl as well at 1.2, while the rest are just dropping off, unfortunately lower. For Guagua, it's still a good effort. King, Reef, and Fran as well. Even for Mystics, even for those 0.98, they still did one heck of a job putting up an amazing show for this evening, and really, putting us on the edge of our seat and almost probably giving us heart attacks every now and then.
Yeah, a couple heart attacks definitely happened there. There were moments where we thought some players or some certain teams would win a round, but the tide would always turn, and it was nothing that we would expect would happen. It would always be the opposite. But with that, it is once again the end of the series.
And now, of course, we're gonna just take a quick break. We're just gonna try to breathe from all that action because we got one more action for you guys this evening. Again, it's gonna be Elevate versus TVS for our final matchup here at the day 4 of the group stage for CDSI. Relax, stick around, all right?
I'm a drop from the sky, mission live or die. Watch a bullet flying by, go run for your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, 3 coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind, yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus war. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and soul. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my strength, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide. You're under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are. You can take my crown. About to be owned. Use your bones from my throne. Land the back attack. Got your track. Boy, you act rookie. When stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, so what is some more? Destined for war. All versus 4. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we'll show you how. Runs around, getting loud. Not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and soul. We are in the zone.
Treachery, betrayal. is disgraceful. But to blindly follow, that's a recipe for true evil.
In the end, trust only paved the way for betrayal. Blood can only be repaid in blood. Turn hatred into bullets. Strike fear in the enemy. Become death.
それで行くぞ。
はい、こちらが比較した結果です。2010年、失礼。
かっけー。
癖になる戦い。コールオブデューティーモバイル。
We gathered from all around Malaysia. This is Jom Cod M. Over 70 players showed up to immerse themselves in a day jam-packed with activities. Exclusive merchandises and prizes were given out to players throughout the day, and players also had the opportunity to interact with the Garena team. Of course, we had to give everyone a chance to show off their 6 skills and battle it out for some COD points too. The energy was truly explosive, and we hope you, the COD community, enjoyed your time at COD.
mission, live or die. Watch a bullet flying by, go and play your life. Enemies are running left, right, press fight. I'm gonna show you how it's in, you better sit tight. One down, three coming back at ya. Thinking that we're done, but I'm tougher than an armor. Dealing some damage, we hit it. Out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, you know that I keep winning. We're stealing the show, you're down on the floor. Came in for action, still wanting some more. Destined for war, all versus small. When we begin, it gets thrilling. We're gonna win it now, win it now. Watch us and we show you how. Arms around, getting loud, not too late to turn around. Running, running, gunning, gunning. Ready? 'Cause we want it all. No fear in our eyes. We will win it all. Glory is the prize. We are in the zone. Bullets to the bone. We want it all. Legacy and soul. We are in the zone. Now you're gonna have to get through me. Be one with all my shit, it ain't easy. An arm ain't nowhere to hide. You're under my gun. When I drown you down in flames, all that you can do is run. My dog's out looking for you town to town. I know where you are. You can take my crown. About to be owned. Use your bones from my throne. Landed back attack. Got your track. Boy, you act. But stealing the show. You're down on the floor. Came in for action, so wanted some more. Destined for war. All versus four. When we begin.
And we are now down to the last match of day 4 of the group stage here of the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational. You still have me, JD the Caster Dad, with Wasabi here. It's been an absolutely insane 4 matches rather already for all of us here at the production. And now we're down to Elevate versus DBS. One more time for Elevate to at least get away from that bad start that they had against SPG. But of course, you know, some of you guys are definitely hoping for Elevate to at least drop one map here or there, for at least DVS to step up, for your respective team to really go up a notch right now for the standings rather. So, you know, whatever happens today and for this matchup, of course, it's gonna cap off this absolutely shocking, insane, and wild group stage here at CDSI.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very interesting one here to see, because if Elevate does win against a DVS, then it looks like they might actually come out on top over all of the players, and they'll be the number 1 team in Group B. Now, if DVS, however, somehow able to steal a map, then it might just be a different story. But here are going to be your players on the side of Elevate. You already know them. It's UOP, PJ, Candy, Susano, and Kalo here playing for tonight.
Now, definitely not a good start for Elevate earlier. Of course, we've seen the matchup that we've had. It was not really a good day for Elevate initially, dealing with, of course, SPG, as they basically only won hard point and then lost S&D and well, a bit of a win there for Control. So it was not a good day, that in a way that they were not perfectly running things, you know, but hopefully this time against TVS probably pull up the 3-0 win for themselves. But of course for DVS, it has not honestly been a good day for them as well. It's not actually been a good season for them throughout CDSI. I mean, they're basically down in the lowest ranking here for their group, and hopefully perhaps they can turn things around for today. Perhaps, you know, probably pull up an upset against probably tired Elevate already, as they just fought SPG, but we'll never know just yet. I mean, we've mentioned this over and over again throughout the broadcast this day 4. It's been a surprising day, and speaking of surprises, this time not so much, because we have the standings rather. So, you know, with them as well, it's and as well. So that's gonna leave us with standoff. When it comes to S&D, we have, of course, Tunisia and Takeoff this time banned, and we're also banning firing range. So we're definitely landing off somewhere for sure this time. Kurohana is also banned on the side of S&D, and Arsenal one more time is banned. Seaside is also banned, so we're definitely head out to raid for the last game.
Yep, it's going to be a really, really fun set of matches here tonight as our last and final series begins. Once again, it's going to be Elevate versus DVS. And before we head into the match, JD, I want to ask you what your predictions is going to be. Do you think it's going to be a 3-0? Do you think it's going to be a 2-1? Or do you think this is going to be a close match overall?
Now, if we're gonna just base the performance of DVS throughout this entire group stage, unfortunately, it's not that good. They're actually in the lowest ranking of their group. On the side of Elevate, they've been very strong. I mean, they won 2-1 basically on the side against SPG. It was well thought of. I mean, they won against Elevate as well in certain situations. They lost to Q9, so they're definitely a formidable team. But when it comes to DVS, yes, they're able to stand toe-to-toe against really strong teams. But what we definitely need to look out for here for DVS is if key things here is one, if unlucky, Ichan, Dolaki, Kansi definitely steps up. I mean, the entire squad basically step up in not just a normal situation, but an insane fashion for them to pull a 2-1 situation. Because right now, Elevate is definitely has all the recipe to make sure that they have hard point here for their team.
Yep, and right now the match has just begun. Looks like the players on the side of Elevate starting to stack up towards a P number one as they try to gain control. Susano out here by the statue as well, trying to clear out the area. Controlling the middle of the map is one of the most important things in this map, and they are doing it phenomenally well. Right now, DVS trying to get their fair share of points as well. They're going to be able to rack up 5, but that's not enough to stand up against Elevate, who's continually gaining points as the time goes by.
Right now, 523 is our score. Definitely, unfortunately, for DVS, they're still unable to put an onslaught or at least mount a takeover against DVS here. They're able to do so initially the first round, but again, Kendi with the takedown right there, now locking it in for all the teams here. Probably scrap points is gonna go to DVS here, but of course, Elevate now almost rotating already to the P2 here, and they just want to lock this one in. 4-man stack, almost 3-man stack there for their side. And of course, for the side of DVS, they're just gonna be playing catch up and they're spawning way across the other side of the map. Unfortunately for them, it's now a 35-10 lead here by Elevate.
Yep, definitely. This lead is only going to get bigger if the players on the side of DVS don't find a way to put a stop to it. But right now, they break into the hill and gain control of it. They have the hill control in their hands, and so far, they've been doing really, really well in maintaining. As long as they continue to win their gunfights out, they might just be able to play catch up here with the players on the side of Elevate. Elevate, however, they are struggling to push into the hill. They're struggling to even get into the hill to contest the point as they get knocked out from outside by the gasoline station. They're not really able to step in, but finally one player gets in. He gets knocked right out by Dolakai, who continues to slay here inside the point, and Elevate finally takes hold.
And now, of course, almost scrap points gonna go to Elevate this time. A reversal of roles here against DVS. DVS trying to make sure to lock this one to the ground. Really well executed there. They basically turned P2 into their money hill. And now, of course, P3 coming in hot already. Everyone's trying to contest this one. Yopi with the Sparrow lining up everything right there, trying to shut down any attempts right at the moment. Just fighting away from all the cities, but unfortunately taken out right there. PJ, of course, with the Purifier, but Dolaki coming in hot with that War Machine right there, and Kansi. All eyes on that claw, trying to go in as well. The takeover is gonna be good. Not just yet. It's still gonna be contested right now, and manages to do so. 41-60 is our score. 20-point advantage on the side of Elevate. Definitely what we didn't expect this to be the situation here, as we're now seeing almost DVS almost inching away and managing to make sure that they have this to the back. But of course, again, the rest of the crew still up and running. Baby locking it in. Bang right there with that Sparrow. Dolaki spotting another one, but of course, it's still a contention. But all the scrap points gonna go to Elevate. 60-69 right now. It's still gonna be anybody's ball game as we head to the next hill.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, it's still pretty close. DVS is trying to play catch up and trying to catch up to Elevate. But so far, they haven't really made it that big of a gap between them and Elevate. So that means it's definitely doable in their side. DVS now 67 points. They're trying to catch up to Elevate, only 2 points away, and they continue to hold out. Elevate not supposed to go in for the contest, so Saddle decides to invest into the claw, but not going to find anyone just yet. Elevate tries to go in for the break, but there's just too many people on the hill. Ichan with his purifier as well is gonna burn away the players on the side of Elevate, taking 4 players down before he loses that with that purifier.
Again, a new money hill on the side of DBS here. 92-69 is our score. Unfortunately for Elevate, one more time, they're not able to take down Ichan, going for the backstab right there. Double right on the money is, of course, the last few seconds. Again, coming back to Elevate. Scrap points, all Elevate is getting right now. And of course, DBS still trying to make sure that they have control of the reset here as Unlucky. Shutting down one member right there. And now, of course, at a 106-71, all in favor of DBS. The reset's gonna be good, but the nades flying in, trying to go for control. Patolaki, War Machine at hand, lining it up and gets it right in the money with a triple right there. And of course, Elevate also has something on their sleeve, trying to go in for the push. Kendi with a punch, and for the kill right there, up on top. But of course, the nade is there, not just good, all good. Ichan trying to clear the house, and he does. He still need to do a few more. Patusano going long range for the takedown. 81-110 is the score. This time, a bit of contention on the side of DVS, but Elevate still has full control of this hill.
Right now, this is quite surprising. Look at this. DVS is at the lead over Elevate. Though it is still close match, it is quite surprising that they've been able to put up a fight against Elevate and actually take the lead here. But Elevate, on the other hand, they're trying their best to be able to get the win back, get the advantage back to their side, and widen that gap. They don't want to give DVS a single chance here, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit too hard for them. Unlucky going to clear P number 2 as they get ready for the rotations and the start of the new hill. Elevate, on the other hand, they need to find a way to go in for the contest because they are going to be late to the rotations as their player gets picked off a while ago. Kendi pulls out the War Machine here to clear out the area, and unfortunately the smokes just blocking his side. He's not going to be able to knock anyone down, and DVS continues to hold down the hill, but Elevate takes it right back. Contest coming in from both of the teams right now as we see the players try and get control. DVS is going to hold down the hill here. 30 seconds remain. Elevate continues to fight for the contest, but to no avail will they get it.
Kansi just absolutely insane earlier there. Now it's gonna be a 140-102 situation, all in favor for DVS. And if you thought this was gonna be all Elevate here, well, guess what? Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We're all wrong one more time. 144-102 is our score. Tolaki spots one right there. Still, the next hill is up and running in here. But there's the crew is right there. And of course, some Predator missile dropping in. And Ichan trying to punish all members of Elevate. 149 and 105. Yopi one more time trying to attempt to make this one as their money hill. Susano also with the claw, firing away from all cylinders. They need to protect this one. This is the best and easily defendable kill here at standoff. But of course, you know that DBS will be able to have the opportunity to defend this one and take that one over. But right now, it's 149-121, all in favor of DBS still. But Elevate is making sure that they have this in the bag and making this their money hill just yet. Dolak is trying to find one there, spots one from up top, but still unable to go for the push. No takeover just yet on the side of DBS. And now Elevate will have this one, and they will probably bridge the gap and probably take over the lead of DBS.
They tried to do exactly that, but it's going to be a little difficult because players on the side of Elevate start to lose their footing. Only 13 seconds left on the hill, which means they might just be able to take the gap, but it won't be a big gap. That means they have to definitely step up because DVS is giving them a run for their money. They've started setting up onto P number 4 here, getting ready for the players of Elevate to push in. And with the early rotation that DVS has, they might just be able to take full advantage of this hill, just as they did in the last one. Kendi, however, on the other hand, comes around, tries to knock out the player, and it looks like he's going to be able to get 2 people killed and taken care of. Halo as well, getting his fair share of kills. He throws a grenade into the side, but not able to knock anyone down. And look at the kill feed, it's all blue right now. The players on the side of DVS just popping off, trying to maintain that lead just as they did a while ago. And this again becomes their money hill. They come out on top, 180 points to their name, of 20 points over the players on the side of Elevate. But Elevate finally breaks into the hill and they take the points, inching closer, trying to play catch up with DVS. They might just be able to take this match.
The lead is almost closing in for the side of Elevate right now. Definitely TVS giving them a fight for their life right now. Back and forth we go. 5 more seconds at this hill before we go for the reset. Kilo just lining up everyone right there from TVS. 5 more seconds to go before we go live for the reset one more time. But of course, the rest of the crew here for TVS have eyes set already on this hill. But still, initial control is with Elevate. But Yopi stands that takedown is good right there. Of course, again, the takeover for TVS. Just like that, it's happening. Unlucky, lining up all cylinders, fighting away, but unfortunately taken out as well. 188, 189, 192 is our score. Definitely has opportunity for TVS to line this one up and take the lead. This time, back and forth we go. Unlucky, spots one from the outside. But of course, Elevate stepping into the ground right there. Baby trying to go for the control. 195, 196. It is too close to call. Too close for anyone. And Ichan and the rest of the crew coming in. Susano trying to go inside, but taken out immediately. Hilo does the same thing, but not just yet. We are stuck at 199 for both squads.
This is too close for comfort. I mean, both of these teams at a deadlock right now as they inch closer towards the 200-point mark, fighting for their lives here in the hill. They have to wait for the next one. Now, it looks like the scrap time goes to the side of Elevate, but that's only 2 points. It's more of getting that P number 2, which DVS is going to go in for the early rotations at, and it looks like Baby here is going to be outside, trying to make sure no one goes in through that upper window on the second floor, making sure that players on the side of Elevate stays out of sight. DPS now has the lead, 212 points to their name. Elevate falling behind. They can't seem to find a break. They go in for the contest, but they get knocked right out by the players of DVS, who's giving them a run for their money right now. But one last player on the side of DVS inside the hill. Baby gets knocked out. Elevate takes the hill here, and they are going to take the hill the rest of the time here, as players on the side of DVS are forced to spawn on the other side of the map. Rotation's going to be taking some time here from the side of DVS, and that gives Elevate the opportunity to rack up more points.
Of course, DVS still not giving this one hill just yet, but of course, Susano definitely trying to block that with that claw. And now, of course, again, that money hill earlier for Elevate is now here again. Of course, that's going to be the situation for Elevate. They want to make sure to block this one in. They're now 227, 220, too close again against DVS, but DVS has the opportunity to make sure that they win this one. If they can get rid of Susana, they manage to do so. Tulaki coming in hot right now. Kansi with a burn right there, but unfortunately not yet. Ichan doing its own thing as well. And now they're trying to go in. Yes, they have 221, 232. It's too close. Kilo trying to knock down everyone. Kendi fighting away for the Warma. Trying to find someone. Not just yet. Unlucky again with the double, but taken out. But still, it's within the control of DVS. Next of the PJ coming in. PJ coming out. He now has control. 234. 1 point advantage. But hello, it's Ichan back in the game. That drop right there with a Predator coming in hot. Now they're just leading by a few more points. 20 more seconds to go. DVS needs to hold on to this for dear life. Shut down Elevate. If they want to win it, they can probably win it. 5 more to go. 4 more to go perhaps. The contention is still there. But Ichan burning everyone to the ground. 2 more. They just need to hold on. And they do. DVS upsets Elevate one more time. What is going on with the day?
I have the same question. What is with all these upsets happening today? Because DVS just surprised all of us with that amazing performance up against Elevate. Something that, you know, we had some doubts of whether or not DVS will be able to get a map, but it looks like they wanted to prove to us that they deserve to win at least a map. And we're hoping that they're going to be able to carry that same momentum going into Search and Destroy and to Control up against Elevate, because that will definitely give Elevate a run for their money. Now, you said this a while ago, and I'm gonna reiterate it again. Right now, DVS is in the bottom of Group B, and Elevate, they're right in the middle or somewhat top of that Group B, but they are looking to really secure their slot there so that they're able to move on to the next stages. But with DVS really stepping up their game, it's going to be way harder for Elevate to do so.
For sure. I mean, for those who are wishing for Elevate to lose one map, wish granted already, courtesy of DVS. It was hard fought, back and forth we go. But I guess Bakery became key factor for the side, let's say, of in this case, on certain situation, it was for Elevate. On certain situations, for DVS. But second hill, there again, second round was for DVS. Third round was for Elevate. It was almost back and forth, but again, it all ended out at Blue House right there, where DVS locked it in, managed to shut down all incoming assault from Elevate, and pushed that 235-250 win against probably one of the best hardpoint players in the server here.
And it's absolutely crazy. I mean, Baby got over 50 kills. I think about 52 or 54 kills. Same as well with Dolakai. Both of them really stepping up for the players on the side of DVS, getting those kills, getting those slays that the team needed to be able to step over the players of Elevate.
When we asked the entire team of DVS to step up and really bring their A game, boy, they did. Ichan did his thing. Baby, baby, baby. Oh, I mean, most likely this is gonna be our MVP, but we're gonna check the stats later on. But everyone was just putting all their best and everything to the line right now. I mean, I cannot take anything away from DVS nor from Elevate, as this is another very contested matchup. We just ended up in a situation that DVS got that lead from Blue House, locked it into the very end, made sure that the entire time it was all DVS here, and pushed that 250 to 235. But we're just waiting for the actual numbers to kick in. But so far, I mean, if this is the momentum that DVS is riding on, when we go for Search and Destroy Express, do you expect them to at least make this close, or probably pull a blowout against Elevate?
You know, that's really hard to determine because a Search and Destroy, it's a whole other ball game. You know, it's more about senses, but this one is quick pace and S&D is slow pace. But here, team results of that hardpoint match that you just saw, as you can see, it was pretty close. Elevate a 2-3-5, not too bad, but DVS was ultimately the one able to close it up with the most points, most kills, and the better KD among the two teams. And of course, that overall led to their win.
That win was definitely well earned and well deserved for DVS. I think this is one of the most competitive moments that I've ever seen DVS, probably understanding the situation that they're in. Of course, losing some of their critical matches over the past few days, but now, of course, probably they're still hoping to pull an insane finish here. Probably push themselves to at least top 4 if they can secure it. As we now look at the player data here for the side of DVS, definitely baby, baby, baby. Oh, with a 55, just 5 more frags. It would have been enough to push him to 60, but of course, it's all good. Kansi with the 38, Dolaki with the 52, Ichan with the 46 and 41 for Unlucky. I mean, Ichan was basically holding that last hill to the ground on the side of Elevate. Unfortunately, it was only Susano. Well, they were all pushing plus 30 there, but Susano definitely leading the charge, but they were just not having a good day, unfortunately, especially during that last hill where the entire DVS just stacked up on them. Members was just rocking them out, and of course, Baby just stepping in the game, as well as Ichan making sure to get that MVP for Baby right now. Second for the season, 1.63 with a 55k. I mean, 5 more to go. It would have been a full 60. I'm sure he is definitely proud of his performance, but now we reset our mind, focus on Search and Destroy, and hopefully that confidence that TVS has is something that they can carry on for this game.
Yep, definitely. And back to that question you asked me a while ago. Going into Search and Destroy, definitely there is a chance for DVS to bring this home. Definitely there's a chance for them to put up another upset against Elevate, but we'll have to see how it goes because unlike Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, it's going to be dictated by the pace of you, your team, and your opponents. You can't really go all out just rushing into certain sites like you do in Hardpoint. It's not a quick or fast-paced game, and it's not a respawn game mode. So you'll have to be able to play more logically, play more critically, and be able to think out every single move and the opportunity cost of every decision that you make.
That is for sure gonna be the situation for this team. As I'm trying actually to check the situation and the stats from the data from the uh, fight against SPG, but I don't have them just yet. But nevertheless, as we head out here to Express for game number 2, that's gonna be a very critical situation here for Elevate, as they definitely want to at least secure this one for their team. But I'm not gonna dismiss DVS when it comes to SND. I have yet to really see them shine in this one, but they fought Q9 before, and it was a hardcore match. They were definitely putting Q9 in check. Unfortunately, they just did not finish that one solid. But of course, Elevate also fell into the hands of Q9. But maybe this is gonna be a weird situation for either team. We've seen so many surprises, but for now, no surprise there. Candy lands one right there, and baby, and it's now a 4v5 situation, all in favor of Elevate.
Yep, definitely. Elevate has a slight advantage right now over the players of DVS, but then again, one-man advantage isn't that big. It's all going to be about the timing. Halo here looks like to be able to find one player, goes in for the push, gets that kill confirmed. 3 players left on the side of DVS, but just as they say that, they take them all down, and into thin air DVS goes. First point going to the side of Elevate.
Bad push right there, definitely on the side of DVS. Unfortunately, we're just overextending too much. But of course, this is Elevate. They know this map as well. They need to be a little bit smarter here, but unlucky. Definitely spotting one right there. Good move for now. PJ falls down as well. Dolaki spots another. Now this rush is all working on the side of DVS. It's all down to Susano, and he goes down as well. What a reversal from DVS. I was just going to say, not really a good idea to push. They did push, and JD, calm down. We got this. Courtesy of DVS in our time.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as long as they know how to play to their strengths and they know exactly what they're doing, they can pull off anything. And it goes the same with the players on the side of Elevate as well. If they know how to play their cards right, they can definitely win this. So let's see how this one goes down. It looks like we're gonna have a lot of players stacked up onto that A side. A couple of kills going to the side of Susano as he gets those snipers lined up. Kendi does the same as well, bringing DVS down to 3 players left, and with the bomb planted over to the B side, the players are all going to be forced to start the rotation.
The force is there, but Susano forcing into a different situation, and it's now down to 1. It's just down to Dolaki against the 1v4 situation. Dolaki has the odds definitely stacked against him. It's an impossible call in because Kendi will shut him down right in the money. Elevate takes another win. But of course, this is still race to 9. DVS can still catch up.
Definitely, there's a lot of room for improvement and adjustment as well. But as long as they don't wait too long, they'll still have a chance in this game. But right now, we're headed off to the next round of the match, and it looks like we're just waiting for the first couple of contacts to come through for some information to go through to these teams. But while they do so, Yopi is gonna go in for the plant over to that A site. That's gonna be information given to the players on the side of DVS that they have to go in for the retake. But they have to be careful because Elevate is watching every single angle here. And right now, PJ about to spot one, just misses it by a second, but peeks out to confirm the kill. And Unlucky gets one as well, looking for another, but there's just too many people to deal with. Baby's gonna be the one getting the backstab here, and it's down to a 2v2 here.
Chansey makes it, not just yet. We're trying to go in, Baby, trying to lock this one in. It's now a 2v1, all down to Kilo. Definitely shutting it down. Definitely have all the time in the world for the defuse. Again, DVS tying the series 2-2.
Ready for the next round.
This is just
Absolutely
insane.
crazy play. Yeah, exactly what I was saying. These teams tying it up with one another. DVS catching up to Elevate and putting up a fight against Elevate is something we all love to see. But right now, next round begins, and it looks like Unlucky is going to be able to spot someone, not able to line up those shots as he gets a hit marker. Kendi goes around with the sniper as well, and he tries to find contact, but no one is daring to peek out of their positions right now because they know that there are deadly snipers waiting out for them.
For For sure. I mean, this is an interesting setup that they're kind of leaning towards Alpha here, as we now have a two-member stack here. But of course, Bravo is still with Olaki's control. But Ichan probably just trying to hear the footsteps here, trying to check that spot with PJ. Will probably hear something else. Those nades definitely used for comms, trying to understand where the rest of the people are. It's gonna be a sniper right there from Unlucky. The nade coming in as well. Baby also trying to line one up. One life advantage on the side of EVS here. But Kilo definitely just being absolutely patient here. They just need to line this one. They kind of have a trouble here with the plant. We're only 45 to go here. Bomb is still good with Yopi. But now, the clock is ticking. Kilo might spot one but will not take the trigger just yet. It's a standoff here at game number 5.
Things slow down, but any moment now, the bomb's gonna get planted over to that A side. But the grenade, the stun comes through, and Ichan gets the right opportunity to go in for the kill, but the trade comes through, and it's gonna be all down to PJ here, as well as Kendi. Kendi gets left behind, but it looks like it's gonna be an easy defuse for Ichan, as none of the players are able to get there in time.
Fortunate situation there, I think, for Dolaki, getting run through by the train, I believe, but that's okay.
Yeah.
They still got the W. It's still 1 point advantage against Elevate, but of course, the advantage still in the way with DVS, but it was almost too close. But I like the way that DVS played that smart right now. They just don't need to lose any more players, but Unlucky doing the same thing right now. It's 3v1, 2v1 situation. It's all down to Unlucky against Yopi, but Yopi spots it in and finish it quickly right there to even again the odds. 3-3 is our score. It is back and forth we go.
This is going to be a long search and destroy match here. You know, these two teams, they're just going to be going back and forth, trying to push for that overtime later on as well. But we'll see if in the later half of the game, one of them might just be able to pull away. But for now, we're at a tie.
A tie indeed, in a standstill for both sides. 3-man stack on the Alpha for DBS. 2 on 1 mid Bravo, but Kalo would definitely find one right there. Evening of the situation, a 3v3 setup here. Everyone's just trying to find one, and Baby spots one and gets it right there in the money. And now, of course, 2v3 situation, all in favor of DVS, but it's Kendi. It is PJ. The odds can definitely change in favor of Elevate, but of course, now the 115 is there. Bomb is still with PJ, so they can definitely go in for the plant, but this is gonna be a little bit tricky here as they're trying to go in for the rotate at Alpha, while the rest of the crew here trying to go for the chase, not going into the Alpha side. Let's see what will be their move.
And now they slow down the game. They don't want to rush anything. They don't want to make any irrational decisions here. So they take their time. 3 versus 2 is not an easy situation, and so Elevate tries to slow down the game, but they finally spot the player. Kendi takes down Baby, and that's information given that it's safe to go out for the plant. PJ is gonna get that bomb planted over to that A side, while the rest of the players on the side of DVS, Ichan, and Dolokai are gonna start the rotation towards that A side. Slow and steady wins the race. They wait for the right moment to peek out, and just as soon as they do, PJ is going to get spotted by Dolokai, but unfortunately none of them able to secure the kill just yet. Wraparound comes through. PJ still able to get that kill, but faced up against Ichan, he runs for his life, loses it to the hands of Ichan. Only 16 seconds left to go in for the defuse. Ichan here up against Kendi. Who will be able to spot each other first? Kendi gets the kill. And that's 4 points to the side of Elevate.
Real patience right there for Elevate. Real smart play there. The plant was good. They just needed to draw out the rest of the players here from DBS and go for that win. Of course, Kendi making sure that this ends in their favor. 7 frags already for the Kendi himself. But of course, the rest of the crew trying to make sure that it's evening up the score with Baby. Lining up one right there. The trade is also good, but takedown is bad. It's now down to Kansi and Ichan here. But the full stack for Elevate is still alive. And now it's down to Ichan, but he will be taken out by Susano. 5-8 is our score. We switch sides. Elevate still on the lead.
Yep. Elevate still maintaining this lead, but they need to be able to make it even wider, because if they give an opportunity to TVS to steal it away, it will not look good. For now, they are still at an advantage, so they're fine, but they have to maintain it and keep it that way. But now the next round begins as Kalo takes a shot onto Nak here, and we are going to be down to a 4v5 situation. It's a matter of time before we see more action, because these players are just about to come into contact. Dolokai spots one, goes away for the rotation. Ichan tries to push in, but with backup from Dolokai, he's more sure to be able to secure this next kill.
The next kill is coming from Susana for that takedown 3v4 situation, all in favor of none anymore. It's just changing so fast right now. It's now down to Dolaki with against Kilo, Susano, and Kendi. 1v3 situation, making it, nope, not just yet, a 1v2. Now Dolaki just needs to be patient here. He cannot overextend, but Susano spots him and bash it right in the head. 6-3. 3 more to go for a W for Elevate. Can they finish off? Can DVS find a win here to at least push this one to 4-6?
Defend the objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Now we are going to be awaiting for the next round to begin, but look at this. It looks like there's only going to be four players left on each of these sides. Elevate really high in the lead right now, 3 points over the players on the side of DVS, but down to 1v2 situation now. Things slow down. Susano is gonna be left alone to clutch up the match, but unlucky. Looks for him, trying to find and get into contact with him. Susano just about to peek out right now. Nak goes in for the kill, secures it quickly, and they get another round to their side.
Hopefully this is the momentum that DBS is looking for. They need to push this to at least 5-6 and make sure to read the room against Elevate and make sure that they get that doubles. But for now, it's gonna be a meet down at Bravo here. Everyone just lining up their shots, trying to take down, and manages to do so as a trade is good just yet. But of course, the disadvantage on the side of Elevate with Kendi and Kalo, the only one left. But Kilo trying to make sure that they still in it. 3-2 situation. Kendi and Kalo still alive. Baby, Kansi and Ichan still good to go. Bomb is definitely with Ichan. They have the opportunity to go perhaps an interesting route here, but not just yet. They're not gonna push immediately. Probably go in for Alpha, but they just need to look behind just to make sure that no one's gonna go for the backstab just yet. And now the split for Elevate will be the key here. DVS can definitely throw out Elevate here once they go for the plant.
And it looks like that plant's gonna go over to that A side, and it's gonna be an easy one for Ichan to put down. Backed up by his team, he just has to wait for Kalo and Kendi to come in for the retake. Now Kalo just holding down his position. He doesn't want to rush things. He takes it slow and carefully. He's about to enter. Gotta be careful though, because a player is waiting right for him, and he's going to be able to get that kill. But unfortunately, his teammate Kendi gets knocked down. It's gonna be down to a 2v1 situation here. 17 seconds left on the clock. Kalo finds one, looking for the last and final play, but 12 seconds left on the clock. Will it be enough to go in for the defuse? A fake defuse goes through, but Ichan is not fooled by that. Goes in for the flow defuse, but Ichan peeks out right in time. Gets a kill for the side of DVS. 5-6 is exactly what you were looking for.
That was almost like a revenge setup right there when the second floor takedown initially against DBS happened. It now DBS doing it to Elevate. They just returned the favor right there, and now DBS has the opportunity to tie this down, but no, Yopi lets the Ichan eat a grenade right there, now dropping them in a 5-4 situation. But of course, it's just gonna be the start of the matchup. Kansi may have the opportunity to find Kalo right there from the corner if he peeks right out with the R9. And now evening up the situation here with a 4-4 setup. Definitely a slow pace here, as of course Elevate has the opportunity to push this to 7. DVS needs to tie this. They go for the plant at Bravo, now drawing the rest of the team, but that's a 45-second clock. DVS just needs to be patient and force Elevate to commit that mistake for the defuse and rain down on them. The question is, what will Elevate do?
That is a question yet to be answered. I mean, they do both have 4 players left, but I stand corrected because Kendi takes down Baby here, and it's down to a 3v4 situation. A defuse looking like it might just come through, but Dolokai right around the corner is gonna make sure that doesn't happen here. Gets a huge 2-piece. Susano, his last player alive, spots Dolokai, takes him down, and just needs to look for Unlucky, but unable to spot him. Unlucky peeks out. Just a moment of time left, but Susano gets that kill, but no time to get that defuse. Unfortunately, he's gonna not be able to get the defuse on the bomb.
Good patience there, basically from Unlucky, just trying to hide away because I'm sure Susana was waiting for that moment that if he goes for the defuse, he will be taken out. So he had to finish the job first, but the time was on the favor of DVS. Now we are tied once again. 6-6 is our score, but of course, Kendi falls down immediately courtesy of Unlucky. And now this time Halo and the rest of the crew falling one by one. It's all down to Susano with a 4-man advantage for BS, but nope, make it a 3 rather. Susano does not want to give up. He wants to take over one more time, but barely trying to get there. Ichan will spot it, but will miss right there. And now 3v1 situation still on the standoff here at Bravo.
Now, we'll have to see if Susano is going to be able to clutch this up for his team, or will DVS pull away with the lead once again. Now, looks like Dolokai is going to be able to do that, and DVS gets their 7th point on the scoreboard. They are now taking the lead over Elevate, and Elevate has to find a way to make a comeback, because if not, DVS is going to win in 2 points.
2 rounds more for DVS and they will pull another upset against Elevate. But of course, this is highly contested matchup. But Kalo has different plans right there. Shuts down Dolaki already. But Kendi is still alive and kicking for the rest of the crew here. Now 5-4 situation against Elevate. Ichan is trying to line things up for their team. Attacks on the side, but Susano spots one right there. And another one, but the trade is good. 4-2 situation. Kansi and Unlucky all down for the team of DVS. Elevate now has all the opportunity to tie this one to a 7-7. They just need to be patient with this one because the pressure's on with DVS.
And now, it's gonna be a 2 versus 4 situation here. Elevate with the numbers advantage. This is their opportunity to tie it up at 7 points. But the head peeks out, and Unlucky decides to back away. He doesn't want to lose that gunfight just yet. But Nak gets taken down. That means it's all down to Unlucky to clutch it up, and it's not looking good for his side of this game. Now, Yopi peeks out, gets shot from behind, and Unlucky takes him down. But that's information given to Kendi, who goes in for the run. And behind him, another player as well, and that's going to be Elevate, tying it up at 7 points right now. Both of these teams trying to get that 9 points right away without allowing their opponent to get the overtime.
This is just absolutely insane. Back and forth we go. DVS and Elevate just evenly matched right now. They're just trying their best really to secure that W, and none are breaking out there. None are giving any of the teams the advantage here, as we're now just locking into a standstill here. All members of the team all alive and kicking, with DVS going for the fake plant, I guess. Going for the push already, but PJ punishes that one already. Ichan going in for the double, but not just yet. It's a 3v3 situation. Unlucky takes it out and makes it a 2v2 situation now. Baby and Unlucky alive. Susano and Kendi, of course, 2 of the best for Elevate alive here. They definitely have the opportunity to push this to their match point, but Baby almost there, just not yet. Baby will spot Kendi and take it out. Susano all alone. Unlucky and Baby has the opportunity to give it to them, but Susano may have the opportunity to turn things around for their team. Susano spots one. It's a 1v1 situation. Not just yet. He's still alive. He barely missed that one. My goodness. Oh boy. Now it's down to the 54. Bomb has been planted, forcing Susano to go for a 2 push here. A defuse and take down 2 players from TVS. He's going for the long rotation here. It's gonna be difficult, but it's definitely possible with Susano. But Baby and Unlucky definitely have different plans against Susano.
Yep, we'll have to see how this one plays out. If they're able to go in for the trade against Susano, that might just put them out on top. But Susano checking his corners. He's gonna go in for Baby, takes him down right away, and goes in for Unlucky right now. But Unlucky is luckily going to win that gunfight. Puts them up at match point right now. this is the upset that we're waiting for, because they might just win two games up against Elevate if they're able to take this round home.
This is the best we have seen DVS so far. But of course, Kendi and the rest of the crew would like to put a stop to that. They want to push this to 8-8, at least go for a full overtime. That's going to be the goal here, as they're now down 3 players out for DVS. But of course, the trade is coming in as well. Kendi just shutting down everybody. Nope, there will be no this yet. We are going overtime. Ladies and gentlemen, Elevate still want to push this one, and DVS cannot celebrate just yet. They need
Destroy
2
the
more
objective.
to pull
Get
the
the
upset.
bomb.
Yep, no room for celebration just yet, because we're going overtime and both of these teams need to be at the top of their game to be able to win it. But looks like opening picks are going to be a trade between these two teams, bringing them both to 4 players left. But Ichan gets another one, make that 2 and make that 3 actually, as he leaves Susano all alone here. He is going to be the last one left on the side of Elevate. His location been given with an attempt to shoot down Baby. He gets that kill confirmed and trying to go in for a second one right now, but patience is key here. He gets it lined up and gets it down to 1v1 situation here. Susano versus Nak is going to be the last player on each of these teams, but Nak trying to run away, gets spotted from behind.
Ready up.
And Elevate now has a match point. They just need to close it up and stop the overtime from happening again.
DVS has all the pressure right now, but of course, Susano making sure that he clutches that one to the ground and manages to do so. 20 frags to his name already. Susano definitely showing off today here at SND, but of course, will this be enough? Can DVS stop the bleed here? The goal definitely here is to force Elevate to create that error, at least shut down critical members like Susano and Kendi from their team,
Bomb acquired.
and get that win right now. 8-9 is our score. Elevate with match point here. DVS with the opportunity to tie, and they take one out. That's Kilo and PJ down. Susano trying to go in for the trade. Baby, ooh, just there. 3v4 situation. 3v3 situation now for both teams, but the plan is already good. Elevate forced to take members out and of course go for the defuse, but unlucky, spots one another, and now Susano and Kendi, 2 of the best, still cannot discount this one.
Now, things slow down. 3 versus 2 situation. 22 seconds left on the clock. Time is putting more pressure onto them, but Susano, he's going to be able to even out the playing field as he gets another one. His Baby's not watching his back. And it looks like 9 seconds left on the clock. They're going to attempt to go in for the defuse, but it's going to be Susano winning that out, and there you have it. Elevate takes the search and destroy match.
Oh, it was not enough.
No!
Again, the time.
No!
Oh my gosh. The
What?
time. He did not have enough time for the defuse. My goodness. I mean, it was a bad setup for DBS, but for some reason, the clock was so much in their favor. It kind of worked. Oh, man. Oh, that was such a frustrating moment for sure for Susano, but nevertheless, they have to brush it off. It's 9-9, overtime again. 2 more rounds, 1 more time, but no lacking. Spots 1 already, shuts down Kendi. Oh man, they just have to shake that one off.
Another set of overtimes here.
Woo!
Bomb has been planted.
Alright. Plant is good already from Yopi. And now, Dulak and the rest of the team needs to find it already. They cannot overpush this one. 5v3 situation, all in favor of DVS. But they need to be smart here. They know how critical this one. PJ spots 1 there. And now making the 5-3-4 situation. PJ might spot another one, and he does. Oh, Susano takes another. 3v2 all in their favor. And make it a 3v1. Dolaki will eat it because of the attempt for the defuse. Again, match point for Elevate. And DBS pull another one to push for overtime.
We'll have to see how this one goes. I mean, that play with the time just absolutely perfect on the side of DVS, but Elevate, their attempt time and time again to close up the game hasn't been working in their favor. But right now, Kendi gonna get that opening pick onto Baby, and unlucky, taking out 2 very vital players, make that 3, and it looks like we're down to the final players. Elevate finally closes it up. They don't want to wait for DVS to get the defuse. They want to end the game straight away.
It kind of should have ended in that certain point, but that was an insane finish. But nevertheless, Elevate still mind on the game there, and they finished this one off 11-9. Will not take anything away from DVS there because that was a highly contested match again. But of course, we're now down to a 1-1 scenario with DVS winning a hard point. And of course, this time for Elevate, it is search and destroy. We head to control. Whatever the situation may be, I mean, whoever wins this one, if we end up again with a 4-3 situation, I am just happy that I was part of this matchup right now. It is just a back and forth setup. Elevate and DVS making sure to cement their legacy, reminding all the teams here that we are not just any other team. We are here to stay. There's a reason why we are here at Cdsi.
Yeah, definitely. But now, going back to the highlights, you just saw that these two teams were back and forth. Even since the beginning, they were just kept tying it up time and time again. And they even pushed for overtime. But my God, that timer on the bomb is really just in favor of DVS, as it's exploded on the faces of Elevate twice in the single match.
Yeah, that was definitely frustrating. I mean, we could not take it against them. I mean, they were definitely want to make sure that one, if the defuse was gonna kick in, that's a clear defuse for sure. But the time was just in favor of DVS. They played the clock right, or at least forced Elevate to go in for a search. Go for a hide and seek setup and get that W right there. But unfortunately for DVS, Elevate was just the better team this time. Kudos to them still. These are the moments that we're looking for sure. Against these two teams, and for now it's Elevate definitely taking that W.
Yep, definitely. And it's going to be interesting to see how the control match goes down, because both of these teams, as you said a while ago, are now at one series or one game win each in the series. Now, that begs the question, which of them are going to win out the control match and take home the series win?
Now, one thing is for sure, for Elevate, they know Raid very well. I mean, they defeated Vitality here. So, the map advantage definitely goes to Elevate. But with how DVS has performed so far, we cannot discount them for sure. So, I'm definitely expecting at least to push this to at least a 4-3 situation. But I will not be surprised if this time, Elevate definitely pushes DVS out in the water and just lock this one in, and the Red Rebellion will definitely win control this time and end up in a 2-1 scenario.
Yep, we'll have to see how it goes down. I mean, Elevate definitely seems that they're heated up. They want to close up the series and they want to take home the win. But same goes for the players on the side of DVS. So it's just a matter of seeing which of them are able to play it more strategically and which of them are able to get more of those eliminations.
For sure. It's going to be a matter of map knowledge versus the level of aggression. That's going to be what we'll witness between Elevate and DVS as we head to control. But for now, we check the ending of our search and destroy here at Express. 11-9. There were so many moments that we end up with a tie. We started with 2-2, then end up with that 8-8 and all of that craziness. Here we go. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. This is how you want to watch S&D match for sure. Back and forth. No one knows who's gonna win. It's not gonna be a blowout. It is just an absolute show. And this time, of course, on the side, it was Susano. Despite all the crazy moments that they had trying to defuse and failing, that 1.92, 25 frags for Susano. Definitely putting Elevate in a good position. Still a good effort for Unlucky with that 17 KD. 17 frags rather, 1.06 KD, but definitely Elevate has to thank Susano for that 1.92, that 25 kills at S&D, and most likely will be our MVP.
Yep, definitely. We'll just have to see though who is going to be the MVP of the next game as well. But for now, Susano definitely coming out on top and really helping the players on the side of Elevate. And here you have it, the MVP of that last match, Search and Destroy. It's going to be Susano with a rating of 1.69, 25 kills, and this is going to be his first MVP title.
Congratulations, Susano. I mean, you had crazy highlights for sure. You gotta put it in your TikTok or something. I mean, it was not bad. I mean, this was really good effort for you, and of course, those takedowns are gonna be absolutely epic. Congratulations to the man. But of course, for the rest of Elevate, the Red Rebellion definitely is kind of happy right now as they're gonna push for control and hopefully end this series with a W. But DVS definitely has something on their sleeves. The question is, who takes over the final match? That's gonna be the big question. So it's again map advantage against aggression. It's gonna be a big situation here. So again, for this setup, the way that I've seen this work, we've already seen how the map is played out for Raid. For Elevate, they definitely know how to play Bravo. So that's a very hard map to defend, basically to get into that zone. So for DVS, probably secure Alpha first if they want to go objective, because Bravo would be a little bit more difficult to defend, especially if Candy pulls again that Warma and just rains on your lineup right there and just dwindles your life count here. So now, final 4 rounds for this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give out your W's for both DVS and Elevate right now here as we start off our last game here. DVS Elevate here at Control.
And both teams are off, but it looks like DVS is going to win most of the first couple of gunfights here as they dwindle down the lives left on the side of Elevate to 24. They have a 2-life advantage here. And not only that, but DVS has already started capturing that B side. They've already gotten one segment. They're going in for the second one right now, but Elevate is trying to slow down that progress.
And again, that setup here, the understanding Bravo. Good effort though from DVS with the smoke. But of course, Elevate already got the read on that one. They still have one segment there for Bravo. Up and taking 21-20 is our life count here. Kendi just trying to spot one. And this time, PJ gets another right there. But the trade is also good. Elevate now has a life advantage. But Bravo and Alpha kind of in the hands of DVS right here. Now they're tying up the life count here. Kendi is trying to spot one and manages to do so. And now Alpha is gonna be gone. Bravo is still in the hands of DVS. They just have one life disadvantage against Elevate.
Now we'll have to see how this one continues, because with no segment captured yet on the A side and only 2 on the B side, they need to be able to start working on that A side or B side to be able to get that 1-minute extension, and that's exactly what they do. DPS now rushing to that B side. They're gonna get that 1-minute extension, capturing the B side from Elevate. And Elevate, on the other hand, they're struggling to stay alive here. I mean, they're down to 10 lives, same as DVS, and it looks like they're struggling to defend that A side. Now it's just a matter of playing for those kills as we go to the single-digit lives left.
9-8 is our current count. 1 life advantage for Elevated, but everything can turn things around here as Elevated Yopi spots one there. And now it's last 5 for DVS. Not a good start for DVS right now, but that is okay. Elevate definitely knows this map very well. But Kendi trying to spot one and gets one right there, trying to go for the double. Not just yet. Susano again, the MVP, welcomes it right there with the Odin. And now trying to go for the date. Last one. They're just looking for one more play of DVS. And of course, Kendi did it. First win for Elevate.
That was a really close round. I really thought DVS would be able to take that away, but luckily Elevate was able to turn things around, especially in that later half of the round. But now we head on to the next one. DVS as a defending team and Elevate as the attacking team. Elevate is gonna try to go in for the capture onto that B side. A couple of investments going down on their operator skills, but it won't be enough. They're gonna get knocked out, and only now capturing their first segment onto that B side. DVS, however, is struggling even more than Elevate, down to 26 lives left, 2 segments lost on that B side, and almost 3.
This is what we're talking about on how smart Elevate here and controlling Bravo. This is basically their map, and they're gonna get this for sure. And now Alpha is up for the taking, but it's still a 24-24 situation right now. What an insane wall banging there for Kendi, but of course Ichan doing something as well. 23-23 is our life count. Alpha might not be a good situation right now, but DVS just trying to even out the score here. But unfortunately, Elevate just too good with their guns. And Kendi just landing everything right there. Everything is working for this man, but unfortunately gets taken out. First and second segment, all good for the side of Elevate. That Sparrow from Yopi. Could not handle. DBS do the same thing. Not just yet. 19-8 advantage, all in favor of Elevate right now. This will definitely end up in a 2-0 situation if they can handle the pressure from DBS. But no, that's not going to be the case anymore. There will be no pressure. It is 6-18. And Susano spots one right there. Last score against DBS. It is going to be over soon. Even with the advantage of Alpha coming in for Elevate, they can end it either way. Here we go. Yopi just needs to step in right there. They were just gonna give it Alpha. Doesn't really matter. They will bait Kansi. Oh, Kansi spots one from the back, but of course it's still 14 lives here. Kansi, what can you do here? It's gonna be a hard and very complex order here. And Kansi, no way, Yopi is just gonna finish this one off right there. 2-0 in favor of Elevate.
Elevate might just end this game quickly. They have already the lead here by 2 points and they just lack 2 more to be able to close up the game. DVS is struggling a lot more here in this control match than that search and destroy match and that control and that hardpoint match earlier. But let's see if they'll be able to turn the tides around, or will Elevate continue to rise over them. Right now, Yopi just holding down the kitchen area, tries to peek out but get killed by Unlucky. Unlucky with a huge wallbang there as well. It's going to be Elevate down to 26 lives left, but DVS even less at 24.
And now, of course, the life count is still the same. But Bravo initial push there from the side of DPS, but will not complete that anymore. Alpha probably is a better situation for them right now, as of course the team is trying to control that one. But Yopi has plans otherwise. Same thing with Kilo with the equalizer, and they're just gonna rain down on Unlucky just right now. And that attempt on Alpha will definitely stop. 22-20 is our life count. But ooh, baby, spots one right there as well. And now it's just gonna be a back and forth situation. 21-18. Still in favor of Elevate, and Yopi lining it up here at the Bravo side. Bravo still up in the taking. Candy again with a war machine. This is the Candy that we know when it comes to raid here at Control. I mean, there you go with Susano with the claws. Well, they're just lining it up. Last 10 lives for DBS. It's gonna be an easy 3-0 for the Red Rebellion.
Yep, it looks like Elevate might just be able to close this up. I mean, they have such a huge advantage when it comes to the number of respawns, and it's just about time they start getting those slays. Now, Yopi here has already spotted one, trying to go in for another, and they just need to get that time extension to be able to play to the numbers. But even without 22 seconds, it's a lot of time to secure those 4 final kills. PJ is gonna find one, down to 3 left on the side of DVS. It's all down to Baby, Unlucky, and Ichan to run for their lives and stay alive for 10 more seconds. But it looks like even if they do, they're going to end up losing it, because Elevate is on their backs on the hunt, trying to get them taken down. PJ comes in from behind. One last player left. It's all down to Unlucky, who's all the way over at the B side, trying to get that capture to their side for a minute extension here. But will that be enough? I don't think so. 1 versus 10 is not gonna be a doable situation.
1 versus 10 is definitely not doable, especially if you're fighting a team that is made up of one of the best here at Garena, and that is of course Elevate. We're just waiting for the inevitable. It's a matter of time before anyone here finds Unlucky. Honestly, at this point, if this is the situation, I would have just made myself out of the game to at least not give that kill.
Yeah.
But ooh, Unlucky is still fighting. I have to commend the Japanese right here. There will be no giving up for this man. Unlucky, trying to line one up. Spots one, but of course, a 3v1 situation. Ooh, it's trying to get in another one, but of course, the takedown from Kalo ends it right there. 3-0. 1 more to go, and Elevate takes this home.
Unlucky only goes down with a fight and nothing else of except that. But right now, that gave him the opportunity to actually build up the score streaks and operator skills as well, to be able to use in this what may be actually the final round. But same thing goes for the side of Elevate. Yopi popping off here with a huge triple kill, knocking down the players of DVS, getting another one right before he gets knocked out in turn. But that brings DVS lives count down to 24 left, while Elevate still has 26.
And of course, right now it's 23 scenario with Kalo, with again with those equalizer Unlucky. Also answering as well with that equalizer. Going in for the double already. 24-22 is our life count here. Still on the advantage of Elevate, but PJ has definitely different plans for Kansi and just going to shut him down with that Fennec right there. Yopi, same thing at hand. They're just raining down on everything right now. Alpha, even though they're all ahead with the life count, will be captured by Elevate. And now pressure's on definitely for DBS. 23-14 is the count. Golaki spots one from the back. And now 21-14, Bravo will probably not be for the taken as Kalo just running around there and spotting everyone in. But Candy, even with close range, taking out Baby right there. It's just too insane. Too much for DBS. Make it stop, unfortunately, but PJ with the Annihilator, shutting all down. Again, Candy with the War Machine, shutting down Baby all there. Last 8 lives, it is almost over. They're just going to end this once and for all.
Yep, it's not looking good. And 4 lives left on the side of DVS. There is no more hope for them. 15 on the side of Elevate. They're on a rampage to finish this quickly. And last kill through the Predator. Wow, it looks like Elevate's gonna have a clean win here in the control match, taking it home 4-0.
4-0 is our final score here at Control. I told you, Raid is their map here for Control. They know everything for this one. And unfortunately, DBS could not just keep up with the pressure and the firepower, and just Candy is just too good with that sniper, even at close range. Come on, and what a way to finish. They could have just found the last player and take it out, but no, they had the Pred. You know what, let's finish up with a bang, and they did. What a way to end it. And that is basically the end of our group stage basically. But of course, we're just gonna check out the stats here to make everything formal and official. We're gonna be counting out everything, of course, for both group A and group B. But for now, Elevate and DVS, it was still a surprise for us that to see DVS winning hardpoint, but of course Elevate taking over Control and Search and Destroy. What a night it has been for Elevate.
Yep, definitely has been a really long journey. I mean, they lost one match to SPG earlier, but they also lost one to DVS right now. But nonetheless, both series, they still come out victorious. And with that, I'm pretty sure they also secured their spot in a Group B going on to the next part of the tournament.
Unfortunately, we're just waiting basically for the squad or the team that will drop the ball here and will not be part of our playoffs in China. In the meantime, we go back to the dominating performance of Elevate here at Control. As mentioned, you know, this is definitely their map. They know all the weird angles. They know every time where the opponents will definitely show off, and they definitely got the lead against DVS. There were some moments that it was almost too close, but of course, Elevate was just too good here at Control. Here at Raid, it was definitely just their map, their playground, their domain for sure. Almost all of the time, it was ending at like a 10-1, 10-2 scenario, or maybe even 15-2 scenario. So, you know, all the odds was definitely against DBS.
Yep, a lot of things stacked up against DVS, but nonetheless, they gave us a show that we asked for in that hardpoint match and in the Search and Destroy. Unfortunately, not much energy was left in them going into Control, where they definitely struggled a lot to keep up with Elevate.
And of course, I think this was almost the last few minutes of the game right there, with PJ basically ending it all. And of course, that final Pred kill against DVS, sealing the deal for the Red Rebellion. So congratulations, of course, to Elevate. I'm sure they are very happy with their performance. For DVS, I guess even with that one win, from my perspective and from my initial idea of the stats, it's not going to be enough to push them to at least top 4. So I mean, it is, I'm sure for the Japanese fans, their hearts are broken right now, but fear not. I mean, they put up a heck of a show, standing toe-to-toe against some of the best. Hopefully, in the future, we get to see more of them, more teams from the Japanese server to really come out here at Cdsi and just, you know, show off their skills, and probably even transition there at Garena and then, you know, have some fun there as well.
Yep, we'll have to see. We are just waiting now for the final brackets because only two teams from each group is actually going to go on to the next stage of this tournament. And of course, I'm sure all of these players are wondering who made it into the next stage.
I mean, with all the weird upsets that we've had for day number 4, I'm sure those rankings have definitely moved significantly a bit. So honestly, at this point, I'm trying to recall the day 3 statistics, but with the game 4, just too insane, too overwhelming, too shocking, too jaw dropping. I mean, do you guys still remember anything at this point? I mean, I'm just trying to recall everything, and the only thing that I can remember is the feeling of shock, awe, and wonder about all the matches we have seen so far, because it has just been absolutely insane.
Yep, it definitely has been a very, very insane ride. So, guys, if you're in the same position as JD and me as well, there are, of course, replays of every single match on the YouTube channel of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. So, don't forget to check that out if you want to know exactly how your favorite teams played and how they did. Now, as of a while ago, if I remember correctly, it's Stalwart Esports and X Rock on top for Group A. That means they're going to be the ones going into the upper brackets for Group A, and Wolves and Godlike for the lower brackets. But Group B is a different question because we just ended up those matches recently. So now, JD, who do you think is going up to the stands in Group B?
Most likely, definitely, we're gonna see Vitality for sure with a 3-0 win against Q9. That's gonna drop them a bit. For Elevate, they're definitely there for sure, but I cannot pinpoint for sure where they exactly is. But Kagendra and DVS, unfortunately, might not be in a good situation, as we now see the final match against Elevate and DVS here. 4-0 was our score. 120-74 was the kill count basically, and of course we see the KD for Elevate, and it's all gonna be KL with a 2.18 right there, 24 frags, but PJ with a 28. Of course, we see him end the match right there on the side of DVS. It's all 0.7 to 0.6 or whatnot, but it's gonna be unlucky, trying his best to carry out the team here, but no love lost for the Japanese team. It's gonna be PJ leading this one, number 6 MVP with that 1.6 rating, 28 frags for sure. PJ just absolutely dominating the situation right there. Of course, all thanks as well to his team as well, but PJ definitely earned that MVP.
Yep, definitely. I mean, 28 kills and amazing gameplays from him all day long on that control match. We just saw him pop off, and the rest of the team as well, with great support coming left and right, helping him get those kills needed to be able to put a 4-0 over the players of DVS. But here's the overall ratings of the game. Susano, PJ, and Kendi on the side of Elevate taking those top 3 slots, but the rest of DVS following right behind them, and Yopi unfortunately falling on down to 8th place.
We definitely expect though Lucky and Unlucky really to show off tonight, and even for Baby, they were just not too close with that overall ranking, of course, delivering the win for their team as well. But nevertheless, we love them and we like to see more of them in the future for sure. But of course, this time, the Red Rebellion rejoice. Elevate redeems themselves from that initial unfortunate incident with Q9 yesterday. But of course, their eyes need to be set. Probably, most likely, they're going to be part of the upper or perhaps even the lower bracket here for the playoffs in China. I mean, how I wish I was there to witness everything in LAN, because I'm sure it's gonna be even more insane with the crowd advantage for CDM, with the insane moments these teams are gonna deliver, and of course all the fun moments that hopefully we're gonna watch. So if you want to be part of that show for sure, just watch it on YouTube and Facebook with us as well, because I'm most likely not gonna be there. No visa for me, unfortunately, but that's okay. We're gonna watch all the action as it goes along, but that's gonna happen about next week rather, right?
Yep, so guys, make sure you stay tuned for the action. And if you want to stay updated with all the content, all the live streams, all the competitions, don't forget to follow Call of Duty Mobile and Garena on all social media platforms, because that will be the ones that are constantly updated with new information on what is going on.
For sure. I mean, it's kind of hard to summarize the day here with everything that has happened throughout day 4. I mean, I started off with the craziest situation because I started off the day casting solo, and then we had
Yeah.
the most shocking and amazing cameo from the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend himself, AJ Mustacho, coming in to save the day and helping me out while my mic got nerfed and EMP'd for one weird reason. Could not handle the pressure immediately, but of course, surprisingly, we have you, Sabi, here, casting with me here at the end day 4. I mean, it's full of surprises, and even the matches itself was just full of surprises as well.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite surprised that I'm on the deck as well. I wasn't expecting to cast, but a fellow caster was in trouble, and of course, I'm here to help out. And obviously, if Garena calls anytime, I will pick up and I will come back on this desk. But yep, it's been great working with you, and congrats on getting to work with AJ. I know he's quite intimidating a little bit, but
AJ, tell me.
nonetheless, once you get no. Once you get to work with AJ, it's just a whole other level because he is just one of those casters that are so easy to work with. He seems scary at first, but he's so easy to work with, and it makes your flow way better than it normally is.
Actually, I did feel that moment of initial shock with AJ. I
Yeah.
was just trying to listen to
It's
him.
just a
And
shock.
oh wait, you're casting. You're not watching the game. You need to talk to. All right, wait, we need to get in my game setup, and of course, a little bit of an issue on the side on my side here. But nevertheless, again, I'm looking for sponsors. If anyone is watching, I need a new mic. I need a new cam, according to AJ. But nevertheless, it's been an honor and privilege, definitely, to cast with the man who came out of retirement to come back here for CDSI. What a lucky time for CDSI. W's for AJ on the chat, please, if you're still with us. And I'm sure all his fans are definitely missing him a lot. But for now, he's kind of just relaxing a bit, just trying to chill out, living a good life with him. We love him. I'm sure seeing him every now and then is still gonna be awesome for sure. But for now, it's definitely such an honor and privilege to cast CDSI and Garena Call of Duty Mobile officially for the first time. I mean, I have been doing, as you mentioned, Wasabi, we've been doing grassroots tournaments in the Philippines for the past, I guess, 2 years or 3 years or so. But this is the first
Long
time that I stood here in the big Garena stage, even for CDSI. So it definitely is such an honor. Thank you to all the fans, to Kali, to Warden, and of course Coach Jay as well. And even, I cannot believe this, thank you AJ. And of course, thank you Wasabi as well for helping me out in this very special opportunity.
Yep, it's so great to work with you on the big stages. I know we've been working together for so long in these smaller community tournaments. I remember when I was just starting out, you were already a caster, and we just helped each other grow. We have so many communities together, and it's great to finally be here. But of course, before we end the live stream, here is today's results. SPG won one map over Elevate, who got 2 STE, 3-0 Godlike. Q9 got beaten by Vitality 3-0. That one was a little topsy-turvy. Didn't see that coming. But Wolves got 2 over Kogenja, who got 1 map. And Elevate also got 2 over DVS.
That is the insane day we've had. And so far, this is the official standing. Vitality pushing themselves up right there under Q9. And of course, Elevate coming in for number 3 on the Group B side. SPG is still number 4. Unfortunately, DVS with that 0-4 is gonna fall over this time on the side of Group A. Starward Esports leading the charge right there. Next to that, X-Rock and of course Wolves as well. And of course, our final ranking here for the group stage, we got Zai here with a 1.59, Susano with a 1.43, and of course the Enforcer Solo with 142, and Wolves Peg with a 1.38. Close to that, we got Vitality Tech, FDX, Nian, Abyss, PJ, and Skurd.
Yep, a very good mix here of different players from different teams. You can really see that each of these teams have their MVP players playing for them, and